Ano po yung mga pinaka definitely sure. Meron.
Ano, John? Gusto mo na ba pumunta sa aquarium?
Si Sir Mike, medyo pala baka balak ni Sir mag-present mamaya, walang ano. Ganda nung background niyo, chroma green na rin. Ano na, ready for virtual background. Yan, lagyan ng beach. Masarap sa mata yung green eh.
Diyan ba tayo mo ng Teams?
Wala kami yung Microsoft Teams sa office eh.
Hindi mo na office yan, bahay mo yan eh.
Ha?
Ang laptop ng office?
mag-join ako dun sa kabila, no? Teka lang.
Oops,
Wala ako
excuse
naman.
me.
Kailangan ata nandun rin ako sa lobby. All right. Good morning. Um, okay, we're live. All right. All right. Thank you for being here with us at the Philippine Global Azure Virtual Bootcamp. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon habang maaga pa lang at teka lang ha, nag-e-echo tayo. At yeah, maraming salamat sa lahat na nandito ulit ngayon at maraming salamat sa mga tumulong mag-organize nitong live stream na to. We have all the communities participating this morning with for this event. This was supposed to have happened last month with the Global Azure Boot Camp last April 25, but because of the situation with COVID, um, 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 we had to we had to turn it virtual and medyo late pero naihabol naman natin itong Global Azure Bootcamp naman natin. Before I continue, I'd like just to call out all the communities that are participating today. We have the mobile.net developers, MonPH. We have FISUG. We have the programmers developers community. We have the Philippine.net users group, of course, our my own organization, and then we also have, I think, for the first time in a in a bigger Microsoft event, Azure Manila. So all of these organizations came together to organize this, and I'd also like to thank all the Microsoft Most Valuable Professionals, the MVPs, that will be speaking today. And then special call out to Nicolay Games. Thank you for organizing this live stream. Sila ngayon yung si Nicolay yung nagmamanage ng ating stream. So thank you very much for that, and we appreciate that. And again, of course, thank you to everybody who's uh, participating or joining. If you know anyone else um, interested in this event, just call them over. Tell them to join us in our watch parties. And watch the stream. We'll be here basically all day, all morning and all afternoon. So yeah, I hope that you will be able to enjoy this. All right, so let's kick it off to our first speaker. So he's a Microsoft MVP, if I'm not mistaken, for Visual. Is it still Visual Studio and Development Technologies? And he's Chief Unicorn Officer of Earth. No, I'll let Leo introduce himself. All right, so for our first presenter this morning, please welcome Mr. Leo Luis.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. Um, I'm Leo Lewis. I'm Microsoft MVP for Visual Studio Developer Technologies, and I'm the chief unicorn of this earth. Um, Today, we'll be discussing taking models to the next level with Azure Machine Learning. Um, Hopefully, you'll learn a lot on how you can leverage the cloud computing using Azure to bootstrap your machine learning journey. So before we get deep into machine learning, let's do an overall recap of the applications and developments in machine learning, starting with a lot of developments in e-commerce, computer vision, forecasting, and predictive maintenance. Autonomous agents like in reinforcement learning and language understanding. Each of these areas are areas that have been transformed over the past few years by developments in the machine learning landscape. To really understand how much they've been transformed, if we were to go through each one of these, it would take the whole session time. So, we're going to tie this all together today with a company very near and dear to my heart, which is Tailwind Traders. It is a global retail company. They want to expand into new retail markets and are evaluating the clothing space. Initially, they have no knowledge of ML or natural language processing. So, they want to start from something simple, then build their expertise to create more advanced models. We will walk you along the path that Tailwind traders will likely take when developing their text based analytics service. So, for this simplest solution, we would be using text analytics, which is Azure Cognitive Service that enables you to enter your text and get automatically metadata and features. Tailwind traders can use it to have insights into how people are interacting with their restaurants. Let's have a look at how it works. So, if you go to Microsoft Azure and search for text analytics, you would be landing on this page. In this page, you can see that there's a simple playground where you can play on the text analytics API. In here, we can see a simple sentences where it specifies um, a given sentence. And when we click analyze, then on the right side, you will see like it already analyzes the text that you've provided, such as languages, key phrases, the sentiment, the named entities, and the PII entities. It also provides the linked entities. So you can also look at the JSON value that the service provided. So again, to recap, so for instance, here we see the food was very fresh and flavorsome. The service was attentive. We'd go back to this restaurant again if visiting London again. We can see very, very quickly that the language review was written in. We get keywords like service, food, restaurant, that the location is in London, and we get the sentiment that the overall experience was good. Based on that average of how many of such reviews I might want to look at what's going on there and see if I can apply that to my remaining chains. So why do you want to choose Azure Cognitive Services? Well, because they work and it's easy. Easy because the APIs are easy to implement because of the simple REST calls. Being REST APIs, there's a common way to implement, and you can get started with all of them for free simply by going to one place, such as the Microsoft Cognitive that I've showed you. And it's also flexible because we've got a breadth of intelligence and knowledge APIs, so developers will be able to find what intelligence features they need. And importantly, they all work on whatever language, framework, or platform developers choose to. So, developers can integrate it into their apps using iOS, Android, Windows, and using their own tools that they know and love, such as Python, Node.js. It's also tested because you can tap into an ever growing collection of powerful AI algorithms developed by experts. Developers can trust the quality and expertise built into each by experts in their field from Microsoft's research organization, Bing, and Azure Machine Learning, and these capabilities are used across many Microsoft party products such as Cortana, Bing, and Skype. So if you're interested in getting started with these cognitive services that help capture and process now, we're going to dig into the next step of how do we go from these cognitive services to build something a little bit more custom. Why do we need to do that? Well, we talked a lot about the cognitive services in the past few minutes, how amazing they are, and how they enable you to get started with your business scenario without even needing to write a single line of code. However, what I've noticed is that there tends to be an 80-20 rule. The pre-built AI services, whether it's in text or computer vision or language understanding, usually will fill 80% of your business scenario needs. However, you're going to find that there are 20% of your business needs that might not be filled by a pre-built model. And in those cases, you're going to need something more custom. What tends to be really interesting in my own personal experience, and as you're going to see, this applies to Tailwind traders as well, is that sometimes these 20% end up being the most valuable. In many cases, I might want to start with a cognitive service because it really makes it easy to get started. And that enables me to focus more deeply on the 20% of scenarios that can't reach with the cognitive services. So for a company that's for a company that's a retail store, such as a Tailwind Traders, they would want to like start with a text analytics API so that they can bootstrap their machine learning, and then from there you can start um, growing your machine learning capabilities. And sometimes once you have a model that is outputted or in production, sometimes you will see that the 20% is not covered by the basic text analytics API. So let me give you a quick example in demo. So going back to the text analytics API, we see that if I change the input here from I love the polka dots, but the shirt is ugly, and when I click analyze, you will notice that the languages is still identified as English. The key phrases as shirt, polka dots. However, the sentiment was mostly negative. And for a company such as Tailwind Traders, they want to be able to analyze on what are the most important reviews or bad reviews on a certain product that they had. So in this scenario, you can see that the text analytics API is not really going to help Tailwind traders in the future. So you notice that if I change like the letters from like love, polka dots to like hate, then the entire sentence would just be like negative. However, as a company, you would want to capture again like the specific reviews that the customers provide so that they can identify which products that they can um, stock more or like reduce the stocks for a different type of item. So in that case, I might want to build my own. So that way, one way of me doing this is using Azure Machine Learning. So what the Azure Machine Learning service is, it's a set of cloud services and APIs with a Python SDK that enables you to prepare your data, build models, train the models, and manage them, as well as the different experiments that you're going to use to build these models. And finally, deploy them at scale. So the Azure ML services are broken up to the different artifacts. We have the models that we're going to build, the experiments of how we come up and develop them, the pipelines that allows us to take our experiments and build the pipelines for their deployment. This is especially useful for linking our data to model development and redeployment. We have compute management, which allows us to manage compute at scale, creating clusters of virtual machines as needed. Image management allows us to manage different environments for our models and deployments, allowing us to deploy them on edge devices, on the cloud, or even on-prem. And finally, the data storage is also integrated into one workspace. Before we get started with any custom machine learning project, it is good to have a baseline. I think a baseline is very, very important, especially for a company like Tailwind Traders, because a baseline enables them to estimate the results before they just go and grab the state of the art buzzword model and put it into production. Azure AutoML service enables you to very quickly get started with building baseline models without even having to write a single line of AI code, and it works kind of as is. It works as follows. You provide your data, the task that you want to accomplish, and the constraints for the task. And what it will do is it will identify patterns from your data. It will try to apply them to many different models, train these at models in parallel, and then it will return the best baseline model for your task given the constraints. Then you can get started with that model in production and improve it later on. So let's actually take a look at a demo of how we can create the model. So this is your Azure Machine Learning workspace. And as you can see on the left side hand, we have like multiple tabs that you can choose from, starting from the notebooks. So this is just your Jupyter notebooks that you may want to use when you're trying to start with your machine learning journey. The automated ML is the one that I'm gonna provide more information. Uh, and then the designer is just a drag and drop tool so that you can again jumpstart your machine learning journey without having to write AI code. Um, so that's another topic that you could explore. Datasets is where you place all your dataset files. Experiments is just a workspace name where you can label or name your namespaces, such as like experimenting, such as in this example, the clothing sentiment. Pipelines are just like pipelines for your Azure Designer. I'm not sure why I'm getting this one. And then models, this is where you store your models. Once you have packaged your models on your notebooks or through automated ML. Endpoints on the left side is just your machine learning models that are published through an API endpoint. You can have a real-time endpoints in here or pipeline endpoints. So the real-time endpoints is mostly like a single call that will give you a prediction of the output of a given input. And the pipeline endpoints is mostly just like think of it as a batch prediction. Let me just try to log out and redirect myself. So going back to the topic, um, so under here, you have also the Manage tab, which is like your compute. So once you click on the Compute tab, you have like several tabs in here. So the Compute instance is just your type of virtual machine that you want to use with your notebook that is located in here. Compute clusters is just a cluster of like machines or virtual machines. And this is mostly used for like training a model. And then inference clusters is just the same concept as clusters. However, it's using Azure Kubernetes cluster instead of like a virtual machine. And then attached compute is just bringing your own like compute, like an HD inside cluster, a virtual machine or whatever. Data stores on the left side is mostly just your data store, such as your Azure storage. So if I click new data store in here, I can pick a data store name and I can pick like whatever data storage that I want to point it to. And then data labeling is mostly used for like if you have like a team of people that you want to label a data set with, and they can collaborate in this workspace. Let me just switch my one second. I'm getting some technical issues. Uh, anyway, so let's try this. So in order for Tailwind traders to like start having a baseline, first they will click the data set, click the create data set in here, and from here you can choose which path you want to store it from, such as local file, data store, web files, or from any open data sets that are out in the internet. Here I'm gonna click create data set from local file, and I can give it a name, the data set type, which is either tabular or file, the description, and when I click next, I can pick which data store, or I can pick which data store to use from. I'm just gonna test like, and then it will ask you such as your data store name, storage account, subscription ID, whatever. And then from there you can upload your file. Um, I'm not gonna do that in this case, but once you click next and next, it will just guide you through on like how you want to upload your data set. Uh, One second. I'm not sure why I'm getting access denied. Why I don't have access?
Leo, while you're working through that, I do have a question from the channel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, John AC is asking, is there a free or trial account that we could use to play around Azure machine learning? Is it some everything possible to play with for for free.
That I'm not sure of. If um, I think with the cognitive services, it still asks you for a credit card, but yeah, I don't have an answer for you for
Yeah.
that.
Okay. I think all the Azure services will ask you for a credit card, although that's not necessarily for pay. But yeah. Okay. Got it. From my own understanding, the ML stuff is some of the more CPU intensive services. That's why
Mhm.
I wouldn't think it's free.
Yeah. Um,
Okay, thanks for that.
I don't know why I'm getting access denied with my own account.
Maybe you're using the wrong account. if you're
It should be
if
this
it's
one.
okay, it's
Oh gosh. Is it this one? Oh. No, I've been getting this error just like prior to this live session. I don't know why.
maybe you ran out of credits, and that
That's
answers that question.
possible. What the heck? All right.
Oh, another question here is that you're showing the browser without the address bar. So somebody's asking, is this within Azure portal or is this in a separate site?
Yes, this should be open when you go to the portal through the machine learning. It will launch the machine learning studio. Sorry, I didn't
Ah, all
show it
right, all right.
because it's hard to like switch presenting from different tabs.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. So it is accessible from the Azure portal.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Let's try this. Since I'm getting some access denied, I'll just show you like how the AutoML works. So once you create like automated ML, you pick that one, and then you click the button of new automated ML. And then from here, once you have the created data set, I'll just create a new one, clothing sentiment. And then I'll create a new data store, and then just name it as, I don't know, clothing traders. And then I'll just pick a storage account. Did they recently change this one? Oh god. 1 sec, I have to get my account key. Right, and then I just have to stop presenting for a second because there's a sensitive account key. Uh, sure.
So there's
Keep those questions coming.
Yeah, there's just a follow up question that said, could it be the card that's expired? No, we don't think so. I answered
Card?
that myself. Yeah, no, no,
Card?
no, about the credit card. About the
Oh
credit
no,
card. Yeah, I
I'm
don't think so.
using like a lot of like limit for the Azure.
Mm.
So let me try this one if this one works. I'm getting 403, not like what the heck?
You might be you, you might be pointed to the wrong account.
It cannot be. I just have this one. Hold on. Oh,
No, not enough offerings to the demo gods today.
yep. The demo gods doesn't like me today. I'm still sharing, right?
Yes, you are.
So this is where the question was earlier. This is the Azure portal. When you can just click like machine learning in here, and then it will start going through the. It will start guiding you on like how to set up your own. I'm just gonna click launch now here. Uh, what the heck? I'll do this one last time, and then we'll move on.
So while you're doing that, let's just talk to the other topics. So we're talking about machine learning right now. But yeah, the morning will be full of other topics on the same area. So later we'll have a talk about Azure Cognitive Services, um, and then we also have a lightning talk on Azure Logic Apps, and then yep, later on we have some more another talk for functional machine learning with F Sharp and ML.NET. So for anyone who has any more questions about machine learning, we're going to have a lot of opportunities for that all morning and through the afternoon. So yeah, please stay tuned for those talks later.
Um, okay, I'm not sure what happened here, but my account got borked or something. Um,
I still think it's the demo card. So just we can
yeah,
just
it's
move
like
on to the
I
next.
was
Yeah.
ready for this. Uh,
Happens to the best of us.
I can't do believe it. Hold on. Let me see if I still have access here. One last thing, and then there's really no way. Machine learning.
So there was a question, a follow-up question again. Just to just to make it clear, machine learning is entirely different from AI, right? I think machine learning leads into AI. That's the way it works. So machine learning is a bunch of different techniques for numerical analysis and collection of data, and then using those collected data that leads into different artificial intelligence algorithms. So they're closely related. They're not entirely different. They're closely related, and uh, yeah, I guess it's just that one comes before the other. So I hope that answers that question.
So I'll add to that one because most people get confused with like the difference between AI, ML, and deep learning.
Yep.
AI is the umbrella of the entire world when it comes to like machine learning and deep learning. And machine learning is just a subset of artificial intelligence, and
Hmm.
then deep learning is just a subset of machine learning, which does like deep neural networks compared to like statistical models in like machine learning.
Hmm.
I don't know why I'm getting access tonight, but
Yeah, I think let's just move on with
yeah,
it.
we're gonna move on. But basically, the idea of automated ML is that once I click automated ML in here, and then I pick a data set, um, you're gonna pick which data store you want to point it to, and then the data set will be your CSV file. So imagine like a two-column file of CSV, where the first one is the review text, and then the second one is the rating value. So for example, I have like 5 review texts, and then it has a rating between 1 to 5, where 5 would be giving me like a positive sentiment, and 1 is the lowest. What automated ML does is it's gonna run in a parallel job where it's gonna configure and figure out what is the different types of models in machine learning that can be applied to the data set, and which one performs like in a higher accuracy, or depending on which um, parameters that you choose from, and then it will automatically determine which model is appropriate or is performing well for your given data set. Azure does it fine. So imagine being a single data scientist, and then you have to like um, try different kinds of machine learning models, and suddenly it's time consuming and it's just a lot of work. And what automated ML does for you is like it takes care of it for you, and all you have to do is analyze it and then explore it, and sometimes like reconfigure the different parameters that you want to provide in like given data set. Sorry, I cannot demo the automated ML. I don't know what happened. Um, I'm gonna switch back. So there will be like docs on like how to get started with the automated ML. And here is the link. So now that we have our baseline, so for example, assuming we did our automated ML, and for example, the model that it picked from was ensemble model, right? And now we have a baseline where we can predict the sentiment based on the review. So, however, Tailwind traders had like a more um, different types of requirements wherein like, okay, I want to be able to determine what is the positive side in that given review, or what is the negative product that a customer is writing about. So a customer might buy a product from Tailwind traders, such as like a clothes and a shoes. However, the customer was more leaning towards to the shoes one, where he liked the shoes but he didn't like the for example, the dress. So now we know that the text analytics that cognitive service provides doesn't fit our needs. And sometimes the automated ML is not good enough to provide the client needs, such as detecting what would be the predicted output, such as determining what are the positive products and negative products. So, assuming that automated ML demo work, what it would do is still predict what are the positive and the negative given a review text. And the benefit of that compared to the text analytics is you're training a model that is based off your data set instead of Microsoft's data set, which they publish on the Azure Cognitive Services. And that might not be, and that might not work with with your data set that you provided. So now we're going to be taking an open source model developed by Intel AI Labs as part of their NLP Architect library. What it does is it provides us with something called aspect-based sentiment analysis. Before, when we were looking at our restaurant reviews, we got just a very simple sentiment average for each restaurant. However, for Tailwind traders, that doesn't help to actually go in and fix any of the problems because they still have one more step that they have to do. They have to send in an inspector who can actually quantify and see why sentiment is so good at one branch versus one another. Aspect-based sentiment analysis allows us to address this challenge. What it does is it takes us our text and it extracts what's called a lexicon from it of both aspect-related and opinion-related words. Each of the aspects represent things we're interested in, like the price of food, cleanliness of the place, and when we analyze actual review. It would give us a sentiment for each one of these individual aspects, which then in turn allows us to provide much more actionable responses from our models. These are the ABSA key messages. Producing knowledge regarding specific aspects hence enables to gain targeted businesses insight. It's also unsupervised, meaning it does not require costly manually tagged data for training. Domain adaptive produces domain specific aspect and opinion terms. So now these are the additional NLP architect that you might want to learn from. So it develops like low resource and NLP models that require small amounts of training data. It increases adoption of NLP by developing deep learning based tools that can be used by non machine learning experts and produce optimized NLP models that are ready for deployment on Intel AI hardware. So, in order to put this Intel model into production, we're going to use Azure Machine Learning Service. I think it's important to understand how the end-to-end process works, from taking a model from open source up to deploying it into production. The first thing that we have to do is to prepare a data set. Then we have to choose our experiment environment. In this case, we're going to be using Jupyter notebooks. We have to go and train this model and iterate it a few different versions. Once we do have a model that is ready for deployment, we need to putting the model into production. So in this session, we're going to be focusing on the experimentation phase. Though I would strongly recommend to look up on how to do DevOps on like AI ML pipelines. So for Tailwind traders, when they're thinking of how to take an open source state-of-the-art model and put it into production, they've noticed that they have a bunch of critical challenges. Things like being able to manage the environmental dependencies across the different packages and their different versions. Training a model with a globally distributed team in a globally distributed company is also a challenge. Managing large data sets and understanding how to optimize cost for storing their data and compute, as well as scaling their compute. Also, in terms of compliance and making sure that they are ensured data protection, that only certain people have access to data and only the correct parts of the data. When they build the models, making sure that the models are interpretable in a way that they can understand how they were trained, how they can be reproduced, and the last real big challenge that they have is managing distributed training. So now you're going to see how it addresses each one of these needs individually by Azure Machine Learning. When we deal with distributed training, we have to deal with a cluster of computers with all dependencies in the environments for each of our nodes, compute scaling, scheduling, distributing data across nodes, and how to scale resources up and down without crashing, and how to provision different clusters of virtual machines and to gather the results without dealing with race conditions, how to secure access to the nodes, making sure that none of our data gets compromised or hijacked. We have to handle failures when run jobs fail over, and how to deal with rollbacks and recovering and going through logging, and so on. Not to mention distributed training algorithm itself. You can imagine for any single company that can be overwhelming. So for distributed training, auto-scaling is supported, as well as open source distributed training libraries such as Horovod, which has already become the de facto standard in distributed training. So I'm providing links to relevant documentation, and here are, if you want to learn more about like configuring a development environment for your Azure machine learning. Now, when we're dealing with model optimization, we also have a challenge of distributed hyperparameter tuning. So what is distributed parameter tuning? So when you see a new state-of-the-art model that's been open source, whether that's like BERT, or in this case, our aspect-based sentiment analysis model, typically you see these models trained on a certain data. The performance of the model is dependent on the distribution of the data that it's been trained on. And there are a set of parameters that are configured as part of the models that are optimized for the given data set, so that the researcher who is publishing the model can get the possible performance. Now imagine like a developer just pulling up like a model that is now in the news, and people start pulling it and deploying in production. However, they notice that the data set that they've provided compared to what Google published, such as the BERT model, it's performing not that accurate compared to what the researchers published. That's because, again, it's different parameters that was trained on compared to the data set that you want to predict on. Because in that case, you will see like a big gap in performance of your model when you apply it to, say, for example, in our scenario, it's the Tailwind Traders data. So this can be the real challenge going through a manual hyperparameter tuning. Typically, a data scientist back in the day would normally do like give a data set and then provide a model training infrastructure. Then he picks like a specific machine learning algorithm model, and then he configures the hyperparameters for that given model. And then what it would do is it would produce a model given those parameters. Then the data scientist tries to think that he can optimize the model further by providing a different sets of hyperparameter to that model. And then he will try to consume again or produce another model from that training algorithm. And then he still tried to maximize the accuracy, for example, of a model. And then he tried to do another hyperparameter values for that algorithm, and then produces a model 3. However, when it comes to model 3, he notices that the accuracy goes down, meaning he cannot further maximize or fine-tune the given training algorithm. So he's going to move on to the next training algorithm and then try to repeat the same steps as what he did on the first algorithm. As you can see, this is like complex, tedious, repetitive, time-consuming, and very expensive. So what Azure Machine Learning Service does is it helps you manage this by running distributed versions of your model and allowing you to choose which are the primary metrics. So you want to optimize based on the hyperparameters that you provide. And it provides a bunch of different policies, such as bandit policies, medium stopping policy, and truncation policies. So that enables you early termination so you don't waste on compute resources. So if it sees that a certain set of hyperparameters isn't providing the best possible result, it will terminate those run jobs and release, and then run and prioritize the compute for models that are much more promising, until it will find like what is the most optimal set of hyperparameters that you've provided with a given data set. So again, imagine it with a Tailwind Traders who has like a single data scientist, and they're not a tech company, but a retail company. And imagine having a data set where training an algorithm takes like 30 days. You probably don't want to waste like that 30 days, and instead you want to parallelize it and get the best model with a given data set. So again, if you want to get started with that, here's the documentation, and we'll be deep diving it into a second so you can see how this service works. And I hope my demo won't work. I mean, will work. Um, so how Azure machine learning works. So when I need to train an Azure ML model, it works as follows. There are just a few steps that we need to get started. The first thing is that I need to do is I need to take the code that I have for model training, and I need it to send it to Azure Machine Learning Service. The service will then create the configuration for the experiment that I've just sent, and it will create a Docker image. It will deploy it to the compute target that I've configured, which will be linked to the data that I've uploaded in my dataset. It will then launch the training script that I've configured, and then in real time, it will send me back the stream logs and metrics so that I can see how the process goes on as if I were developing on my own computer. So imagine having like a cluster of GPUs or CPUs, but you cannot afford it. What Azure Machine Learning also provides is like cost-effective way, because you can either, if you have a training algorithm that you want to train on and it's optimized for GPU, but you don't have a GPU that's powerful enough to train for like a long time, you can easily switch to like a CPU virtual machine instead of a GPU optimized compute. So to take this aspect-based sentiment analysis model into production, there would be 8 simple steps. First, we configure Azure Machine Learning Workspace that we saw above. It would act like a central place for all our activities. Next, we define a compute target on which our training code is going to run. Third, we upload our dataset. Next, we create the experiment with a train code, encompassing all the dependencies that we have in the training script. Next, training script can be taken from the existing Intel's code. Sometimes we might need to adjust the train script from the original library for distributed training. In other cases, changes to the code would be very minimal. Next, we're going to run the estimator to perform the training. And then next, once we're done with the results of training, we get the model which we then need to register. Next, we register the model that can be deployed and tested and becomes ready for the production. Let's have a look at how such a model can be trained using a compute cluster. Typically, as a data scientist, I will do most of my development from a Jupyter notebook, so I can select any Jupyter environment and start from there with the Azure ML SDK. All right. So this is a Jupyter notebook, and the 8 steps that I've just shown in the slide will be demoed in this demo. So first, we need to initialize the workspace. And then from there, I'm going to define what the compute cluster is. So from here, I define my compute target, the given workspace that I've just defined earlier, which has the name of the workspace abscess_space. And then the cluster name, which will be the compute that I'm going to use later on. And then from there, I have the parameter feature or parameters, where for a given provisioning configuration, I want to say what is the VM size, what is the priority, how many nodes do I want to use, and how minimum, and how many maximum nodes that I want to use. And then from there, I just create a compute target. And then from there, we're going to download the test data set that they've provided. I'm not going to download it because I've already downloaded it. And then from there, I'm going to get like the workspace default data store. And then I'm going to do like so this is the train file that I'm going to provide. So from here, I can see like I've provided the different parameters for my entry point script. And then from here, I'm using Spacey with the English version. And then from there, I'm going to download or point it to the downloaded data set that I've used earlier. And then I just provided the embedding path. Same with the clothing data set that I want to train it against with. And then from here, I have a train sentiment function, which takes in the aspect threshold. So these are just my different parameters that I want to train it against with, and the maximum number of iteration that the training should perform. Once I do a training.run with a given data set of clothing training and the output directory of outputs, it will return me two values, such as the opinion lexicon and the aspect lexicon. From there, we're gonna do like just a copy to the output folder. And then from here, we convert the aspect-based sentiment analysis to an input-output span format for evaluation. So this is the logic for that one. And then from there, we're gonna create a sentiment inference pointing to the lexicons that we're gonna provide in this path. From there, we can create a validation against my model. And then from there, I'm gonna predict the given data and then see what the predictions are and what is the true values are. And then from there, I'm just printing or logging the values of the aspect lexicon size, the opinion lexicon size, and the F1 weighted score. So once I created my training script, I'm gonna create an experiment. And then from there, I'm gonna create an estimator, which points me to the current source directory, which is dot, which is my current working directory in my Jupyter notebook. The script parameters, which I provided earlier as an argument. And then the compute target, which the cluster that I created earlier, given the virtual machine size. The environment variables. So from here, I can pick whether I want to train it against CPU or GPU, depending if the cluster supports it. And then the entry script is the train Python script, which was this part. And then from here, I can declare which pip packages that I will need in order to run this or in order to train the model. So from there, I'm going to submit the experiment to the Azure Machine Learning. I don't know why I'm getting 403 now. But normally, if you get submit earlier, I can get the run ID, and then I can do a run.show. From there, it should display me like a widget where Azure Machine Learning makes it easy for you to debug or see what's happening once it starts training. Or you can click the Azure Machine Learning Studio where it will provide you with more details. So if I click this one, notice that I see the metrics in here or like the images. I'm not really sure why I'm getting, but normally like what you would see here is like, for example, a snapshot is where your source code is. So in here, I have like my entire script, such as like the train Python and the score Python. I also have the raw JSON here and the explanation. I think it's still in preview. And then from there, once we have submitted the job, we can also fine tune the NLP architect using the hyperdrive that I've shown earlier in the slide. So from here, I'm doing a random parameter sampling. From here, I declare the aspect threshold and the operation threshold to like a range between 2 to 5. And the maximum iteration is 2 to 5. So from there, I can define what is the type of early termination policy. In this case, I'm doing median stopping policy. And then from there, I just call the hyperdrive configuration from the Azure ML SDK, given the estimator, which is our NLP estimator earlier. The hyperparameter sampling, which was defined also earlier. And then the policy on how it wants to terminate, which is, in this case, it's an early termination policy. And then from here, I can define different types of metric names that I can use, such as F1 weighted score, and then the primary metric goal, such as maximize and the maximum total number of runs and the concurrent runs. From there, I'm going to provide the experiment, given the workspace and the name. One second.
All right, I wanted to at this time I want to encourage the audience to please ask questions in the comment bars on Facebook, the Facebook live stream, and even on YouTube for those who are on YouTube. Please feel free to ask your questions there. We can respond to that after either after this or during this talk.
So from there, once I create the experiment object with a given workspace, I can submit it to Azure Machine Learning with just calling the dot submit with the HD config. And then from there, I can get the hyper run ID again, and then get a widget on how the hyperdrive is working. Hopefully this one still works. So from here, I can again look at how the hyper distributed machine learning is working. Let me see if I still get 403. All right, it's still 403, but I did a dry run before this live session. So you can see it was like an hour ago. But in here, you can see that I get like more details about my hyper distributed training. And in here, I can see such as like number, the script name, the inputs, mostly like summary of what happened there. The child runs, if there are any, the metrics, if again there are any. Output plus logs is just like the logs of my hyperdrive text. Again, the snapshot is just the code base of where I submitted it, or based on what I submitted it. And again, the raw JSON is just the raw JSON. Normally, you should be able to run the hyperdrive in here. And it will see the, it should give you like more information about the, what the current status of a given job is and what's the status of like the hyperdrive. And then from there, I can get like the best run by primary metric, which I provided earlier as a parameter. And then I can also get the metrics. And then I can get the best run from that given parameters that it determined. And then it will just print it out. So again, the hyperdrive is running in parallel with different types of parameters between 2 to 5. And then it's running it in parallel where after that, it will just get what is the best F1 score, and it will pick that model instead as your best performing model with a given data set. Next, once I have the model, what I can do is I can get, again, the best run. And then from here, on the one of the steps on the Azure Machine Learning is like I need to register that model to the Azure Machine Learning workspace. So from here, I can just call register model, and I'm going to provide it with a given name. And then what is the model path that it's going to upload from. Again, the aspect-based sentiment analysis is based off two lexicons, such as the aspect and opinion lexicon. And then from here, we can test the locally package. So what I can do is I can load the model from Azure ML. So given the SDK, I can say get the model path from the model that I provided, the version number, and the workspace. And then from there, I can create a sentiment inference given the aspect lexicon and the opinion lexicon. Again, this sentiment inference is based off Intel's SDK from NLP Architect. So from there, I can run the model on sample data. So again, I can see the love the sweater but hated the pants. If I run this one and see the return results such as the sentiment docs, I can see like a JSON result in here given like what are the pants and what is the aspect and what is its opinion, which is negative with a score of like -1. There's also an easier way to visualize this one. So what I can do is I can instead run this code and it would return me this value, such as like given this sentence, it detected that the pants is negative, and in here it detected that the size is like -2. So, and the last example is like it provided like it liked the jacket. So for Tailwind traders, it's more easier for them to detect what is the most useful product or what are the features of their products that the customers really like. So now that we have the model package, what we can do instead is to take it to the next level, which is like packaging the model for deployment. So in here, we can create a scoring script on how we want to like score our model. From here, we can say, we give it like a aspect model, which is based off our model that we deployed in Azure Machine Learning. And then again, we're gonna create the sentiment inference given those values. And then we can run the inference data or sentiment inference compared to the raw data that we've provided. And then we can get the JSON back with a given result with its results. So from there, we can create an environment configuration file. And then from here, I can specify my settings once I'm preparing it for deployment. And then again, I'm going to provide the environment variables in here, such as I want it to run on a CPU version. Next, we're going to do the inference configuration. So in here, I'm just creating a configuration that receives the deployment environment and the entry script. And then from there, I can package the model. And then I give it which workspace to save it from, the parameters, and then the inference configuration. And then I just wait for the creation. And then from there, you should be able to pull a Docker image on like your model, and you can start running it. Let me just see if this one still works. Oh, for some reason now it works. Okay.
The demigods have lag.
When I'm done, it's not working. Okay, let me do. Okay. Maybe something happened with Azure Machine Learning side moments ago. But normally, once I package it, you will see it under the models. And then you can see my screen, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So in here, you can see that the model is updated in here or deployed. And you can just deploy it later on as an endpoint in here, and you can start creating one based off a given model. How much time do I have left?
Best to wrap it up.
Okay.
In about 3.
I want to like show this one real quick.
Okay.
That is assuming it will still work. All right. So just a quick one on the automated ML, going back to the previous demo. Um, so in here, I did like a clothing sentiment. Assuming you click the automated ML earlier and created an automated ML, it should give you like a given automated ML run. And once it finishes, you can see in this tab that under the models one, or sorry, it picked like the best model, which, for example, in our given data set, that it picked the voting ensemble as the best model algorithm that was performing. Um, and then click models, you can see like it tried different machine learning models with a given spear spearman correlation in here. So whatever the one that I picked earlier. So this automated ML run, I provided a primary target as the spearman correlation. So whatever is the highest one is the best model. From here, I can click the voting ensemble, and as a data scientist, I can do visualization, and then I can see how it performed with my data set, such as like how much are like true, false, positive, and then the residual histogram, and then I think this is still in preview. I can also go back and choose another model and see like the stack ensemble, and again look up like what was the reason why, like where did it perform well now and where did it stop like going like crazy. Um, so that's the automated ML. Um, going back to my other, time to wrap it up, right? So let's tie these all together, what we've seen in literally less than an hour. We've gone through and reviewed the main industry advances in AI. We've introduced cognitive services and when to use them, observing the 80-20 rule. We have then went deeper and built a custom baseline model using AutoML. Well, we did not. And then we've trained a real-world open source aspect-based sentiment analysis, state-of-the-art model with NLP architect. And we've actually put that model to work so that we can try it out, and hopefully in the next session, they can give you more like working demos. Unfortunately, mine had like a 403 for some reason. And then key takeaways. So first of all, AI is instrumental to companies' success in the modern world, and most of the AI can be incorporated into production using cognitive services. However, for more complex tasks, Microsoft provides both simple code-less ways to train a baseline model and very sophisticated Azure ML service that can simplify life of a serious data scientist quite a bit. Whether you're an experienced ML professional or traditional developer, the Azure Machine Learning Service got you covered. So again, I've put up another docs and some great learning resources. And here is the summary of all the documentation pages. And here like an MS Learn alert if you want to learn more in an interactive way. And that's the statement around how the Azure currently works. They want to invent with purpose. And that should be it. Any question and answer time?
Thank you so much, Leo. I don't think we have any more unanswered questions on the comments on both Facebook and YouTube. So for everybody listening to this, we'd like to encourage you to put up questions in those channels, and yeah, feel free to just stay in this channel for more talk. So for the presentation, I guess those links is something that we could post later on, Leo, for the benefit of our audience.
Yep.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much, and thank you for doing this presentation. It was a sucky time for, I don't know. I suspect it's ADFS or some authorization
Yeah, there's like
service
maintenance.
that wasn't working well. But yeah, thank
Yeah,
you
because
so much for.
It's
for the way
Friday
that
night here, so maybe Microsoft decided that it's maintenance mode.
it's maintenance night. Yeah. That is true. All
Yeah.
right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leo, and good night to you there in the
All
U.S. All
right.
right.
Bye bye.
All right. Okay, so that was Leia Louise with our that talk about ML, about machine learning and those models. Don't worry if you missed the first part of that talk. We'll have another talk on ML, actually, another talk this time focusing on Azure Cognitive Services next. So let's just give some time for our next speaker to prepare. While he's doing that, I'd like to again thank everyone who had been part of preparing this event. Uh, Mobile.net Developers Philippines, MonPH, um, the Philippine SQL Server Users Group, FISAG, Programmers Developers Philippines, Azure Manila, and the Philippine.net Users Group. And then, of course, I'd like to very much thank our streaming manager right now, Nicole Games, for helping us out with the streaming. Um, Nicolay is a very young volunteer in the MS community, so he's helping old guys like me. He'd go online and do all this virtual casting and all of that. So yeah. To everyone who has just joined this event, I'm John. I lead the Philippine.net users group, and yeah, just looking over everyone who's supposed to uh be on this call. All right. Yeah, so I guess I'll take this time to say for anybody again, for anyone who has questions, any questions for our previous speaker, any questions for our subsequent talks, please feel free to comment on the to leave a comment on the YouTube and Facebook Live channels. All right. I think we are nearly ready with our next speaker. Give me a moment for this. All right. Okay. So, Michael, are you ready? Right. Remember to unmute yourself. I think you're good
Yep,
there.
yep, yep.
All right. So for our next talk, who is going to present about? Let me look at my código. All right. To talk to us about Azure Cognitive Services for .NET Core and Power Platform, please give it up to Mr. Michael Santonino. All right. You ready,
Hi
Michael?
guys,
Yeah.
rinig nyo ba ako?
Yes, naririnig ka namin. It's all good.
Okay, okay. So, kita naman yung screen ko, no?
Paki-mute yung ano mo, paki-mute yung laptop mo siguro if you're monitoring your own.
Wait lang, nagdodoble. Okay. Ayan, kinlose ko na yung Facebook Live. Nagdodoble yung audio. Rinig ba ako, guys? Hmm. Okay, hi guys, I'm Michael Santonino and I'm here to discuss with you today Azure Cognitive Services for .NET Core and Power Platform. So I lead the BizApps community here together with Paul and other uh, community leads. So for this topic, our session objectives would be to understand what is Azure Cognitive Services, what is Power Platform, then we will also discuss uh, how we can use Azure Cognitive Services in our .NET Core project and how we can use Azure Cognitive Services in our Power Platform project. So for the session agenda, uh, the first few minutes will be discussing about cognitive services and Power Platform. Then after that, we'll have a discussion and session demo on how to use it in a .NET Core project. Then some discussion again and another session demo on how to use it in a Power Platform project. So Azure Cognitive Services. So Microsoft has a set of services called Azure Cognitive Services, which is part of the AI services that they are offering. So basically, this is a comprehensive family of AI services that helps you build intelligent apps. So Azure Cognitive Services brings AI within the reach of every person or developer without requiring or learning or understanding machine learning skill sets. So basically, you don't need to be a machine learning expert. What you need to have is some understanding about cognitive services and what you want to your application to do. So all it takes is an API call. So basically, this is a set of APIs, and you need to utilize these APIs for your applications, whether it's .NET or any. Since it's an API, you can also use other languages. Basically, you just need to call the API from within your languages or technologies that you're using. And of course, you can also use it on your Power Platform projects. So what are the benefits of Azure Cognitive Services? So one is apply AI to more scenarios with the most comprehensive portfolio of domain-specific AI capabilities in the market. So basically, it doesn't cover every scenario that you have. It just covers the most common scenarios. And whenever you need a more custom or more specific scenario in your AI needs, you would need to delve into machine learning and deep learning. And of course, with that, you need some skill sets in Python and R or both. So that's where you need to have extensive knowledge in coding. So another benefit is build confidently with the first AI services to achieve human parity in computer vision, speech, and language. So when I use the cognitive services, they have they are not that perfect yet, but it's comparable or have human parity already, since humans can also have errors in understanding or in their cognitive intelligence. Same with the Azure Cognitive Services. And if you need something uh, more intelligent, then you would need to develop your own machine learning and AI models. So another benefit is deploy cognitive services anywhere from the cloud to the edge with containers. So since this is already hosted in Azure, so basically it's within your grasp. You can just add this service to any of your Azure app service applications or any Azure functions that you have and utilize it. So it's already in the cloud and it's easily accessible or deployable. And best of all, you don't need machine learning expertise. So basically, what you need to understand is the APIs that they're offering. So what are the APIs available to us when we use cognitive services? Uh, the first one is decision. So basically, this one is wait. I'll just drink some water. So this one is more geared towards decision making. So there are several service available to this. One is the anomaly detector, which allows you to monitor and detect anomalies in your data. So basically, if you have a set of data and you want to check for abnormalities or anomalies, you need this service. Then you have the content moderator. So basically, this one provides monitoring for possible offensive or undesirable content. So this one is for mostly for social content or any content available in the internet or any basically any content. Then we have the personalizer, which allows you to choose the best experience to show your users. So this one uses the data from the user's behavior. So if you're, this is something similar to what marketers use, uh, similar to what Facebook uses. When you browse your Facebook, it already knows your behavior and your personality. So the targeted marketing post shared with you on Facebook is depending on your profile already well this gathered by Facebook. So the next one is the language APIs. So this one is has a set of languages, set of services. Sorry. So this one is we have the language understanding or LUIS. So basically, LUIS allows your application to understand what a person wants. So basically, it enables your application to understand the intent or the motivate or the intent of the person. So the other one is the Q&A maker. So this one allows you to build a question and answer service for your content. Then we have text analytics. This one I'll show you a text analytics demo later on. So this one provides natural language processing over raw text for sentiment analysis, key phrase extraction, and language detection. Then we have the translator text API, which is provided for machine-based text translation for the users. The the other set of APIs is the speech API. So we have a speech service for this, which adds speech-enabled features for any applications. Then we also have a speaker recognition API, which provides algorithm for speaker identification and verification. So basically, your voice will be compared to already recorded set of data, and the application can recognize you. Then we also have Bing Speech, but this one will be retired. And the next set is the computer vision. This one I'll also uh, give a demo for this one. So for the computer vision, we have a computer vision service. Then it allows you to process image and return information. We also have the face detection service. Then lastly, we have web search. So basically, this is just a service on top of Bing search or the search API. So not that interested with that, but it's also available. So next we'll have a .NET Core demo. Okay. I have here a .NET Core simple console app already created. So basically, I have a class Azure OCR, which is an implementation of the computer vision service. And to add computer vision to your application, you just simply right click the project and click manage NuGet packages. Then when you browse, you need to search for the computer vision API. So this one is the API being used by this demo. So to gain access to cognitive services, you will need to register. But sadly, I had an issue also earlier with registration, so I don't have a. I can't give you a demo for that because I don't have my credit card is already used from my previous trial Azure account, and it doesn't allow me to create another one. So I'll just be using some existing instance before. So, but to give you an idea, when you register, you'll be given a key. This is the key, the subscription
Um,
key.
Michael, can you
Yes,
please would we be could you please zoom in? It's a little small for
yes.
our
Sorry, sorry.
viewers. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
thanks, John. Uh, hey, hey, guys, can you let me know how to zoom in on
Just
Visual Studio?
press press scroll just like your browser, right? You can press scroll click press control and then
Control scroll.
scroll
Okay.
through your yeah,
Yeah.
that will work.
Kita na,
There
guys.
you go. There you go. More or less. More or
Yeah.
less.
Yeah.
Mas malinaw na. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Okay. Thanks, John. So this one is the subscription key. So when you have an Azure subscription, you will just need to uh, add Azure Cognitive Services to your services that you're using. Just add it to your subscription. So when subscribing, you'll be required to enter a uh, custom URL for your service. So it all of it ends with this, and you'll just need to enter a unique uh, sometimes you use your company name or any for this is just a trial. So yep, I created a subscription helpers to hide the details of my current subscription so that it's not violating any contracts that I have. So when you what you need to do is to initialize an Azure OZR class, which I created here. Then you pass the subscription key and the URL, which will be used here. So basically, in your constructor, you just supply this information to the computer vision client. This is the class that you'll be using for uh, getting or querying the API. Then for this client, you need to pass you'll be instantiating an API key service client credentials, which will require you to use your subscription key. Then the endpoint, you'll just have to assign the endpoint to the endpoint property of your computer vision client class. So let's run this one. Let's run it first. Let me get my prepared image. Where is it? There it is. So for the Vision API, or for the OCR, you'll need to supply a URL. So the endpoint requires you to either supply a URL or a stream of your image. So for this, I'll be giving the URL. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's running. It succeeded. Okay, it says here that we have 16 lines of phrases. So we have Microsoft Power Platform. Yeah. We have the second line, which is the low code platform that spans blah blah blah. Then we have Power BI. So as you can see, this one is reading line by line. So Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, Power Virtual Agents. This one doesn't seem to distinguish these two separately, but that's okay. Business analytics, application development, process automation, intelligent virtual agents. This one is funny because since it's an image, as you can see, the image looks like a C and a D. So it interprets this as a dash with CD and another dash. Then on the AI builder icon, it recognizes this as an O. So these are just some possible issues that you will be encountering when you utilize this. So when there are some icons that looks like letters or words, and if that's the case, the Vision API might be able to recognize those as letters or words. So we have data, common data service, common connectors, AI builder, data service. So that's everything. So to explain what happened, of course this is common, but just to discuss to those new to development, we'll just reading the line, waiting for the URL. Then the URL will be passed to a method called extract text, and we will get the result from that method. So for the extract text, okay, we'll just be calling the image URL. Okay, this one is the one we're calling. So we'll just instantiate an HTTP client. Then we'll to get the image stream. We pass this URL to get stream async of the HTTP client. Then when we get that stream, image stream, we pass it to the uh, overloaded method of extract text, which accepts the stream image. Then this one, we get the uh, stream from the, we just read the stream from the image. We just read the image stream. Then in summary, we just need this. We just need to pass this to the text recognition. So here, client, here's the, okay, client. Okay, this one is the method, get read operation result async. So once we call that, we will just uh, read the operational result. Then once it stop running, we will get the recognition results here. And next we need to get the text result from this recognition result. So basically text result is also a class from the Azure Cognitive Services Computer Vision. So you will need to pass the recognition results for it to give you the text result. Then after that, we'll be returning the text result. So once we get the text result, we need to get all lines. So we just created a loop here and display it line by line. So to explore more, let's check the other methods available. So result, not we can get unique words, get word count, get result count, get line words. So if we're to get, let's try to use get unique words. So var words equals unique words equals. Okay. For pardon me for typing slowly. Just got this laptop and not familiar with the keyboard size yet, so getting a hard time typing. Equals zero.
Before we continue with that,
Okay.
Michael,
Yep.
Somebody is asking if you would be making this code available to our participants online.
Sure, sure. Do we
Me,
have something where I can
well,
uh, we
you
can
could
post
just
it?
you could just put it up in your own GitHub or something.
Yep, yep. Where can I forward you the link?
We could probably forward it
Can I
on
just post in Finog?
yeah. That would do. We could post a Finog and then I can repost that to the other groups as well.
Okay.
For the benefit of all the participants who want to see it.
Okay, thanks. Thanks. Yep,
Thank you
yep,
so much.
yep. This will be available. Plus, discounts. So, words. Okay, when we get the results, we can also parse it word by word. So instead of parsing it line by line, now we have it word per word. So let's run this. Oops. Copy that again. Okay, as we can see, we have this words. We have these lines for the previous loop that we have. So we have 16 lines, and now we have also the words being recognized by the Vision API. So we have 43 words. So basically, we start with Microsoft, then it ends with the service from the common data service. So aside from being able to read images, the OCR service also allows you to read PDF files. So let's try to use PDF. Copy. Let's run this. Okay, so you can see here, we've displayed one line, dummy PDF file. Then we got three words, dummy PDF and file. Let's find something more complex. So sample PDF. This one. This is this one. Copy. Let's run it. Okay. So it got 16 lines of text. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Basically, it got all the lines of text, and I'm not gonna count the words now. So since I'm pretty confident that it has a little margin of error, but it's a little close to accurate. So A to, well, as we can see, we can use this for PDF and images on our .NET code. So basically, you can create a website, create an application, or create a local local service for data integration, and probably read a couple of receipts. Some applications that I have in mind is dumping some receipts in a folder and parsing those and extracting the data so that you can revisit them later on. So let's continue. After the .NET Core demo, I'm going to introduce you to Power Platform. So like what you can see earlier, we just created a simple console app because of the lack of time we have. I can't create a really good application in a 1 hour presentation. But Power Platform allows us to do exactly that. We can create a simple UI and simple user interactions in just a matter of minutes. So what it allows us to do as a developer and as a technologist is to focus on work that matters. So basically, crude reporting, automation, bots. These are already done together with cognitive services that we can also utilize already, and we can focus our coding expertise onto more applications that have business impact. So less code gives us more power because we don't have to do repetitive coding and codes that are trivial. For example, UI is just needed for us to create an application, but it has really no business value to the user. We just need to create UI so that we can present what the app is actually offering to the users. So to make things faster, Power Platform enables us to create apps quickly, create reports quickly, and we can focus more on the code that really matters. So the Power Platform is a low-code platform that spans Office 365. This includes SharePoint, the word processing, and PowerPoint, Excel, etc., including MS Teams, and it also part of the Azure family because it's also part of the Azure family because it sits on top of the Azure Azure Cloud Platform. So basically, it is a platform as a service that sits on top of uh, Azure, which is an infrastructure as a service. Then this also spans Dynamics 365. So Dynamics 365 previously was if you're an old Gen X or an uh, old guy like me. So Dynamics is a suite of applications purchased by Microsoft previously. This includes Dynamics Nav, Dynamics GL, etc. Dynamics, Axapta. Then later on, there comes Dynamics CRM, which uh, has a good integration and customization capabilities, which got a lot of traction and becomes a good competitor for Salesforce. And with this success, it enables Microsoft to integrate all the remaining Dynamics into one platform, which is Dynamics CRM, and rename it or rebrand it to Dynamics 365 to include all the Dynamics umbrella, and also standalone applications that we create using Power Apps. So basically, Power BI, which will be discussed later by Argelo, I think, will be the what you call this, the business intelligence part of this platform. So it gives users insights, and it gives us developers a way to communicate visually and give informed decision to the users. So the next one is Power Apps, which is for rapid application development. So if you, I would like to describe Power Apps as the reincarnation of the old BB6 RAD era, wherein you could drag and drop controls and call it an app already. But the power with this is the same as VB before, which is you can extend this using coding through PCF, which before we use MFC using C++ for creating custom controls for VB6 developers. So it's a rehash of the old technology, but it's very timely today because it's being done in the cloud, so it's good. Then we have Power Automate. So this one is more of an integration platform, and it has a limited set of connectors, but it's already uh, there are premium and there are free connectors. So the free connectors are already will already make you productive, but for some connectors you need to have a premium license, or you can extend it using coding and create your own custom connectors. So one of the use cases for cognitive services is you can create your own or utilize the cognitive services API and use it as a connector or create a custom connector from it on top of it. Then we have Power Virtual Agents, which is quite new. So this is before Power Virtual Agents. There's Lois and Bot framework, which a lot of developers uh, have used already. Then this one is the no code platform version of it, wherein you already have templates, and you could create bots using drag and drop operations. But this is also extensible and can utilize Microsoft Bot Framework to use custom bots. Then, of course, as described earlier, we have data connectors, which is already available and can be utilized, and can we can use also custom connectors using the Open API or the Swagger specification. As long as we adhere to that, we could import or create a custom connector for our API endpoints. We can use Microsoft Functions uh, custom APIs hosted elsewhere. So there's also the AI builder, which have a custom or drag and drop way to create AIs, and of course the common data service, which allows you to uh, to have a common ground for accessing data, and you don't need to think whether it's hosted on a Microsoft SQL Server or Oracle. You'll have a common language on accessing this service. So let's proceed to our Power Apps demo. Okay, like Azure Power Apps you can have trial on Power Apps, but the only benefit with this is that you don't need a credit card to register for this, but you still need a valid business email to register for a trial or a community version. So here we have apps wherein you could see your apps. Then we have the create button on the left. So this is where you would go to create your apps. Then on the bottom next to that is data. This is where the common data service resides. So if you click this, you'll see this is your entities. Uh, this is similar to tables in uh, RDBMS, and in CDS it is called entities, and it also has, let's open this one, also has relationships, business rules. But the benefit of that is in Power Apps you have two ways in creating an app. One is Canvas apps, which is geared towards more mobile experience, and we have the model-driven apps, which is more suited for back office operations and more suited for use with your PC or laptop. The benefit of that is when you create an entity, you'll already be having a set of views and a set of forms. So the CRUD operation is already done for you. And you can focus on just customizing that and adding business rules and triggering different uh, flows to make the business run. And it enables you to focus on codes and tasks that have more impact to the business. Let's skip flows. Here we have the AI builder. So in AI builder, you have ways to create different AI models and utilize already existing templates like the business card reader, text recognition, sentiment analysis. Then what else? Let's skip that and let's go over to the actual app. Where's my app? No. One of the issues is of doing live demo and on a cloud platform is having the demo gods.
Kulang ka rin
You,
ng ally, Michael.
you have to have demogod favor. So this is just a simple app. So you can just do this by dragging UI components. So you can drag this image was created using this. Uh, okay, this one, the image. Then this is a text input. So then we'll just set the mode to multiline. Then we have the button. You add this by just clicking a button on the left. Button where you this one. So that's how we do it. Then this is just a text label. So you just click this and you set the value. Anyway, if you want to know more about the Power Apps and Power Automate, we'll be having some workshop sometime this month. I think near end of the month. So you can attend that event also. So to make this form work, so like I said earlier, you can easily create this form and focus on what really matters. Which what we're trying to do here is have a sentiment analysis for the phrase that I'm going to type here. So to do that, we need to add data source. Then we need to add the text analytics connector. So connectors. So once you add the text analytics connector, when you add this, this will also ask you for the subscription key and the URL earlier that I've shown in the .NET demo. So basically, to make this work, we just need two simple chunks of code. We need to have a code for the on select of the analyze button. So this one we're calling clear collect to store the result of the text sentiment method to the sentiment collect variable, which is a collection. Then we call the text analytics connector that we added, then call the text sentiment version 2, then pass the text that we have here. After that, we get the result, and that will be saved to sentiment collect. Another important chunk of code is to set the value for this label. So to display the sentiment score that we have for our content that I'll be typing on the text box later. So you just need to get the sentiment collect that value, then get the first item of that collection, then also get the value of that score. Then we round it to 3 decimal places and we multiply that by 100 so that we'll get the percentage instead of the decimal value. So let's run this. One small note, in your app, this one, there's an on start. So you need to set clear for the sentiment collect so that whenever you run the app, it will clear the value that you previously saved. So let's run this one and let's say I am happy. Analyze. So the text analytics views my uh, content as being happy and it views it as a positive sentiment. Next, I am mad. So it's closer to zero, so it's not. It's very almost. It's negative.
I
So
have
I
a
am
question.
mad.
Yeah, I have a question about that. Is zero negative or is it neutral?
Well,
So what's the neutral point?
it just gauges the how positive the score is. So if it's
Right.
zero or close to zero, it's it how do you say this? When you say positive and negative in a logical sense, it means the
Yeah.
complete opposite, right? So it's just gauging how positive it is. So if it's
All right. So
near
it
to
doesn't
zero
have any
positive,
opinion about whether it's negative.
yeah. The I think this one is pretty negative. So basically, it's just saying that it's 0% sure it's positive, 0.4% sure it's positive. So it's almost negative. So
Okay. Okay.
so it's a low score. So it's a pretty much for me. It's a negative sentiment.
It's a
We
low
say I'm
positive.
mad,
Yeah.
that that
All
makes
right.
me happy.
Another question that had come from the comments, and
Yep.
I think this also applies to the OCR and stuff that you showed earlier. So is this only available for English? If not, what other languages would be it be available in?
I think it's also available in other languages, but definitely I don't think there's a Filipino language yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think there's a list available. I just don't have it right now. But mostly in my experience, I mostly use the English language for work.
Okay.
So
Okay. That's fine. Thank you.
let's see if this makes it a little more positive. Wow. So it's contradicting, but since being mad makes you happy, then it seems a little positive for the sentiment analysis. So that's it to wrap this up. So I guess to learn more about Power Apps, you could approach me or Paul or any of the this apps community guys, and also attend the that what you call this the flow in a day that will be coming this May as well. So I guess that's it, guys. If you have any more questions, feel free to send them in now.
Somebody asked, "How about I'm so crazy?"
Let's see.
It probably just wants to put it in. Yeah.
I am so crazy. I don't know
What's the
about
result?
cognitive. That's 77% positive based on it's not me.
Crazy is 77% positive. All right. All
That's
right.
according to
3/4 of the
cognitive
way there.
service.
Yeah. It feels though like the scale is 50% is probably neutral and then 0% is probably
Yeah,
negative.
I'm so lazy.
That looks that way. But
Lazy
crazy
is
being a positive thing, I'm not sure.
well, probably it depends on what's the other word. Probably I'm so crazy. in love.
All right, all right. Yeah. Again, for our viewers, if you have any questions, feel free to type them in the comments. And we're going to try to address them as soon as we can. For those who have other things, can you tell us more about your next events, Michael?
Let me check my
Again, yeah,
calendar.
the one that you mentioned earlier.
I think it's on the 29th or the 30th, but I'll be posting this also in the Philippine.net users group. So about this event.
Yeah, it would be great if you could put that event there so we could also disseminate it among
Yep.
everybody who is
Yeah.
interested in attending and learning more about Power Apps and learning more about other
Yes.
dynamics and Power BI stuff from you guys. So
Yes. This one is a
yeah,
workshop, so you would need to have a trial version, or you can
I'm
have
pretty
the
sure.
free version of the. I think there's a free version. There's still a free version of the Power Automate,
Okay,
so it's
okay,
okay to use that as well. And
yeah. We will
uh,
expect a lot of questions about credit cards when you come to that
yeah,
come to that event. Yeah. Okay. If there are any more questions in the audience, yeah. Michael, can you uh close this off, or any parting words for us?
yeah, I'm thankful for this community and the Microsoft community, and thanks guys for attending. And please hold on, and since we'll be having more sessions later today. And if you just joined, stay tuned for the next sessions. And thanks, guys, and thank you to the organizers as well.
All
That's
right.
it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michael. There was one. Wait. Before you go, there was one pahabol na tanong. Ano? Meron bang actual sentiment sample from his work, maybe, or from actual user comments somewhere, just to test how the application process complex or long statements? Is this? Yeah. Do you have that, or is this something that maybe
Long
Paul can?
statements.
Yeah.
Let's get something from the internet
Yeah.
about the COVID.
Or we still have, I think we still have some topics about this later, or do we? Anyway, there will be, there are people in the chat as well that could be able to respond to that. Michael, maybe you can jump on the live stream later to answer that question
Yep, sure, guys.
from the audience. This one had come from the watch party hosted on Finag. So yeah. And to the person who did post that question, Mr. Mark Renel Francia, please feel free to reach out to our speaker as well. I'm pretty sure he'd be happy to answer your question. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Thanks,
Michael.
John.
Thank you. All right. And to know more about those Power Apps, Power BI, Dynamics 365, do go to their community. I believe there's a community for yeah. Paul, help me out here.
It's BizApps
The
PH. You could search for
Biz Apps
Facebook.
PH. Oh, there,
Yes.
there, there. All right. Biz Apps PH. So I had been mentioning some of the communities earlier. I apologize for missing out. Biz Apps PH. That would have been, that would
It's
have
okay.
been
We're still
the
small and growing. Thanks, John.
yeah, but yeah, all right. So for everyone, also check that Facebook group, the Biz Apps PH, and yeah, thank you for participating in our virtual Azure Global Bootcamp. All right. So the time is 11:45, and I believe we're a bit behind schedule, but it looks like I'm up next for the talk. But before I move on to the talk that I'm going to give, I'd like to take this opportunity again to thank BizApps PH again. Thank you for participating. Thank you to Mobile.net Developers Philippines, Programmers Developers Community, Azure Manila, Philippine.net Users Group, Philippine SQL Server Users Group, and of course to our stream host and stream manager Nicolay Games. Thank you so much for helping us with this event and broadcasting this everywhere. All right. Okay. So maybe to regale you for your lunch times, I'll be presenting next. So let me just proceed to my screen. What I'll be talking about a quick comparison between Azure pipelines versus GitHub Actions. Um, Right. Azure pipelines is something that is familiar for everybody who had already been using um, Azure DevOps for a long time, right? But with the acquisition of with the acquisition of GitHub by Microsoft, and then GitHub putting out GitHub Actions later on, people had thought that, so what's GitHub Actions? Is it Azure pipelines for GitHub? But it's apparently it's not. GitHub Actions is dependent. So I'm going to talk more about that. Let me just put up my slides, and let's see if we're good to go with that with this presentation. Okay, but before I proceed, okay, I'm not sure if my screen is being seen. I'm a little blindsided by this. All right. There's something that I need to do. Okay, let me present uh, my PowerPoint slideshow. All right. Thank you very much to again. Thank you to Nicolay for managing the stream. All right, so just a very quick lightning talk on a quick in well, I said quick already. A quick comparison between Azure pipelines and GitHub Actions. So yeah, again, good. It's still morning. Good morning to everyone in this stream. My name is John Limhap. I'm the UG lead for the Philippine.net users group, and I'm also a principal developer for a company called PageUp. So you can follow me on Twitter on at latex. Trigger warning. I'm a bit dilawan. Sorry. Sorry to the DDS. All right. Let's not go into that. Let's go into Azure Pipelines and GitHub Actions, and that is something that we're going to discuss now. So, what are they in the first place? All right. So, people doing DevOps in the audience, they would already be aware that Azure Pipelines and GitHub Actions are tools that enable continuous integration and continuous deployment for your applications. So if anybody's unfamiliar with continuous integration and continuous deployment, which we call CI/CD, so basically, if you're developing apps, you're developing them with teams, right? And people put in code all the time on different parts of the system, and they need to work together, and whatever the build is needs to get out there, either directly deployed to production, which is a bad idea, or deployed to some other server first, like a staging server, where then they would be tested, and after that testing, if the testing goes well, they would be deployed directly to the production server. So that whole process is CI/CD, And these are two things that enable those. But Microsoft being the owner of both products, it has there was a bit of confusion on what the difference about them is. So that's what we're going to talk about. All right. Azure pipelines and GitHub Actions specifically allow you to define each step in the CI/CD process. So it allows you to define virtual machines where the build will occur. It will run the build. It will tell you whether it will tell you what artifacts will be included in that build. If you would, for example, if you need your debug symbols in it, or if you need your unit tests for a specific step, it would all also define that. And then it also provides hooks and triggers and events to determine what action to take depending on an event. So an event could be um, a member of your team, being able to commit some code, putting up a code, or putting up a, say, a pull request. If you're following the GitHub flow, putting up a pull request will also can also be one of those events that triggers. And finally, right now they are defined in YAML files, and that is traditionally Azure pipelines um, in the old interface during the first releases of Azure DevOps, and even before that, the Visual Studio, VSTS, and things like that. There was a classic editor, and that is somewhat still available. I'll clarify later on what is available and what is not. But now, what is in common between Azure pipelines and GitHub Actions is that they're defined in YAML files. YAML files are uh, uh, a format, a specific markup language. I forgotten or forget now what YNA means, but it's a markup language that is geared towards more something that's more simple than, let's say, XML or JSON, and to define those build actions that you need for CI/CD. All right, so there's a bit of um, parallelism between the two. You have When you're reading more about this literature, it helps to be able to figure out what one term means in the other side. So pipeline and workflow are the same. A trigger in Azure pipelines and an event in GitHub Actions are the same. Both of them call their jobs job. Both of them call their steps steps. But when it comes to something like a task in Azure pipelines is an action in GitHub. An agent in Azure pipelines is a virtual environment. So these are some of the parallel terms, and and you probably see that the overall concepts are actually the same. They don't differ much at all, and that helps in translating it for when you want for when you need to migrate from one to the other. All right, some key differences between the two, though, is that, for example, in Azure Pipelines had always offered a editor. It's now called the Classic Editor, and but to clarify, even the Classic Editor always ended up in a YAML file in the background. So that's saved with your source code, and that's what is picked up by the build system that you have defined when Azure DevOps, for example, picks up um, your build and tries to define the next actions with it. All right. So just a glimpse of the classic editor. So this was what it had been before, but each step here is actually translated into YAML anyway. So that should have made it more seamless you know, to transition to the new YAML um, paradigm. All right. Other key differences. Azure Pipelines allows for omitting some of the structure in job definitions. So, for example, if you only have one job in Azure Pipelines, you don't have to define a job explicitly as another node. You can just include the tasks and the actions there underneath. Um, but with with GitHub, that needs to have more structure. At the same time, Azure pipeline stages can be defined in the same YAML file. So the different stages from building on your dev to deploying to a staging server, to deploying to a test server, to deploying to another one. It could all be in one YAML file, but GitHub Actions needs separate workflow files. All right. Syntax differences in YAML. So both of them have basically the same structure, but with different keywords or different terms. So for example, a job is a job, yes, but a job definition for scripts in Azure pipelines just scripts on GitHub Actions. Your environment definition is called a VM image in Azure pipelines. It's not in this example, but in GitHub Actions, the keyword is agent, and then for the steps, it looks pretty similar, except that for Azure pipelines, there is an independent keyword for each step that is specific to, let's say, Bash or PowerShell. You use this keyword dash bash that pwsh push. I don't know how to pronounce that. Um, but for GitHub Actions, that is the shell is actually something that you define right after the series of steps that you are going to take. That being said, you can still use different shells like either Bash or PowerShell for uh, for these. Of course, this is just a very tiny subset of the differences. There is a more extensive document here in docs.microsoft.com that I will share later on. Other key differences: Azure Pipelines allows for omitting some structure and job definitions that I had. Oh wait, this is the same. This is the same slide. I apologize for that. I've been copied twice over. Right. So just for more information on this, because this is really just a lightning talk. You could go to um https slash slash docs.microsoft.com slash n dash us slash azure slash devops slash pipelines for Azure pipelines and help.github.com slash en slash actions on GitHub Actions. GitHub Actions has a specific pages for when you are migrating from another CI/CD. All right. I think I did miss. All right. Apologies for this. I think I did miss a specific slide in my deck, and I am looking for it right now because it is not. It has disappeared. Okay. Okay, I have a ghost slide that did not make it to my presentation. So let me, okay, give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. I'm not sure if I had presented properly earlier. Okay, I think I did. Yep. One of the key questions that we want to answer about pipelines versus GitHub Actions is, when do you use one and when do you use the other? And I think that's the biggest question that a lot of people have. So Azure pipelines is something that would be best to use if you are a Microsoft shop, a fully Microsoft dev shop doing Azure. fully integrated into the Microsoft ecosystem, and you're fully utilizing Azure DevOps, including the authorizations to the Azure accounts and all of that. If you're that kind of company, that's Azure Pipelines is perfect for you, and you could take advantage of the UI and all of that. But if you have a project that is open source, and it is a project that is available to external contributors, people who are not in the same organizational structure, people who are depending on their um, GitHub authorization or their GitHub identity to be able to push things into your code base and do pull requests and test things and things like that. GitHub Actions would be the way to go. Also, this might be heresy for this particular session, but if they are using something else other than Azure, let's say AWS or Google Cloud platform, have no choice. You have to use GitHub Actions for that, and that is something that I am personally using in my day job because we aren't using Azure, unfortunately. All right. So given that, if you have any more questions, let me give a quick check on the different channels if there are questions. All right. I don't see any questions, but yeah, if you have more questions about this, if you have questions about um um Azure pipelines versus GitHub Actions, please feel free to reach out to the Philippine.net users group page, and we'll try to the page or the group on Facebook, or even the meetup.com comments. We could try to we would try to answer your question as soon as possible. All right. So with that, should I be turning over to Brian? Are you here? Are you in this meeting? Okay, let's just wait for our next host, Brian. All right, there's Brian. Pa unmute,
Hey, sir.
pa-unmute.
Hello.
All right, good
Ayun.
afternoon, Brian.
Good
Okay,
afternoon, sir. Ayun.
so ikaw rin naman yung next talk. I think the next
Mhm.
talk would be about ano,
Azure
yeah,
Logic
Azure
Apps.
Logic Apps. All
Yes.
right. So having fun with Azure Logic Apps. So,
Mm-hmm.
Brian, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you
All
very
right, sir.
much.
Yep. So let me just share my screen. Here we go. All right. So it's gonna open up full screen. All right. So hey, guys. Good morning. I'm Brian Anthony Garcia. I'm a Microsoft MVP for Developer Technologies. Oh, and I'm gonna talk about for about 15 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, and I'm gonna talk about one of the easiest service that you can use is with Azure, which is Azure Logic Apps. So Azure Logic Apps allows you to integrate services within Azure and third-party services and build a whole workflow in just a few minutes. So let's jump in. So again, Azure Logic Apps. What it allows you to do is you can schedule, automate, and orchestrate workflows to build these flows that represent your business flow. May it be scheduling an ETL, dealing with newly added blobs in a blob storage, and right after that, maybe sending out emails and integrating it into SharePoint or other third-party integrations or third-party services such as Twitter, Twilio, Salesforce, what else? OneDrive, um, Outlook, and even Gmail. So the great thing about this is that thinking about it, integration, automation, and dealing with all these services seems a lot of work. maybe a lot of coding, a lot of configurations. But in reality, with the help of the user-friendly tools provided us by Azure, we can build these workflows in just a few minutes. And that's what we're going to do later. So let's talk about how it works. So this is how Azure Logic Apps work. So we have these things called actions, and these actions are step by steps, or step by step rather. And yeah, so we have actions after actions after actions. But the good thing about this is it's not just linear. So you can always have or add controls such as condition. For this example, we have, like, for example, if the condition was met, then go to this original action. If it's not, then go to a different action. You can also add in controls such as looping and switch. But for now, let's talk about linear workflow. So again, as an example, we have these three actions, and for each action, we have an input and an output. So these actions can use the outputs from the previous action. So the second action can use the output coming from the first one. The third one can use the output coming from the second one. Um, and yeah, as an example, here it is. So this workflow, what it does is it gets the account by user ID, and what once it retrieves the account coming from the first action, which is the get account, we can now proceed to the next action wherein we are retrieving a subscription, maybe from a third-party service, and we're using the account email, which is an output of the first action, and we're checking if that email is subscribed to a specific service. If it is, then we can now proceed to the third action, which is the send email, wherein we are going to be sending emails to maybe to the user itself and maybe to the admin. So as you can see right here, we are using the same output coming from the very first action into the third action. So no worries about that. Wherever it is coming from, as long as it's from the top or from the previous actions, you can always use that on the below action. So as long as they're on top of the of that action, you can use the output. So how about the triggers? So how are these things triggered, or how is the workflow triggered? So you have a lot of options. So the first option is schedule. So scheduling maybe a time and date, maybe schedule it every Monday and Friday, 9 p.m. So you can execute this on those times. Or maybe you have a blob trigger wherein whenever you push something into your blob storage, you push a new blob, this will be executed. So maybe a new document, etc. So depends to you. And another one is the HTTP triggers, which allows you to, trigger it maybe using an HTTP call or a REST API call. And lastly, the good thing about this is you have connectors. So connectors allows you to use services as triggers. So these connectors provide you triggers. So again, talking about connectors, the great thing about this is you have 200 plus built-in connectors available for you to use. And some of them are Twitter, SendGrid, Outlook, Gmail, and SharePoint, and a lot of these things that you see on your screen. And as an example, the Outlook connector has a trigger and an action, or has triggers and actions. So a sample of a trigger from Outlook can be whenever you receive an email. So that can be a trigger for your workflow. And an action from Outlook can be send an email, send a calendar invite, or delete a calendar invite, delete an email, or modify an email, or reply to an email rather, and etc. So those are the things that you can do with some of these connectors. And lastly, you can even create your own connector. Let's say you have your own API, and you have these API definitions from Open API or Postman collection. You can really upload this to Azure and create this custom connector and use it in your workflow. So yeah, again, whatever you need for your business flow. May it be as simple as uploading an image coming from Instagram to your OneDrive, or as complex as dealing with Salesforce through the one on-premise gateway, down to the SharePoint, SAP, and even Power BI. It is possible for you. And you might be asking, or you might have heard of Azure Functions, and you want to compare it with Azure Logic Apps. So, uh, yeah, what's the difference between the two? So the difference mainly is with Azure Logic Apps, you're dealing with workflow, and for the Azure Functions, you're dealing with the code. So both are triggered by events, but mainly for Azure Logic Apps, you'll be dealing with workflows, and for the Azure Functions, you'll be dealing with blocks of code. So apart from that, with Azure Logic Apps, you can only run it in the cloud. May it be in Azure Portal or in Visual Studio. Whenever you run it, it's always in the cloud. While for the Azure Functions, you can develop and debug it locally and also in the cloud. And both are serverless actually, and can be integrated with each other. So you can integrate Azure Logic Apps within Azure Functions, and vice versa. So it depends on how you would want to do it. And yeah, I think we're done uh, with the slides, and we can now proceed with the demo. So this is just really gonna be a quick demo, wherein what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a workflow that will be triggered by every tweet about Michael Jordan. So let's say someone tweets about Michael Jordan and he says something nice. So we'll use a cognitive service API to check if the tweet was nice or negative. If it's nice, then send it to me. Send it to my email account, just so maybe I can follow that guy, maybe befriend that guy. But in reality, this is not really gonna happen. This is just for the demo sake of the demo. But yeah, this is one of the quickest way to show how powerful Azure Logic Apps really is, and without doing a lot. So yeah, I guess let's proceed with the demo. So let me just share another screen. I just stop presenting and present a Chrome instead. So I'm here in the um Azure portal. So I think you've seen Azure portal on the previous talk, so I won't discuss this. But anyway, what we want to do is to create a new resource, which is the Azure Logic app. So you can just search for Logic app, and there we go. You can just create it, give it a name, select a resource group. We're gonna go with the demo. Logic app name can be Michael Jordan tweet sentiment. And for the location, let's just go with the Southeast Asia. There we go. And you can just click review and create. Nothing else really. Let's just wait for it to validate. There we go. You can just create this. So while this is creating, again, I've mentioned that I want to integrate it into an Azure Cognitive Service API. So what we're going to be using is the Azure Text Analytics, or Azure Cognitive Service Text Analytics API. So with this, you're going to be able to analyze the sentiment of the text. So for example, this is a text that I typed in. That was amazing. I would love to watch another game. So when I analyze this, you would see that the result is positive. So it means 100% sure that it is positive sentiment, which is obviously is. And if you check the JSON, which we will not be dealing at all later on. But yeah, this is a service that I would like to try out or use in my workflow. And the great thing about this is that I don't want to spend a lot of time. So I created one ahead of time. So yeah, this is one is the Text Analytics API GA 2020, Global Azure 2020. And now I think it is created, or yeah, still underway. So what we would need is, of course, our Twitter account, and of course an Outlook account. And earlier again, we've created the Twitter, the text analytics. And there we go. It's now completed. So I can now go to the resource. And okay, so I was navigated to the Logic Apps Designer immediately once I click um, the go to resource. And this is what we actually are going to be using. So the Logic Apps Designer allows us to create these workflows to add actions at the top of each other. So yeah, we can you can watch the video if you want to see how Logic Apps work. You can actually start off with a trigger right here. We have multiple triggers right here that we can use, and what we're going to be using is the when a tweet is posted actually. But showing at the bottom, as you can see, um, there are these templates that you can use. You know, like for example, you want to maybe whenever you receive an email with an attachment, you can save it in a SharePoint document library, things like that. So these are some of the templates that you can just configure. But I want to start off with from scratch. So let's select the Logic app or the blank Logic app, and right here you can see that it is giving me these options right here, which I used recently. I did some tests earlier. But what we want to do is to look for Twitter triggers. So I said that earlier. What I want to do is whenever someone tweets about Michael Jordan, we want this to be triggered. So right here, what it needs is to give it for me to give it a search text. Wherein again, what I want to do is whenever someone searches for Michael Jordan, and how do I often or how often do I want to check it? Maybe every 1 minute. And so yeah, this is our first action. So our first action, the input is going to be the the trigger rather is going to be whenever someone tweets about Michael Jordan, and the output of this is the actual tweet details. So the next thing that we want to do is to analyze the tweet. Whenever someone posts about Michael Jordan, we want to know if it's positive or negative. If it's is talking about Michael Jordan nicely or negatively. So let's select the text analytics rather, which is the Azure Cognitive Service API. So you have different actions right here. So you have the text language, the text sentiment, check the key phrases. But we're gonna use the text sentiment. Again, we want to know if it's positive or negative. So right here, we can add the parameter. So these parameters are from the text sentiment, from the Azure Cognitive Service API. So what we want to do is to analyze a text. So that's what we are selecting. So let's check that box. And right here, we can now provide the text to analyze. So we can analyze maybe, um, I think in our scenario, we are going to analyze the tweet text, which is the tweet itself. And yeah, I think that is it for the text sentiment. And lastly, what we want to do is now if the tweet is positive, we want to send out an email or send an email to me saying that this guy tweeted something nice about Michael Jordan, and if it's negative, then we're not gonna do anything. So let's just use the controls, or we will be needing a condition right here. So we'll be using a control. So controls have these different, we have different controls right here. We have the condition, we have the for each, the switch, and the terminate. But for now, we're going to be using the condition because that's what we need. And what we're going to be using here is the response of or the output of the text sentiment, which is the body, the ID, and the score. So what is the score? The score is like a decimal. It is a decimal number from 0 0.0 to 1.0. And if the score is above zero point 0.7, it is positive. It means it is a positive response or a positive. Yeah, the tweet was positive. If it's less than 3 or zero point 0.3, then it means it has a negative connotation, as you can see right here. But yeah, this is what we're gonna use. Let's add it again. There we go. Now what we want to do is, again, we are gonna check if the score is greater than zero point 0.7, meaning what we want to do is to check if it's positive or not. And if it's positive, then you should do something. And what we're going to do is we're going to send out an email. So we're going to be using an Outlook. Uh, oh, sorry about that. Let me delete that. Yep. Um, and yeah, let's select the outlook.com. So what I'll be using is send email. Right here, send an email version 2. And as you may notice that I'm not connecting any Twitter accounts, any APIs, or the Azure Cognitive Text Service, Text Analytics API, and even the what you call this, the Outlook email. So I think once you set it up on one Azure Logic apps, which I've already tried this out a couple of times, it will already be saved for you. So as you can see, I can change my connection, but I'm currently connected to my account, which is Mind of AI, which is my Twitter account. So we can actually change this to something else. Maybe add a new Twitter account. But right here, since I've already added it earlier, so I really don't have to add it. But to add it, you can just, if you've experienced, creating an account on a maybe a social media using your Facebook account, you will see kind of this authorization rather. That's just basically it. Just need to authorize Azure Logic apps to use your Twitter account. So yeah, going back here. So what we want to do now is if the score is more than zero point 0.7, or basically if the sentiment is positive, what we want to do is to send an email to me, to my account. Oh, live.com with a subject. So the subject can be, maybe let's use the tweet coming from the very first action, and let's use the tweeted by. So let's say that maybe the tweeted by value is maybe Michael Jordan fan. That is the name of his Twitter account. Tweeted something nice. So about MJ. So this is basically just concatenation. So we're concatenating the tweeted by, which is the name of the Twitter user, and we're concatenating this text right here. And what we want to do now, and the body, is we want to display the actual tweet. So what we want to do is to call again the tweeted by, then tweeted the actual tweet. So what we're gonna get here is that, for example, let's just say that someone posted about Michael Jordan, and he said Michael Jordan is the best player of all time. It's gonna detect the sentiment right here, and it is a positive sentiment. So in the condition, it will probably get maybe more than zero point 0.7, maybe 0.9, 0.10, or 1.0. And if it's true, then we will send out an email. And what we are going to be sending is an email with the subject of whoever tweeted that, tweeted something nice about MJ. And for the body, we have again the Twitter username, tweeted, and the actual tweet. And it will be sent to my account. So I guess that's all that we want to do right here. So now we can just save this and we can test this out. So I have my email right here ready. So in case someone sends an email, and to test this, I'm gonna tweet something. So let me just, yeah, it's already saved. So what we can do to test this out is to run this. So we can just press run, but let's just type in something nice for Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan is the best player of all time. It's true. And yeah, I can just press run. Did I press run? There we go. And then I can just tweet this. Hopefully, you're the first one to tweet that on our testing. So yeah, so there is the Logic Apps workflow has been triggered because someone posted. But yeah, an action failed. Snow dependent actions succeeded. Let me just check this one. So again, these things happen when you are testing them. Let's see what's happening right here. Score. Okay. Oh, sorry. Text sentiment, tweet text, which is nice. Sending email to my account, which is just right. Okay. So let's just run this again. Let's just do it again. Okay, so the input was, well, it was negative. Probably someone else posted something. So let me just see. Yeah, so someone tweeted out this. So the tweet text was, "Y'all watch the mummy, white folks with white folks." So it's kind of like about someone else. It's Michael B. Jordan. So we have these issues as well. So let's try it out again, one more time. And hopefully this time it captures my tweet and it works properly. And it's still not capturing my tweet. So yeah, I guess I can just show you something that I did earlier, or let's just do it one more time. Okay, I've been tweeting a lot about Michael Jordan now. Jordan is the best. Okay, one more. Okay, it is still false. Maybe something else was tweeted. So this one is actually, again, with the text sentiment, you can detect even other languages, so it's good. But unfortunately, it still did not capture my tweet. Instead, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go back to the tweet sentiment. I'm just gonna run the trigger, meaning all the tweets that will be sent about Michael Jordan can now be triggered, or can now go through that workflow. And I actually received some emails now. So yeah, this is coming from the document or the workflow that we created. So we are receiving an email because someone tweeted about Michael Jordan. So yeah, this one right here. Imagine being young and during Michael Jordan's reign on professional sports, you probably felt invincible. So this kind of like it is a positive thing to say about Michael Jordan, and that is the reason why it was sent to me. Meaning, is this a it has a positive sentiment, so I must receive an email. So let's just run one more trigger. Let's see if it's gonna send me a few more emails. My top 11 players of all time. So this is positive as well because he's saying that Michael Jordan is his top player. So yeah, this is another example, and I received an email. I actually archived some of the emails that I tested earlier. This one right here is one of my successful tests, which is coming from me. That I tweeted Michael Jordan is greatest, which is true. So I received that email using my test earlier. But yeah, again, that is the Azure Logic apps for you. You can have these, um, run every minute, which is what it's gonna do. So you can also revisit some of the things that you've done or that it was it used, or some of the tweets that triggered this workflow. So you can check them out if you want to. So right here, Logic Apron, you can check that out. But yeah, I think that is it for my demo. So again, that is a really quick way to build a workflow wherein you will integrate a Twitter API into an Azure Cognitive Service Text Sentiment API and into a Outlook API. So all of those integrated without even coding anything, and it just took us a few minutes, and it's already now in the cloud. So as easy as that is, Azure Logic Apps is that powerful. So yeah, let me go back to my slide. Let me just um let me just share a window again. Oh, not this one. Sorry about that. A window. This one right here. So yeah. So that's done. So now, if you want to test out the demo that I did earlier, which is the tweet sentiment, you can access this link so you can follow along. This is actually it includes the Azure functions as well. If you want to try out Azure functions, if you want to create custom connectors for Azure Logic apps, you can also create one using this link. And lastly, if you want to try out Azure Cognitive Service APIs, this one right here is a text sentiment. So you can just visit these URLs. And yeah, I think for the Q&A, we'll just skip it and just you can just ask questions in the live chat, but I will answer them after my session, which is now. So I'm not really gonna answer questions uh, on the stream. Instead, I'll just reply on your to your comments. So yeah, again, thank you so much for listening. This is a lightning talk talking about Azure Logic apps and how to have fun with it. Because I actually had fun creating these workflows, which is not really for business purposes, but you can, of course, definitely use it for business purposes. But for me, I tested it to just to have fun because I really enjoyed doing it. It's really easy, and the output is there immediately for you. And yeah, again, I'm Brian Anthony Garcia. You can follow me on Twitter at mindofai.com. And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you so much for listening to my talk. All right. All right. So, yeah, I guess we can now proceed to our next speaker. But before that, we might need to have maybe a 5 minute break just for him to prepare his slides, uh, test out the slides again, and test out his microphone. But yeah, thank you for listening. Hello, Paul.
Hi, bro.
Ayun, pasensya na, na-adjust yung oras.
Okay
Alam
lang.
ko, sabi mo 11 a.m. ka dapat. Pero anyway,
Dude,
ready ka na ba?
Oo, yeah.
Okay na.
Ano naman ako eh. Mabilis lang
Alright.
din.
Sige, sige. Maybe we can start na rin. Wait lang. Sabihan ko lang si Nicolai. Sige. Yeah, I think we can now proceed to our next session, which is going to be about um, microservices, design patterns for Azure. And our speaker is going to be Paul Soliman. So Paul Soliman is a Microsoft MVP for business apps, and also he is a chief technology officer from Raven Global Incorporated. So yes, Paul, you have the floor now.
Hi guys. Let me share my screen. There you go. Okay. All right. So good afternoon, guys. Am I live? Yeah. So to start, so thank you, Brian and the team, John and Nikolai, for inviting me to be one of the speakers of this global Azure virtual event. So um, I just want to have this time to really thank the community behind or the people behind the communities in the Philippines. So there's a lot of like not only Microsoft focus but more of the technology focused community, and um, kudos guys, you're doing a great job. So again, I'm Paul Suliman. I'm from Raven Global Ventures. I'm also the CEO of Active Collab. So I'm an MVP for business apps or business application. Just recently got awarded, I think, last March. So just if you want to follow me, just go to my Twitter. It's Hey Paul Roots, and go to my LinkedIn. But I'm more active on the LinkedIn social media. So let me start this. So again, just to describe myself, I'm a 70% Microsoft purist in terms of like building my architecture, or like for example my infrastructure, and also some other specs that the customer wants or need. Now in terms of like flexibility, because you know you can't, I mean, as we always joke in our business apps community event, or in our when we discuss topics about business apps, is Microsoft has this I mean, has a good job of democratizing Power Platform or business apps into Power Platform and also Dynamics 365. But some of the issues are in if you want to like really play with the UI or the UX, and sometimes in terms of scale, then that's the time I go to my favorite open source, which is Python or React Native or other things. So for me, as of today, so I'm not anymore doing some coding. I'm not anymore a hard code, hard hardcore coder. I'm shifting into my citizen developer career, and also as a CTO, my job is to really check if the enterprise architecture of our Raven is a product company that does property management system, for me to be able to ensure this scale, the security, and also sometimes cost saving measures. I really need to explore not only on the business upside of the Microsoft stack, but also how Microsoft platform or the Azure can operate well with some open source uh, products or platform. So to start, the objective of this talk is to really answer. Number one is just give you a bit of like background with microservices. What is design patterns? As you, of course, because some guys here are hardcore developer, you know design patterns already, or if you're a software architect or solution architect, you used to really go deep with this and how microservices works in Azure. So what I'm gonna do is to share my experience. All right, there is a theory, there is science behind that, but what I'm gonna do is to really share what am I using today. And again, architecture is for me is an art, meaning software architecture for me is an art, meaning it's up to the architect or the solutions architect on how he will like or she will really craft this cost savings, this scalable and this secured architecture in terms of infra and also on the code side and also on the later event side of things. I think Miss Marilla will also discuss something that is very good in terms of like putting it inside the microservices architecture, which is the event-driven architecture, which is gonna be really combined or optimized in terms of like putting it inside the microservices architecture. So you should wait for that after my talk. Or yeah. So again, objective is to fully understand how microservices in a real-world implementation on Azure will work. All right. So a bit of like knowledge about microservices. So number one, it's not a monolithic um, because it's decomposed. Meaning, if we're talking about monolithic app, it's something that your everything is compiled in a one single server. Every services are there. Every program is coupled inside that particular architecture. And if you want to break those or if you want to like scale that, sometimes it will break everything because as I've mentioned, a monolithic application is, well, I can't say it's obsolete, but there are some guys who's really used to it and they're good to it, and there are some like work around as of today how to scale monolithic application. But again, based on my experience implementing ERP software like Dynamics or even SAP, so the problem with that, because they're not into microservices, if we upgrade something, then some or almost of the features are breaking. Microservice is also a combination of servers or serverless objects. When we're discussing about microservices, it's not only we're talking about the serverless function or application as of today. It's not that it's not like that. I mean, if you want to go deep on microservices, serverless are just tool to really scale your microservice architecture. But if even if you have a VM and then that VM has something a monolithic application installed on that VM or hosted on that VM, and you combine that with your services, it's still part of your microservices or microservice architecture. So sometimes the perception was if you're using microservices, you should always use serverless architecture, and it's not like that. It's gonna be confusing to other folks that's not really went deep about microservice. And three, it's loosely coupled, meaning of course applications under microservices or services under microservices should have this standalone feature that they can like really work within itself. So meaning if I break something or if I broke something, one of my service, the other service should not be broken because it's loosely coupled. So, but it doesn't mean that there's no like connection between your services. I'm gonna be discussing that later on my patterns. And of course, it's decomposed, meaning a monolithic application or a full build application will be decomposed to mini apps or application or services. So the goal of microservice is to really increase the velocity of application releases by decomposing application into small autonomous. So when we say autonomous, it's independent service that can be deployed independently. A microservice architecture also bring some challenges. The design pattern shown here can help mitigate these challenges, and I'm going to be discussing that later. You can ask about pricing. I mean, that I cannot justify, but you can ask like Brian or John about it if they have experience about it. But I can't justify the pricing, but we can talk about that later. Okay, so this is an example of a monolithic approach, application approach. So as you can see, app one, um, everything is in a one single server, or it's really built into something that is not connected to any other services within the ecosystem. So it's built on one single server. Monolithic application approach, as you can see, is there are different services that are building a one ecosystem or a one single application. All right, so we can't talk about a good microservice architecture without the DDD, but it's not one size fits all, as I mentioned. So it depends on your architect. But for me, if you just like have even a simple understanding about DDD, will really serve and will really help you to understand how to like pattern your architecture to a microservice approach. So bounded context, something like that. We can discuss like a more detailed or more deep discussion about DDD, but I'm gonna pass this now. So if you want to like create, this is like a pattern on how I will create my microservices. So I analyze the domain. If there is a certain customer requirements, so there are domain experts that you need to ask using empathic listening or whatever, then find a way on on that domain expert to really document it well. Meaning, let's say for example, you have one ERP system, then um, there is that sales agent, or on the sales manager side you have also that a warehouse guy or in the supply chain department. So you really need to analyze this business processes or business logics for those kinds of roles. Then number one, define the bounded context, which is as you can see, there is a sales context and support context, meaning it what breaks them apart, and define entities, aggregates, and do the services. So meaning find the common denominator between those context or domain, and that's how you will now identify what microservices you can create later. So of course, there's a debate between orchestration and choreography in terms of like doing the microservices. Sorry. So microservices stack. So for me, there's a like a deep documentation and also reading about this. You can go and see that. But for me, we're working on the choreograph type of architecture, and I think really event-driven architecture is really a winner. It helps our developer to really scale and do their work without even breaking something. It's really good. You can like search about choreograph um, kind of like architecture in a microservices model. So I hope I shared that very well, but you can ask me later. So I'll go to the design pattern. So design patterns are a typical solution to a common problem. You know this very well. If you're so for me, Stack Overflow is my mini design pattern. If I don't understand something, I go there, then find answer to those questions, and like it's really like a mini design pattern that can help you to solve a challenge between what you're doing now, what your problem right now. And if you just see one of the patterns, sometimes it solves a lot of problem. Each pattern is like a blueprint that you can customize to solve a particular design problem in your code, and not only in your code but also in your architecture. So again, if you're doing DevOps, like we know this terminology, technical debts, sometimes design patterns are really helpful in terms of shifting from this infrastructure to like this other infrastructure, or going to serverless. So something like there are design patterns that can help you to really shift to your usual virtual machine type of implementation, going to serverless. So design patterns are shared by the community to resolve specific problem. That's true. And design patterns are created because of experiences while resolving a particular challenge. So just this is my principle about architecting a solution before I go to Azure. So there's a not a debate. There's a battle between building a house and versus building a zones. That's why I'm always saying that software architecture, it's not comparable to a building or a house architecture. So it's very different. So if you want to like really have a good software architecture or pattern, you should be like considering yourself as building a zone or a urban planner. As a solutions architect or software architect, what you need to do is to identify those zones and let your developer build something on that zone, and just try to implement it in a way that your developer is gonna be have this good environment in terms of building an application. So meaning in terms of integration, as solutions architect or as a software architect, it's very important if you're gonna go to the the microservice architecture that you really think of the integration first, or put most of your time thinking of the integration, right? So that's zone. And if you're playing the Sims, something like this, so Sim City is something like that. If you're the mayor, you're gonna build the industrial zone, the residential zone. So think of something like that. All right, to create a better solution, we should act like an urban planner than a house architect, as I mentioned. All right, so for Azure, my simple microservice requirements, as I mentioned, I'm gonna share my own experience on building my microservices architecture that is being used now by Raven. And for me, my I just like what they call this, feed my developer about these three resources on Azure. So number one, before I did my architecture to ready that into my microservice model, I made sure that I have a developer that's really know or good in using functions, whether it's code based or a Docker or a container based function. Number two, my backend guy should also know how to use SQL, or I mean it's technically the same. I'm not using a SQL deployed on VM anymore. And my favorite, but not that too cheap, Cosmos DB, or we use Document DB here in Cosmos for the scale and also for fast query of transactions. But I heard that Microsoft is going to release something more cost effective in more cost effective than what we have now on our Cosmos DB. I think in build they're gonna announce that, and I'm so excited to see that because we're heavy on using Cosmos DB now. All right, so this is like a typical design. This is my pattern number one. So the scenario is like clients need an app that will be consumer facing with 2,000 users that gets information from the CRM. So pattern number one, I'm going to use Cosmos DB, Azure Function, Azure SQL plus Dynamics 365 because again, as I mentioned, I'm heavily into business apps. So all of my examples are really getting data or writing data to a business application like Dynamics 365. So my architecture or my pattern for that is something like this. So if you have a mobile app, so we've created a function that does the JWT and do OAuth and everything. Every user is stored in our document DB for quick pooling of transaction and some well, the reason why I changed is because before I'm using Azure AD, not on the B2C side, but the Azure AD for B2B, and we're having a problem in terms of really authenticating it using native apps because we're using that time React Native. So we're having a problem in terms of if Microsoft updates something, we're being hit. So we decided to like where well we don't use the B2C. I did not try the B2C yet, AD B2C. But my workaround is to create a function that's gonna handle the JWT and the OO for our app. And then I use document DB for my quick transaction. I'm using this like a Redis, a cache. So I'm getting data from Dynamics 365 using a function, as you can see here, this one. And sorry, I'm posting data for Dynamics 365 and my SQL using one function, and this function has this posting capability to deal with SQL and Dynamics 365. And I pull data from Dynamics 365 to document DB just for me to show some data to my user if they need it. Now, why is this why these two functions are different, meaning you can just like you can just like create function for both posting and pulling. So I've read a book about to how you secure your microservice, and it's very advisable that that don't if you need to create a function for a single use. Don't create a function for multi-purpose use. So for me to pull the data, and because that connects to my Dynamics 365, that's exposed data from Dynamics 365, and of course I can control the data. So I decided to use one function for that, and also for the transaction posting. And as you can see, my functions also doesn't get data from my SQL. So I separated that for security purposes. And if you want to model my data, so this is my RDBMS database. I don't directly get from from my Dynamics 365. Instead, I'm using Power BI to share a visualized data or report through to my application. So this architecture gives us the ability to scale and also have this confident that we're not exposing anything from Dynamics 365. Okay. So scenario number two, a customer wants an internal web app for field sales people that connects to an ERP for fast viewing of an inventory and sales transaction. So what I'm going to use here, this is an internal web app, so I'm going to use Azure AD. I'm going to use functions again and SQL and SAP. So to do this, so this is my existing web app. So I'm going to use the single sign-on for Azure AD. So I'm going to create an application that will inside Azure AD that will expose my function that's going to be doing the user distribution. And again, as I mentioned, I use different function for different purposes. So if I want to have a product a product query, I use this function. If I want to have my sales query that has a customer data, I use only the sales function, and it gets to my DW or data warehouse. So I also have a function here that does the CRUD from the DW to SAP. Why? Because again, same with my Dynamics 365, I don't want to expose any SAP data. Now, in terms of downtime, if even my SAP is down, I can, my my users can still get data from my data warehouse, and that's also a good point or good consideration if you're trying to really create a microservice approach for your enterprise ecosystem. So I think I have pattern number one, pattern number two, but I can create a lot. If you want to ask me about patterns, then just PM me or something. But there's a lot of patterns also that I can share. For this one, I just shared my pattern number one and pattern number two, of course, for the sake of time. And For more links about patterns, this is very, very comprehensive. You can go to this website to like know more about this microservices and how to set up those. So grid, something like that. Later, I think um, someone will talk about event grid, and it's very, very interesting. I'm exploring that also. Azure SQL is there. Cosmos DB is here, so you can just click that link on how to set up those application. But as promised, I'm gonna show you something what we're using now for Raven. This is live actually. So this is my transaction posting function. Sorry for the naming convention. This is my test. I do HTTP triggers for all the adding and reading of data for a specific database. And as you can see now, where's my database? I think this is it. So, well, some other folks they're using different SQL server for scale, but it's too expensive. So that's why I'm just using SQL Elastic Pool, then hosting databases inside of that. And as you can see, these are my domains. So I have a condo that hosted condo database for only condos. So I have my property for property management, my transaction that does post every transaction with regards to a condo, to subdivision, or any other asset. So marami pa akong database there. And I have also database for my users. So with this database, I have also created different functions for that. So as you can see here, so here's my sample. This is my Exodus resource group, which does our real estate and other. Yeah, this is for our real estate product. So so as you can see, there's a lot of services that's going on there, and this is my the sample of my Cosmos DB. So this is my collections or tables or collections that we're using. So key takeaway from this session. So for me, understanding design patterns will help us to build a scalable, secured, and intelligent platform. And if you want really to explore microservices, there's a lot of resources on the web. And I think I read a book about microservices. I just share it on the link, but it's a very good book um, that that really gave me this deep understanding about microservices, and I can apply it quickly without really going through the whole book. So I think that's the end of my session. So thank you for listening. If you have other questions, just let me know.
All right. So, nice one, Paul. It was a great session. Actually, would hope that you could demo a few more stuff, but then again, we don't have that much time. But yeah, hopefully we can do another session wherein you will talk about the those specific scenarios that you mentioned earlier. But yeah, um, right now I think are there any questions? Right now I don't see any, but probably will be in a few minutes, I think. But yeah, at the moment, no questions. But you can answer the questions. I think Paul can answer some questions later on if you send them on the live chat. But at the moment, I think that's it. So yeah, thank you so much, Paul, for the wonderful topic. I really liked it, especially when you added those when you showed the actual architecture that uh you have. Anyway, thank you again. You have anything else to say before you go?
Yeah, so thank you guys for listening. Thank you again, Brian, and the rest of the team for inviting me. So to plug also what Mike is saying a while ago about our Power Automate in a Day, that's gonna happen on May 29. It's gonna be 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's a workshop. So if you want to explore this citizen developer career, or if you want to know more about Power Platform and Dynamics 365, just ping us there, and you can register through the links. I shared that also inside the PNUG
Mhm.
Facebook group as well.
Awesome. Okay, so
Thank you.
ayun guys, in case gusto niyo mag-join, ayan, meron ng mga details regarding doon. And yeah, I think that is it. Thank you so much, Paul, for joining,
Thank you
for
guys.
talking about the. Anyway, so yeah, I think we can now proceed to our next speaker, which is Argelo. But let's have maybe a 5 minute break again, so Argelo can prepare for his demo or for his presentation. All right, so ayun, I think we're now gonna be
5 minutes?
going to our second half of our event. I think we're already in the second half when Paul started. So yeah, I think we can now introduce our next speaker. So our next speaker is gonna talk about enriching Power BI reports with Azure Maps API, and it's gonna be discussed by Argelo Bautista. So Argelo is a Microsoft MVP for the data platforms and also a business systems analyst in Analog Devices Incorporated. So Argelo, are you ready?
Yep, ready na.
All right, so I think you now have the floor.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon sa inyo. Maraming salamat sa panonood. I think, teka, silipin ko lang. O yun, 23. Kanina pa yung 23 live viewers na yan. Maraming salamat for keeping up with us. 9 to 1. Pag ako may meeting na ganyang katagal, sobrang exhausted na ako, natutulog na ako. Anyway, so ang topic natin for today is wala naman sigurong we don't have a foreigner, right? Hopefully we don't because hindi ako nakapag-only English. But if ever there's someone there, just comment and try my best to accommodate you. Okay, so today we're going to talk about enriching Power BI reports with Azure Maps API. So bakit ito yung mamaya na yung bakit, magpapakilala muna ako. I'm Argelo Royce Bautista, Business Systems Analyst in ADI, Analog Devices Inc. And please follow my page, fb.com/pdroyx. So 6 years of industry experience, computer engineering graduate, dating developer turned business intelligence guy, and a member of technical communities such as Philippine Data Platform User Group, Power BI User Group, and Programmers Developers. So I strongly suggest that you join the Philippine Data Platform User Group. Formerly, it's the Philippine SQL Server Group. No? So lahat ng mga halimaw sa database, nandyan, natutulog lang, palampagin nyo at nang maging active ang grupo. Well, active naman ang grupo, mas maging active ang grupo. Okay? So our agenda for today is yung enriching. So bakit enriching? Kasi yung data na pag-uusapan natin today is the COVID-19 PH data bago pa sumabog yung COVID. So right now, I think nasa 10 to 11,000 na yata tayo. So we're going back in time kung saan yung pagbulusok ng COVID is medyo manageable pa to the point na sobrang enrich yung data na binibigay nila. Pero even though enrich na yung data, kulang-kulang pa rin. But the smallest grain is nandoon. So ano yung smallest grain na yun? So mamaya makikita natin. So yung data na yun, ginawan nung co-admin namin sa programmers, developers ng REST API. Naka-Google Sheets kasi siya. So, ginawa niya ng REST API and then pinul ko from the REST API to the Power BI report. So, yan, Power BI report. And then, we started data wrangling. So, may mga missing location data, may mga cases, maraming dates, merong mga symptoms, at merong mga case links. Yun yung mga magagandang data points actually. And pertaining to the location data, meron tayong tatlong location data points doon sa data columns pala, doon sa dataset natin. So, meron tayong yung place of residence, kung saan siya nakatira, and then meron din tayo kung saan siya na-admit, kung saan hospital siya na-admit, and meron din tayo nung travel history. So, tatlong magkakaibang location, waiting to be correlated, waiting to be summarized. So, ayun. Since, hospital, pag sinabi mong UERM, malay ba natin kung ano yung UERM o malay ba natin kung nasaang city yan, lalo na kung probinsyano ka. Lalo na kung hindi ka nakatira doon sa lugar na malapit yung UERM. Ako, tiga May Kawayan, Bulacan ako, so malay ko ba kung saan yan. But anyway, so this is our COVID-19 PH data. Let me magnify that. So you have your primary key, which is the case number, and then you have the age na pwede mong i-bin into age group. You have the sex and gender, nationality, that's okay lang yan. And then ito, you have the status, including the date kung kailan na-update yung status, yung tested positive, at saka yung date na tested na onset yung symptoms. So nung nakita ko yung tatlong dates na yan, sabi ko, uy, maganda to. Bakit? Kasi malalaman ko yung mga ganyang kagaya nito, tested positive January 30, onset of symptoms is January 21. So merong delta na 9 days bago siya na-test as positive. Ngayon, ano pa ba? Ito, we have the tested positive on March 9, but wala naman siyang kasintomas. So, noong unang panahon na konti pa lang ang COVID cases, nagtetest tayo ng asymptomatic. Ngayong overrun na tayo, I don't think na nagtetest pa tayo ng asymptomatic. Kailangan meron ka malalang sintomas bago ka matest. So, yun, the glory days. And of course, malamang sa malamang, meron dyang mga kagaya nito, yung mga aging test natin, like ito, nag-onset ng symptoms on February 19, na-test lang siya on March 10. So that's more than the quarantine period, tama ba? Teka lang 8 days plus 10 days. So that's 18 days. 18 days siyang may symptoms bago siya na-test. Ganun. So it's quite a delay. And so basically, makakagawa tayo ng scorecard ng gobyerno natin kung okay ba yung performance nila when it comes to testing or not. And yung pinaka-worst performance would be kapag namatay without having testing positive or not. Namatay tapos mas early yung death date niya kaysa doon sa test positive. Ibig sabihin namatay na siya bago siya matest as positive, and it's too late na ba nung na-test. And you also have these symptoms, other conditions, so makakorelate mo yan, and then you have this medical facility. So malalaman natin kung ilan yung naka-admit sa isang tumpok sa isang city or sa isang province, yada yada. And if you want to look at the whole data set, nandito siya. Ayan, nandito siya. Kaya lang that was 2 months ago, and I don't think that the guy is still updating this. Nandun siya, waiting for you to be crunched. Pero ang latest Chismax ko, meron daw mas magandang data. Ito yung case links. So, yung ginawang REST API ng co-admin namin, si Aaron Santos, is on this link. Yan. So, i-convert niya into JSON. Yun lang naman yun. which is something that I don't know kung paano ginagawa. I tried studying it, pero it seems na hindi na kaya ng utak ko. Yeah. So, nicely formatted, although minsan merong mga recovered, ganyan, pero kaya pa namang i-wrangle. No? So what we want to do, what I did with those data is to come up with a dashboard. So yan, nasan yung deaths, alin ba dyan yung mga, alin sa age group yung mga mabilis mamatay, nasaan yung tumpok ng kamatayan, which is somewhere here in Quezon City, 2 months ago, 2 months ago, and yung mga admitted, yung mga recovered, ganyan, and well, yung mga eye-catching dito would be something like this, ano? So, yung sinasabi kong travel history, you can actually plot it on a map and makikita mo kung saan siya nanggaling sa Pilipinas. And then yung mga link cases, you can actually build a graph, graph, no? A graph chart doon sa kung sino-sino ba yung link sa kanya. So, on the other page, ayan. So, ito yung inaantay ko kasi mas maraming link sa isang pasyente, mas lumalaki yung bilog. So, kung ikaw magse-celebrate ka ng birthday party mo, in the middle of an ECQ, malamang sa malamang, malaki ang bilog na yan. Kung nagkataon na positive ka, since hindi ka naman positive, I guess everything is good. may patutsada no? Anyway, so ang gusto kong mangyari ngayon is that I want to enrich my data. Like example, itong St. Luke's na to, or yung mga hospital somewhere here. Gusto kong malaman kung ilan ba ang naka-confine sa isang region. And we don't have the data to do that. Kasi ang meron lang tayo is currently at, which is vaguely saying the hospital. And if I am going to do that manually, ang gagawin ko is i-copy ko yan, copy value, tapos mag-open ako ng Google Maps. Oh no, it should be Bing Maps. But, well, kailangan ng counter-checking, kaya Google Maps tayo. And then ipe-paste ko dyan, and then dapat makikita ko yung exact coordinates nung hospital na yon. So, if I am to do that across 3,200 rows of data, hindi na ako makakapaglaro, hindi na ako makakapanood ng drama, hindi na ako makakapag-prepare ng aking presentation for today. Uubusin ko yung oras ko dyan sa ganyan. The ideal scenario is meron kang table that contains all of the hospitals in the Philippines along with their longitude and latitude, pati na rin yung hierarchy ng location data mo. But in the real world, hindi ganong ka-ideal. As a matter of fact, minsan may makikita ka dyang maduduming data. Paano nang ibig sabihin natin maduduming data? Yung for validation na yan, madumi yan. Yung mga nag-iba ng konti, nabawasan ng space, or medical city, walang the, or the medical lang, walang city, or ito, yung pinyas mo, question mark yung enye. So, you have to deal with those nuisance. And, well, yung data cleanliness is another topic as a whole. Pero yung kakulangan ng data, like wala siyang city and wala siyang province, yun yung magfo-focus tayo for today. And going back to my presentation, so ayan, na-discuss ko na yung Power BI COVID report natin. The solution to the problem of missing location data or missing location hierarchy data is Azure Maps. Although marami namang map providers, si Google meron din yung map API niya, si Bing meron din yung map API niya. Ang weird nga, you have Azure Maps, you have Bing, and then they're kind of killing each other or what. Pero we specifically choose Azure Maps kasi global Azure virtual tayo ngayon. So dapat Azure. So our first problem is yung wrongly plotted points, which is yung dirty data nga. Lalapatan natin na maayos na solution yan. Well, workaround. Kasi we don't have the data quality service. And our second problem is we do not have the province or yung mas malaking grain of data. So we're going to use Azure Maps for that. And why Azure Maps? Kasi it has the best breed of content partnerships. No? So hindi siya hindi siya nakadepende sa crowdsource. No? Nakadepende siya sa mga reputable companies like TomTom for the maps, points of interest, geocoding, road networks, and traffic. You have Moveit for the mobility and public transit networks, blah, blah, blah. And you also have the AccuWeather, which is for the current weather, weather forecast, and weather along the route. No? So lahat yan nakakorelate ni Azure Maps when you use their API. So halimbawa, nag-route ka, no? At this point in time, papunta doon sa specific at this location papunta doon sa kabilang location at this specific point in time. So ilalagay niya na doon yung ipa-factor in niya na yung traffic data and yung mga latest kung may ginagawa bang kalsada diyan, yada yada. And then you have other services here like the special operations, the traffic, the time zone, the geolocation, yung kaya mong i-query yung location ng IP address, kaya ng geolocation yan. And then you have also the mobility, the public transit. Although si Google Maps naman din, meron public transit, public transit, Pero ang wala si Google Maps, more likely yung weather services, which shows the historical, the current, and the predicted weather services, and yung government cloud support, and specifically yung Power BI integration. So right now, we're not going to talk about the Power BI integration kasi wala pa siya. Pakiramdam ko about basta kung ano yung susunod na summit ni Microsoft na may kinalaman sa Power Platforms niya, malamang doon i-announce yun. I forgot the name, pero abangan na lang natin kung ano yung Power Platform Summit na yun. So, a glimpse of the weather services, ayan, no? So, enhanced data visualization. This is not the Power BI data visualization, but rather yung ikaw as a developer, i-call mo yung iba't ibang API and then i-project mo sa website mo yung weather data points na yan. So, ito yung Power BI integration. And so far, ang launch ang features upon launching would be the 3D bar charts, the traffic data overlay, the custom tile layers, and yung drag and drop JSON reference layer. So, magagandang features. Quite exciting, no? But simplihan lang muna natin ngayon since wala pa sila at inaabangan pa natin. So right now, what we are going to use is the Azure Map search address. So bakit search address ang pinili natin? Ang given kasi natin is pangalan ng establishment. And we want to know yung municipality, country subdivision, secondary subdivision, and then country subdivision, etc. etc. So yung probinsya, yung city, at saka yung approximate longitude and latitude na hindi nakasama sa screenshot pero nandyan niya. So, okay, mukhang ubos ng aking slides. So, let's stop the sharing. Sorry. Teka, maling sharing pala yung napindot ko. Wait lang. Sharing yung napindot ko. Present ulit. Present. Okay. Napapaghalata ang hindi marunong gumamit ng
First time?
Oo, first time gumamit ng Google Hangouts.
Okay lang yan. Sige, tuloy ka na ulit.
I need to end the slideshow. Yan, okay. So, konti pang... Ano ba? Okay na tayo rito. Azure Maps. So the difference between Bing Maps and Azure Maps is that mas high-tech si Azure Maps. Walang weather services si Bing. And yung map data source ni Bing Maps is Here Maps and OpenStreetMaps. Samantalang si Azure Maps naman is a TomTom Data Maps. Ano pa ba? Yung billing. So Azure Maps is based on your Azure subscription. Samantalang si Bing Maps, you have to enter a separate contract with Microsoft para magamit siya. So, yun. Ano pa ba? So, una yung search and then the other API service na ginamit ko would be yung reverse geocode. So, ganito kasi yan. Yung COVID data natin, the Excel itself is not enough. And yung mga admins ng PITSF are kind-hearted enough to give me another API, yung ArcGIS map ng old COVID tracker ng um, ng DOH, and meron silang longitude and latitude data doon. So between yung search service and yung reverse geocode, which is ilalabas mo yung address based on the longitude and latitude, mas prepared natin yung reverse geocode. So why? Mas maliit kasi yung granularity ng longitude and latitude as compared doon sa search query ng address. So kapag kasi nag-search ka ng Samar doon sa maps, posibleng yun yung Samar na probinsya ng Pilipinas or Samar somewhere in the Middle East. Magugulat ka, merong dot doon sa Middle East. Wala namang walang Pilipino doon na infected ng COVID na nanggaling sa Pilipinas. Anyway, so yung gagamitin natin is something like this. So ang input niya ay query, yung query string mo, and then ang output niya is the address and then the longitude and the latitude. So yung itsura naman ng reverse geocode is that ang input mo ay yung longitude and latitude, ang lalabas naman niya ay yung exact address no longitude and latitude. So to utilize these APIs, ang kailangan mong gawin is kailangan mong mag-provision ng Azure Maps sa iyong Azure portal. So I've already created yung sinasabi nating resource group, and then as you can see may naka-ready na rito, but I'm going to walk you through anyway kung paano hanapin si Azure Maps. And search nyo lang dyan. Tapos, if you tried searching ng maps lang, you have a lot of options dito. So ito yung logo ng Azure Maps, yung bilog na may A. You would want that, and then you're going to create. So once na nag-create ka, you will be given two pricing. So the standard SO and the S1. So yung difference nila is nandito sa microsoftazure.com, pricing details, Azure Maps, and I would suggest na kung magte-test ka pa lang or nasa development stage ka pa lang, gamitin itong standard SO kasi maraming libre diyan. Ito, included for free is ayan, map and 250k transactions per month, and the weather tiles, the time zone tiles, and all other map service excluding weather service, 25k combined total transactions per month. So sa development phase naman, hindi ka naman naaabot, bihira kang aabot kasi hindi mo naman ilalagay lahat ng data mo dan, just a piece of your data para ma-test yung application mo. So once na ready ka na for production, simply upgrade to standard S1. So upon clicking to create, magsisimula na siya mag-provision, and ito na-provision ko na siya. And if ever na gusto nyo magbago ng serve ng pricing tier, under the settings, ito yung pricing tier, and then in just a click ng yung toggle button na yan, magiging pang elite level na yung yung map service mo. So, paano natin gagamitin yung API ngayon? So, you have this REST API kung saan hinihingi niya yung the output type. Nandito sa bandang taas yung kanyang format. So, yung format na yan, pwedeng, I think pwedeng CSV at saka pwedeng JSON. So, let's stick with JSON since yun naman yung niya. Doon naman tayo sanay. And then the subscription key. So, itong subscription key na to, makikita natin yan, I think dito sa authentication nga ba? Yes, dito sa authentication. So you have the primary key and the secondary key na pwede mong i-refresh kapag merong nag-screenshot ng mo. Kapag merong nag-screenshot ng presentation mo, pwede mong i-refresh anytime. So, yun. Isa-substitute lang natin itong HTTPS na to. Let's open Power BI. Natin kung lalabas yung Intramuros kanina.
I guess while waiting, Arjelo, kanina kasi may nag-mention sa YouTube chat natin regarding dun sa Enye. And I think na-address mo na siya kanina. Diba?
Ano yun? Okay.
Yeah, regarding sa Enye. Na hindi siya nag-display ng maayos.
Hindi siya nag-display maayos.
I mean, yung Enye hindi na-handle ng maayos. Like, nag-display yata is parang, paano daw siya i-handle?
Okay. Sige.
Maybe we can answer that at the end of the ano
So,
na lang.
let's have... So, magko-call tayo ng REST API, get data, and syempre, HTTPS yan, kaya natural lang na web contents yan. So, you put the URL of your, yung REST API mo. So, i-okay na lang muna natin, dapat pala kinancel ko muna. Anyways, let's just continue. And ito, atlas.microsoft.com. Hayaan natin mag-anonymous kasi we are cancel lang. Kailangan ko palang ilagay yung key para makapag-authenticate tayo ng maayos. So let's go back here. And then I need your key, the primary key. Pwede naman ding secondary, okay lang yan. And then I just need to separate this one. So, ikaw matinong BI developer, hindi mo ilalagay yung key mo rito at ipapasa yung buong Power BI file, ano? You don't do that. There's a separate practice kung paano ka makakagawa ng mas secure. There's a better implementation of this thing. Now, so yan. So kino-call na niya, and then makakapag-traverse na tayo doon sa ating JSON. Kung hindi ka sanay mag-traverse dito sa Power BI UI, you might want to use your own browser. Pwede naman din. Ito na ba ang pakay natin? No? Ang pakay natin ay ito, ang results, at itong address, at saka itong position. So, ina-navigate natin yan sa Power BI mamaya. Teka lang ano kasi, query. Intramuros. Yan, para makaka-relate tayo. So, we have the position, which is the longitude and the latitude. Tapos, yung country subdivision, which is the NCR, and then the country secondary subdivision, which is the Metro Manila, and then yung municipality. So, Metro Manila, and then Manila City. Okay? And score. So, marami kasi tayong results dyan. Ano? So, how should I say this? Ayan, meron tayong result for the street type, which is mababa yung score niya as compared dito sa isa. Street na naman. And then dito sa geography, which is the actual place, the walled city of Intramuros, Manila. So, most of the time, we are satisfied with the first result. So, ilalagay na lang natin yan as an assumption. And hihimasi na lang natin yung data kapag meron tayong hindi ka nais na nakita. Basta ang importante, we need to go to the first result, and then ayan. So, click lang ng link, and then mapupunta ka na dun sa kailangan mo. Now, once na nandito ka na, kailangan mo tong address and position. So, you want to convert this into table para makapag-proceed ka into the transformation. And the first transformation na gagawin mo is gagawin mong mga columns itong mga names na to so that mapre-preserve natin yung structure niya. Mag-e-error siya kapag nagbago yung structure ng iyong REST API so that you'll know something is wrong with your query and hahanapin mo ngayon yung error na yun. Okay? So, under transformation, meron dyan transpose. Yan. And then you want to use this as the column names. So, use first head the row as columns. And then, anong kailangan natin? Ang kailangan natin is yung address and yung position, which is the longitude and latitude. So, click nyo yung dalawa, and then right-click, tapos remove other columns para matira sila. No? And then finally, i-expand natin itong position to get the longitude and latitude. You might want to change itong prefix niya into something shorter like false. Okay, sorry. Hindi pala prefix yun. Teka, ito pala. Pause. And then you want to expand the address. But in this case, ang kailangan lang natin ay, anong kailangan natin? Ba't ganito? Teka lang, hindi pala intramuros to. I need to go back in time and change this. Intramuros. Yan. Para align ang ating example. Sabi ni, tanggalin ko muna itong change type. Yan. Expanded position, and then next is ito, kailangan natin municipality, secondary subdivision, and then county subdivision. Municipality. Yeah. So, itong teka, tatanggalin ko yung tanggalin ko sandali itong prefix. So, you just click the gear, tapos nandito yung prefix niya. Mawawala na lahat yan. So, ito yung probinsya niya, NCR. And then ito yung, well, mamaya makikita natin kung ano pa ba yung ibang values niyan. Pero more likely, this one pertains to the cities. Ano bang BGC? Tingnan nga natin kung kaya niyang i-search yung BGC. Hindi niya kayang i-search ang BGC. Bonifacio Global City. Patay. Isa pa. Bonifacio Global City. Philippines. San Carlos City, Pangasinan. Okay. This is getting tiresome. Balik na lang tayo sa Intramuros. Teka lang. Bigan. Bigan Longganisa. Bigan City, Ilocos Sur, Ilocos Region. So, I think we should be using this pala as a province. This is more like a region. Yes. Yung pinaka-city nila. So, we're good. We're good na nga ba? Teka. Okay. So next, kailangan nating i-pull yung data from the REST API. So new source ulit and then web. Tapos kopyahin natin yung link doon sa REST API. Yung kopya ko. Yan. Siyempre, first time mong ko-connect, more likely tatanungin ka niya kung paano ka ko-connect yung credentials. So in my case, naka-connect na kasi ko kanina, kaya hindi na niya ako tinanong. Pero pag lumabas yun, since we can access it anonymously as much as possible, anonymous ang access natin. So this is the COVID cases. So list, and then we want to navigate inside the list, and then we want to convert it into table. Tapos we want to expand it all. Iyan. So madumi. Madumi yung data natin, and marami kang transformation na kailangan gawin dyan. But in our case, magfo-focus muna, i-copy-paste na lang natin yung data cleaning na yon, and magfo-focus tayo dito sa tinatawag nating nasa yung currently app. Currently. Ito pala, facility. Walang currently action. Right click, remove other columns, and then you might want to rename this as, hindi, okay na yan. Okay na tayo dyan sa facility. So, for each row, i-call natin yung itong API natin. So the first thing that we need to do is to parameterize this API. Ang suggestion ko is i-duplicate natin para meron tayong pang test. And then ito, advanced editor, and then you go ahead and add your parameter. So let source be equal to yung parameter natin. Sorry. Paano ba to? Base, approaches, tapos ito. So ito yung query natin. No? So papalitan lang natin, i-append lang natin dyan yung place. Tapos in yung teka lang. Ang galing ko. Nag-error siya. So, parameterize na siya. Okay? So you declare your parameter and then you use it in your query, replacing yung value na gusto nyo i-parameterize. Done. And it should turn into something like this. Ano? So isa na siyang function na pwede mong i-invoke sa iyong query. So you invoke the function either ito, transform, tapos add column pala, tapos invoke custom function, or you can add a custom column kung gusto mong i-type yung function name. Gamitin natin itong invoke block data, yung function query natin, and then yung gagamitin mong parameter. So pwede ka mamili kung ano ba yung mga columns na pwede dyan. So once na nag-invoke na siya, makikita mo waiting for atlas.microsoft.com. Kino-call na niya yung REST API across this data. At kung mapapansin mo, yung duplicate na yan, 2 beses niyang kino-call yung data na yung REST API na yun. So that's equivalent to 2. So I would suggest na i-remove duplicates nyo muna, linisin nyo muna yung data nyo para unique yung call natin, and then tsaka nyo i-perform yung pagko-call ng REST API. But as you can see, kulang. We need to specify that this is from the Philippines. So, linisin natin yung data natin, trim natin, tanggalin yung space sa unahan at sa hulihan. Sorry. Mali yung ko. Wala tayo sa transform. So the difference between add column and transform is that kapag mag-add siya ng bagong column, any kind of transformation you choose there, samantalang ito, i-apply niya on the same column. So let's try it. Format, tapos trim. So yeah, tinrim na niya. And then next is we want to remove the duplicates. No? So under home, remove rows, and then remove duplicates. And then we want to add the suffix, no? Yung comma Philippines. So transform, format, and then add suffix. Yung suffix natin, comma Philippines. With hopes na sana mas maging accurate yung kalalabasan nitong invoke function natin. So in cases na hindi talaga maging accurate, no? Kasi imposible namang 100% maging accurate yan. User input yan eh. So you might want to do a trial and error. At least ngayon hindi ka na magtra-trial and error sa lahat na mga location na yan, ano? Ang trial and error mo na lang doon sa makikita mong spot sa mapa mo. So let's wait for the atlas.microsoft.com. Medyo matagal siya. So, habang inaantay ko yan, meron bang questions dito? dito. Saan ko ba pwedeng makita yung question?
Actually, Arjulo, dinig mo ba ako?
Yes, dinig kita.
Hello. Yes, so may nagtatanong lang kanina regarding dun sa ENYE. So I think na-address mo na naman siya pero pwede mo sigurong explain ulit kung bakit hindi or paano i-handle yung ENYE display.
Paano i-handle yung
ENYE. Kasi yung ENYE na, di ba?
Yung
Like yung
ENYE.
sa Las Piñas,
yes.
ano siya, parang yung character niya is hindi display ng maayos.
Oo. Mamaya makikita nyo kung paano ko winner ka round.
Okay, sige, sige.
It's distasteful. Distasteful. Sige.
Ayun, apart from that, I don't think may questions pa naman at the moment.
Okay. So we still have this 30 data. Teka lang ha. So, minutes na ba? Sige. Since meron ng question about the correction, let me proceed with those corrections na lang. Kasi antimano, kailangan ko rin gumawa ng correction eh. Ang mangyayari kasi is that I would need to, kailangan nating masahihin yung data na yan. So gagawa tayo ng table, copying this and then pasting it there, dun sa bagong table na yon, and then i-manual code natin yung tamang data. So it's a manual process, which is something that I don't like. Pero, teka, mamaya. Let me consult muna itong Power Query ko. Kung ano bang klase na. Kasi I can't believe na ganitong okay. Fuzzy kasi. Mukhang mali Mali ako ng ginamit na API endpoint. Because I'm searching for an address. It should be a fuzzy search. Yung keyword ang gagamitin natin rather than the exact address. Okay. Teka lang, antayin ulit natin ang kanyang So yun lang siguro nakakasar dito, medyo matagal. Dapat meron diyang dapat 4 na lang ang matitira dyan na medyo tagilid. Let's proceed to that. Si Dr. Ayun. Pag may nakita kang pula, ibig sabihin niya may nag-error. So let's keep the error and see kung ano ba yung mga na yan. Yung mga errors na yan. Uy, nag-iisa lang pala. So ito yung hindi niya ma-search. If you're going to check this as your query dito sa test data mo, makikita mo yung result niya somewhere here na dito pa lang pala hindi ka na makapag-navigate. Kasi makikita mo wala siyang list result. So it's a failure. Walang malapit sa kanya. So you might want to masahihin yung data na yan. And the fastest way to do that is mag-enter ka ng data. Sorry. For validation. And of course, syempre, binalidate ko na yan ahead of time. We want this to be DOH, CHD, NCR. So ano siya, mano-manong mapping. Minsan may mga maliliit na letters lang yung iba. I suggest na palitan nyo yung join. Instead of inner join, gawin yung fuzzy join. So, nasa yun. Kaka-enter ko lang ng data. Huwag na nating i-load para hindi na siya mapunta dun sa So kapag ginamit natin tong value na to, it should point us directly doon sa opisina ng DOH. napunta siya sa tawi-tawi. Okay, mukhang mali ako ng correction dyan. But you get the point. So we can manipulate yung results niya by making yung mappings dito. Refresh. Of course, teka lang hindi pa natin na-join dito. So right after nating i-remove yung duplicates, kailangan nating amendahan yung query, and then you go to, balik ka doon sa step na yon. Alam naman ni Power BI yan. And then you go ahead and merge the query using yung location corrections. Left outer, ibig sabihin nun yung talagang kailangan equal siya. But you can opt to use the fuzzy matching para if ever man na nag-small letter lang yung, parang nagbago lang ng casing yung letter, or merong mga nawalan lang ng space, ganon, you can handle those you can handle those scenarios. So in my case, let's make it simple by left outer lang for the sake of demonstration. And then ayan. So majority ng mga corrected locations natin is null. Kasi wala namang entry. Pero meron diyang isa. Nasaan yun? Nawala. Ba't ginoin ito? Teka lang. For correction facility. Okay. Kasi for validation. Sorry nakalimutan ko yung add suffix. So hindi na natin kailangan. Pero kung nag-filter naman pala ako, bakit pa lumalabas doon sa location ko? Bakit pa lumalabas yung error na yun? Okay. So, naipakita na natin yung corrected naipakita na natin yung corrected location natin once na nag-merge na tayo and we expand this. Teka, expanded na pala siya. At ito na siya. Now, kailangan na lang nating magsiksik ng ng conditional statement dito na kapag wala nakita sa corrected, you use the facility, else you use the gamitin ang facility, else gamitin yung correct. Okay. So yung error mo, isang matinong table na. So wala ka na dapat makikitang error dyan. So you go ahead and expand the data. Yeah. So i-delete na natin tong corrected na to. At i-detect na natin yung kung ano man yung data type niya. So under transform, meron ditong detect data type. Siya na magde-declare niya na strings and as number or decimal. Okay? So meron na tayong matinong location data. Let's go to meron na tayong matinong location data, kaya lang nawala naman yung data natin na raw data. So balikan natin yung mga natin. Ayan, bago tayo nag-remove column, itong expand column ang kailangan natin. So, expand column until the source, we need to extract the previous para maparameterize natin siya. Para kung magkaroon man tayo ng query at binago natin yung data source natin, the other queries will follow. Okay? So, in this case, Google Sheet Source. Yeah. So automatic na niya na-parameterize yun as Google Sheet Source. At ito na yung bagong query natin as Google Sheet Source. So itong COVID cases PH na to, it should be hospitals. Ito, i-reference ulit natin. Okay, name as COVID-19. COVID cases. Yeah. So lahat sila, kung titingnan mo yung dependency yung dependency graph niyan, any changes na gawin mo dito sa Google Sheet source, maliit. Any changes na gawin mo dito sa Google Sheet source will be cascaded dito sa dito sa COVID cases PH at sa hospital. So kung merong mga underlying columns diyan na tinanggal mo sa Google Sheet source, malamang sa malamang magkaka-error yung query mo sa hospital or sa COVID cases PH. So in this case, kapag tinanggal mo tong facility na to, mag-error yung query na yan. Okay? So it is a tawag dito, parang what do you call that? Calculated risk ba? Anyway, so meron tayong hospitals, meron tayong COVID cases PH. Let's go ahead and see our data. Yeah. So hospitals pa lang yung nagagawa natin. Meron pa tayo ng travel history at saka meron pa tayo nung yung residents. So I guess nasagot ko na yung concern tungkol doon sa nasagasaan na natin yung concern tungkol doon sa maduming data. Basic lang ang ating workaround. Basic lang ang workaround ni Power BI. So let's wait. Wala. Okay. Ayan. So meron tayong nakalimutan kong tanggalin yung Nakalimutan kong tanggalin itong Google Sheet source. Anyway, nagmamadali yata. Let me look again. Promoted header pala yung napindot ko, kaya nasira yung Yan. Isa pa. Transform, detect data type. Tapos, Google Sheet source, you should not be enabled in load. So, isa pa. Yeah. Ignore muna natin yung 226 error na yan. It's more likely yung data type. No? So if we want to use yung latitude at saka longitude, we just need to create yung yung relationship natin. So that is yung facility over the facility. So wag niyo akong dagukan for creating this relationship. Kasi it's not that hindi siya ganun ka-efficient. Kasi not only that we're joining on a string, we're doing a many-to-many relationship. But for the purpose of time and demonstration, madali na tayo. Kailangan ko lang ng count ng case as the size. Tapos, I need a bigger map. And then yung location natin would be facility, right? So meron naman din kasing meron naman din kasing capability sino to? Meron din capability yung built-in maps ni Power BI na mag-plot sa mapa kung ganun lang kasimple at kung ganun kalinis yung data mo. But since madumi yung data natin, we need to do a bit of cleaning. So yeah, meron tayong hospitals dito. And then we want to use the latitude and the longitude. Tapos yung tooltip natin, lagyan natin facility. Hindi lumalabas. Okay, let's check the model. Ba't hindi siya lumalabas? Because this is declared as a general format at saka summarization. So, kailangan nating tanggalin yung summarize niya. Okay, tanggal na pala yung summarize niya. We have to declare it as, instead of a decimal number, ito, kailangan pala natin siyang i-categorize as a latitude and then isa as a longitude. Para alam ni Power BI na pang-plot yan, hindi yan pang-summarize, hindi yan pang-summation. Okay? Lumabas na ba? Oh no, it's not showing. What's wrong with you, man? Summarization. Don't summarize. Summarization. Don't summarize. Okay. Sukuan na natin tong Sukuan na natin tong Power BI na to. And then let's just proceed with the one that I made earlier. Ayan. So, ito na yung data natin. We have yung COVID cases, and then we also have the location, and then we also have yung location corrections. So, ito yung locations natin. Nag-merge tayo nung corrections natin, in-expand natin, and then yung conditional na paggamit ng corrections, and there you have it, yung enrichment ng data. Now, what's next after nating ma-enrich yan? Brian, ilang minutes pa pala ako? May 15 minutes pa ba ako?
Madam, si John ito, I think meron ka pa siguro 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay.
Or,
So as you can see, we're able to correct all the locations natin. Nasa Pilipinas na siyang lahat. If we are going to use yung normal na location niya na yung country, nakita niyo naman kanina yung dots natin scattered across the globe. Ngayon nasa Pilipinas na lang siya. But if you're going to look talaga on a row level, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Now, ano pa ba yung pwede nating gawin dito? Kasi right now, kapag pinublish mo yan at nilagay mo sa Power BI service, you would need to repeatedly publish it para mag-update siya. So we would want it na diretso siya mag-update from the Power BI service itself. So I would suggest na gumawa kayo nung tinatawag nating data flow. So once na nakagawa ka ng data flow, just add a new entity. And then yung entity na yan, you can start from a blank query. Tapos nun, yung blank query na yan, you can actually copy and paste yung mga codes nyo rito. Example, itong Google Sheet source, you can go to the advanced editor, tapos i-copy mo yan, and then cancel. Tapos punta ka dito sa Power BI service mo, select all, and then paste. And then it will gagana siya ng magic. I-configure mo na lang ngayon yung connection. So, which is ginawa na natin kanina, anonymous connection. And then this is the Google Sheet source. So, once na natin yan, once na i-copy-paste na natin lahat, it should look something like this. Dito tayo sa COVID-PH. COVID-19. Sorry. Ayan. It should look something like this. So, naka-lineage view kasi ako, pero dapat by default naka-list view yan sa inyo. You have the COVID cases data flow. And kapag tinignan mo yung data flow na yan, you have two tables on it. So, i-edit natin yung entities. And you will see na kung ano yung mga queries natin kanina, yung Google Sheet source, yung hospitals, yung location correction, even our yung function natin, yung query function natin that calls the REST API is here. Yun nga lang, there's a slight variation. yung calling natin ng REST API is dynamic yung mismong web contents. So ayaw ni Microsoft ng ganyan. Ayaw ni Power BI service ng ganyan. So I would suggest na ilagay nyo yung mismong itong search fuzzy, and then take advantage of this relative path. So lahat na nagbabago, ilagay nyo dyan sa relative path, i-construct nyo yung string nyo like this one, and then it should work like a cinch. Yeah. So once na ganyan na, you can go ahead and refresh it, and wala ka nang, you go ahead and refresh it, and magre-refresh na siya since lahat naman ng mo, wala. Okay. Since lahat naman ng source mo is from the web, so wala kang kailangan i-configure na gateway, wala kang kailangan i-enable na firewall or something like that. Everything is already on the web, everything is public, and nakatago sa loob ng query mo yung key. Ikaw lang naman ang makaka-access niyan unless na share mo yung mismong edit capability mo. Pero yung mga tao nakaka-read niyang data flow na yan, ang makikita lang nila is itong COVID cases PH, and then yung locations wherein na-supplyan na ng what do you call this, ng na-enrich na natin yung data. So just to demonstrate yung yung apparent shielding nung susi natin, let's open yung ready-made ko ng demo, which is the Power BI desktops that pinalitan natin yung source. So minsan kasi meron tayong mga minsan kasi nauuna yung front end bago yung back end. I mean, nauuna yung front end tapos kailangan mong i-enhance yung back end. Sa programming, okay lang yun since decoupled kayo. Pero dito sa Power BI, kapag hindi ka maingat, masisira lahat yan. So the technique there is yung ETL. So you have the extract, which is itong Google Sheet source natin, and then yung transform, which is yung hospitals natin, and then the other stuff there. And then finally, you have the load. Doon sa load na yon, I would suggest na you have your extraction. Ito, kagaya nitong location na to. Ito yung extractionan niya. Ito yung extraction phase niya. And then, pagdating dito sa location na to, yung papalitan na lang natin yung source niya. Instead na naka-source siya dito sa hospital, magso-source siya doon sa data flow natin. So how to connect to the data flow? You go to the new source and then click more. Tapos dito sa Power Platform natin, meron tayo dyan data flow. Ayun. Dito sa Power Platform natin, meron tayo dito Power Platform data flows. Power BI data flows. Pati ako nalilito na. Pero, ano ba yan? Yung mga Power Platform guys, bakit nyo ba ino-overload yung data flows na yan? Palagay ko magkaparehas lang sila ng itsura. So makakapili ka ng mga data flow na ginawa mo kanina. Yung mga kinapi-paste mo doon sa service, nandito na sila. And then, once na kinlik mo yan, lalabas na dito. And then wala ka ng ibang makikita. Wala ka ng ibang makikita dyan kundi yung source. You're calling from the Power BI data flow, and then nag-navigate ka doon sa data. Ayan na yung data which happened everything on the server. Okay? So, yun. Nakakapag-filter ba tayo by province? So, yun na. Mag-filter na tayo by province. Lagyan natin dito. Filter on page. And we want to see the Batangas. Ayan ang mga ospital sa Batangas. Nga ba? Nope. Nope. Yan, hindi lumalabas yung maayos na. Ano ba yung ginawa ko sa relationship na to? Kaya naman pala, walang relationship. Travel history to the currently at. Okay. Ayan. Batangas. Tama ba? Ano yung finilter ko? Batangas. Okay. So, Mary Mediatrix Medical Center and ano to? Well, obviously, Batangas Health Center Hospital is somewhere in Batangas. So, na-accomplish natin yung goal natin na makapagdagdag ng higher granularity of data sa ating smaller granularity of data. So, it always works ng pataas. Hindi ka pwede makapag-arrive ng more precise data with the data na with the data with a bigger grain. Okay? So, kapag nagreklamo yung boss nyo na bakit hindi sakto tong latitude and longitude ng Quezon City ko. So, mahirap ka mo yun. As in, malaki ang Quezon City, which part of the Quezon City you want to pinpoint. And usually, by default, kapag sinabi natin Quezon City, ang ipipinpoint niyan yung Quezon City Hall. Okay? So, I guess that's all for my talk. So, if anyone wants a copy nung yung Power BI report na final na, I'll just upload it on Finog and Fisug. Tatanggalin ko na lang yung API key para hindi kayo makapag-call ng rito ng Azure Maps. Gumawa kayo ng sarili yung Azure Maps, okay? So, thank you. May question ba?
Alright, Argelo, actually may question galing sa YouTube. So,
YouTube.
nagtanong si Jara FPV. So, ano kasi ang sinabi niya is si DOH data drop daily nag-update ng Google Drive. Meron ba automated way para malaman at ma-download yung CSV nila? And then follow up pala doon. For now, I daily visit the shared folder and manually downloading the CSV and made a console app to convert the CSV to JSON. Parang regarding yata to sa data na galing kay DOH.
Yes. Medyo mahirap sagutin yan kasi yung bang file name is nagbabago. Kasi kung nagbabago yung file name na yan, mahirap gawa ng REST API. Pero kung hindi nagbabago yung file name, magagawa ng REST API yan. You just need to contact a programmer that knows the ins and out. Pwede na siguro, pwede kong hinga ng pabor si RN and create ng REST API and then maybe expose a Power BI file para, REST API lang naman yun, para madali yung magawa yung kung ano man yung analysis na gusto nyong gawin. So, walang straight answer to your question. I need to know more about that data drop. Although aware ako sa data drop, yun nga lang, talagang nagkataon lang na I lost my interest nung maraming for validation akong nakikita doon sa Excel file nila. Ano kasi, yung tawag dito, yung 3K to 7K natin, it was a dark time in data analysis. Talagang yung select few elites data analyst lang yung binigyan ng chance ni DOH na matingnan at mabutingting yung data nila. Pero ngayon, natutuwa akong malaman na meron ng data drop. We will see. We will see if there's a way to automate yung ginagawa mong saving. Na i-click mo na lang and magre-refresh na yung Power BI report. Power BI can do that. And so is Excel, as long as meron kang Power Query. So,
alright. I guess apart from that, nothing else? Or no one has any questions? Or ayan, meron yata ngayon lang.
Ay, ito pala. Ito na yung sagot doon sa doon sa question niya. Mahirap po mag-automate ng DOH data drop kasi pati shared folder nagbabago sila every now and then. Sad life. You need, para ma-automate mo na madali yan, you need at least to make the file name constant and make the file yung URL constant. Kung pabago-bago yan, someone at the background should be doing or should be abstracting yung changes. Anyways, yun.
Alright, I guess yun lang. Ayan, may pinaprovide si Nestor na na
Yes.
link. So, ayan, hindi niya rin daw
So
ma-automate.
yeah, so i-like nyo yung page ni Nikolai para makita nyo yung comment ni Nestor.
Mhm. And yeah, I guess apart from that, no more questions coming from YouTube and yeah, also on Facebook, wala rin namang other questions. So, ayun lang naman. You have anything else to say, Argelo?
I think sometime in May 30, no? Magkakaroon kami ng event with Barhead Solutions or Recruit Day, no? Power BI din ang i-discuss, and palagay ko bet kong it has something to do with data storytelling. Titingnan ko kung kaya kong magkwento na may kinalaman sa data. Gusto kong tingnan yung data ng Twitter. Ano? So, meron kasi kung pinapanood na drama, tawag sa kanila is Together the Series, and sobrang trending siya. So, knowing that Twitter is quite open with their APIs, we will try to extract data from Twitter and then do some text analytics kung ano ba maganda ba ang simpatsya ng publiko or masama bang loob nila doon kasi medyo controversial medyo controversial yung drama na yun. Yung unang episodes nila is not only nakabaklaan siya, nagkataon na yung mga Chinese fans is medyo naging snowflakey nung mga around the middle episode. Ano. Kung naaalala nyo yung Milk Tea Alliance, makikita nyo rin na biglang nag-trend yan na para bang inaalipusta ng China yung Thailand and then hindi tinablan yung Thailand. So we want to do a text analytics on that. Makita natin yung negative and positive sentiments. Tapos we will also try to tackle yung translation, yung ready-made na translation API na nasa Power BI. Okay? So that's on May 30.
All right.
I think that was something.
Hey, so ayun guys, ayun, kung makakaano rin kayo doon, maganda rin sana. Apart from that, I think nothing else from me. How about you, Argelo?
Wala na.
Okay.
Maraming salamat.
Alright, maraming salamat Argelo for sharing your knowledge about this topic. And yeah, I think we can now proceed to our next speaker. But before that, I think we might need a couple minutes of break so he can prepare. So our next topic will be about machine learning ulit. So with F# and ML.NET. So ayun, let's just give the next speaker a bit of time to prepare or to prepare his presentation. All right, so I guess we can now proceed to our next topic, which is going to be quick maths. Quick maths with functional machine learning with F# and ML.NET. So our next speaker is going to be JP Ada, John Paul Ada. So he's Microsoft MVP as well for AI. And he's also a big data engineer at IBM. So ayun, JP? Are you here?
Hello, hello.
Hello, yun. So
Can you hear
again,
me?
yep,
Can you see
we
me?
can hear you. Can I see you? Let me check. Yes, I can see you. So all right, you have the floor now, JP.
Okay, so let me share my screen. Wait, what? Uh, wait. Your entire screen. Wait, technical difficulties. Wait, so I'm trying to share this thing. Slideshow. Sorry, wala akong PowerPoint naka-install. So, come on.
I guess while JP is working on the presentation, um, I guess for later again we will have our final topic, which is gonna be all about event-driven architecture on Azure. So it's gonna be about event grids, I think,
Wait, give me a sec.
and it's gonna be our last speaker. Yep, and it's gonna be Marilag Di Matulak. But for now, again, we have JP as our second to the last speaker. So let's just wait for JP to, you know, to fix up the issues he is encountering at the moment.
Yo, wait. Wait lang. Still loading. Wait. Now, okay. Present now your entire screen. Yep. Okay. From beginning. Okay, so can anybody like, yeah, can everybody hear me or see the screen? Okay. So hello everyone. I'm JP, and today I'm going to talk about quick maths with functional machine learning using F Sharp and ML.NET. So, as Brian uh, said, I'm currently a Microsoft MVP for artificial intelligence and a big data engineer at IBM. Wait, oh my god, wait. Okay. Sorry because I can hear myself. Okay, next. Uh, so briefly, let's talk about machine learning. If you were not here in the early parts of the uh, Azure Virtual Bootcamp, then you may not have caught Leo's talk about machine learning. But let's do a quick definition, right? So this is a simplified version of what machine learning is. It's basically teaching a machine how to do a particular task by giving examples instead of programming the task directly. So what does this mean? For example, if you're um, if you want to figure out if a sentence is positive or negative, like sinabi ni Madam kanina, like yung ano ba yung simpatya ng bansa or ng Twitterverse with regards to dun sa Together series, for example. So like a particular tweet, for example, sinasabi na Together sucks. So that is definitely negative, right? Tapos if they say like Together is great, so that's positive. So what happens now is how do you figure out if a sentence is positive or negative? So like maybe you want to search for particular words, or how do you structure a particular sentence in order to check if it sentence is positive or negative. But that is a tedious task. So what you do in a machine learning approach is to do something like you give it examples, like you tell the machine that Together sucks is a negative sentiment, right? We call this sentiment analysis. And you tell it that Together is great is a positive sentiment. So then you give it tons of examples, so many examples, so that it learns that this particular sentence is positive or negative. So that's what machine learning does. So you tell a machine how to do something, how to figure out something, instead of telling it directly how to do it. You let it figure it out by itself. So that's what machine learning is. Oop, current slide. Okay. So there are a lot of libraries out there that helps with machine learning. Depends on your platform or your language. But one of them is ML.net. So ML.net is an open source and cross-platform machine learning framework for .NET. So let's break this down. What this basically means is first, open source, meaning you can see how it works under the hood and you can freely use it. Okay, so nobody's gonna hunt you down for using ML.net. And then it's cross-platform, basically means anywhere that .NET is installed, you can use it. Any language that supports .NET can use it. Any platform that supports .NET can use it. And then it is a machine learning framework. Basically, you can use machine learning algorithms and do other machine learning related stuff aside from training and prediction with ML.net. So here's a link if you want to check it out. So here's a link to ML.net. So ML.net also has a CLI. And if naabutan nyo yung talk ni Leo kanina, he talked about AutoML. And what that does is basically allows you to do hyperparameter optimization without any hassle. So what does that actually mean? It means you just provide your data, specify the task that you want, and you're done. That's basically it. You don't have to think about the complicated algorithms and the parameters to those algorithms. You just have to provide your data, and that's it. Okay, so how does that work? How does ML.NET CLI work? So currently ML.NET CLI has one option. It's called auto train. So you run ML.MLNet. So you have to install MLNet. It should be in the docs for ML.NET. And then you run auto train. Then specify the task that you want. In this case, it's a binary classification. Then you specify the data set. Then you specify the Then you specify the label. And then the label index. So basically, which column has the label, and then do you have headers, whatever, and then the max exploration time. How many seconds will you run the training for your data? So the language that we're going to use for this session would be F Sharp. F Sharp is the functional programming language for the .NET And then so it is the pure, not completely pure, but relatively pure. So like more pure than C sharp, but I guess less pure than Haskell. But it's relatively pure to some extent. So it's a functional programming language by Microsoft for the .NET. So it has a lot of awesome features, and it's usually used for it's great for doing things like type driven development or domain driven development. Like you can define your whole domain by just using your types first before you actually go into development, so you can do that. Right. Okay, so F sharp features, what do we use F sharp? One of the most unique features of F sharp that I've never seen in any language is units of measure. So what it does is, for example, you can specify a unit of measure for a particular value, like 1 kilogram, and then 1 meter or 1 second. So if you have those two, so if you have two values that have those units of measure, if you add them, when you add them, for example, if they have different units of measure, you can't. It's different. But if you divide them, that's possible. So, for example, if you have 1 meter divided by 1 second, you will have 1 meter per second. So that's what's going to happen when you use units of measure. The next is it has a sound type system. So if you're used to working with C sharp or Java, for example, or C, like they have that they are statically typed, right? You have to specify your types beforehand, but these type systems are still missing some other things. Like for example, you can't define a type. Well, you can define an enum, for example, in those languages, but you can't define a type. In F sharp, you can define a type that you can use. Um, we call them some types, or in other circles, but you call it in F sharp discriminated unions. So like you're able to instead have all of a particular all cases of a particular object. You can have just one case of that particular object. I think we'll see that later in the demo. And then we have pattern matching. So this has been a recent addition in C sharp, but it has been with F sharp since the beginning. So pattern matching is a very powerful feature of F sharp, which allows you to make less mistakes. And also it allows you to do very flexible stuff. We'll also see pattern matching later on in the demo. And then finally, it can leverage .NET, meaning since F sharp is a language for .NET, all the languages for the .NET, all the libraries for the .NET can be used by F sharp, including ML.NET, of course. So that was quick, but does anybody have any questions? So, does anybody have any questions so far? YouTube. I guess we don't have questions for now. So, wait. So let's go for the demo. I guess I'm still presenting. So let's close this. Everything. Terminal. So what we're going to do is, wait, it's too small. So what I'm going to do is to create a project that will use ML.NET and F sharp. So first, what we'll do is we need a data set. Okay, so we need to open up uh, a project in here somewhere. No, projects sharp and L. Yeah, it's been opened, and then we'll also open that. We'll also open that in VS Code. Code projects of sharp ML. Cool. Right. Where were we? So what we need to do in here is let's create a new project. Create a new folder. Sentiment. CD sentiment. Let's go to the folder. And then what we'll do is we'll copy this Yelp label text. So if you open this, we'll paste it there. So now in our sentiment folder, we have Yelp label.text. So what we can do is do head. I think this will work. Yep. So we can see the first few. I think we can do something like Yelp -5. So the first five entries of that file. So we have so these are reviews, right? Reviews of a particular food place or reviews of many food places. So we have the actual review, and 1 means it's a positive response, and 0 means it's a negative response. Okay. So in here, not tasty, and the texture was just nasty. That's 0. So love this place. It's 1. So it's positive. So this is the data we're going to use to tell the machine, what how to figure out if something is positive or negative. So this is the data set given a particular review, right? So what we can do is we will run mlnet, the ml.net CLI. So let's see. What we can do is sorry about that. Let's close this all. I'm going to open up my Código. So I'm gonna copy this and then let's break this down. It's not copying. Give me a sec. There we go. So let's break this down. MLNet, autotrain, then task binary classification, dataset, Yelp label text. So first is MLNet. So MLNet is the ML.NET CLI. So MLNet here is different from the actual library, from the actual ML.NET. So ML.NET is the library. MLNet here is the CLI, is the command line that we can use. And then we specify the task. So the possible tasks are like multi-class classification, binary classification, and one more. I just forget what it was. No, regression and one more. It was related to time. And then next is since we are using sentiment analysis, we only have 2 values, positive or negative. We use binary classification. Then next is dataset. We specify the dataset. We have the Yelp labeled text in here. Yelp labeled text. So that's the dataset that we're going to use. And then label column index 1, because it's 0 based. The index 1 is the second index. Okay, so this is a tab separated value file. So these are the second column separated by tabs is the label. And then we specify if there are headers or not. We say false because this does not have a label, a header, sorry. The header, if you specify has header true, what happens is you can specify, instead of column index, you can specify column name. Okay, and then max expiration time in this case will be running uh, the training, the machine learning training for 60 seconds. So after that, it will show us the algorithms and the accompanying accuracies of those algorithms. So we don't need to think about which algorithms we need to use. The MLNet auto train CLI will help us pick the best uh, algorithm from here. Like, and then we can just improve it afterwards, right? So I'm hitting enter. We're going to run the training. Now that's happening. Let's mute. Okay, so it's done. Let's zoom out a bit because we're able to see the results. Okay, one great thing about this CLI is you're able to see it automatically after the training. You can see the details in here. Actually, you can make this more verbose. There's a dash V option or dash capital V option in MLNet Auto Train, so it allows you to select how verbose you want the explanations to be. So like logs and stuff, and like how is it choosing what, right? Okay, so now we have the selected algorithm. The best one is SDCA, logistic regression binary. So keeping it simple, it's just a logistic regression algorithm. I don't know what SDCA stands for, but yeah. So accuracy is 0.82, F score is 0.81. It took 19 seconds to figure out that this was the best, and it's the second iteration. Okay, so you can get better results if you run it a bit longer, but we'll stick with this for now. So what's going to happen next? One of the best things about this is once you run the experiment, once you run the AutoML, right, you will get an ML model.zip, which is your model. Okay, and apart from that, let's check out what the contents of sentiment are. Okay, if you hit ls, right, you get Yelp labeled text and then sample binary classification. Now what is that file? So if we run code, right, we run code, I'll open it in VS Code. Run it in VS Code, you will see that this is a project. So what MLNet Auto Train does is create a model for you without thinking about anything, just the data and what task you want to do. Is it creates a model for you with the best algorithm it found, and it creates a project for you. Okay, so that already uses the model, so you can just change it around. So we can take a look at this program.cs. So this is already a project that we can use. Okay, but the thing is, this is in C#. So if you're using C#, great, awesome. You can just use this directly out of the box and just create new C# files, or just pull this project as a different module, right? You can do that if you're using C#. Okay. You can also technically use pull this even if you're using F#. But I'd like to write my own. So in this case, I'm going to create my own project. So what's going to happen in here is I'm going to use the model that was created here and create a REST API of some sort. Well, at the very least, an API, right? I'm going to create an endpoint which uses the model that is in here. So for that, we're going to use the .NET Core. So to create a new web API, we're going to use, I wasn't able to copy it. Copy this and paste it here. So we're going to run .NET new web API -o. This would be the name of the folder or the project name, the output of this command, and then the language would be F#. Since I'm not really that comfortable about with using C#, I'm going to use F#. So, boom, it will start creating that folder. Restore succeeded. Should be done in a sec. Yun. Next. We're going to do next. So now we've created API. If you can see, we already have the API project here. And if you see here, we have this is in F#. Okay. So what we will do is, so we already have sample controllers in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this and replace it with our own. Okay. So let's see. First things first. We need to copy. So in order to use the model, we need to copy the model. We'll just drag the model from here. So the model is in here, mlmodel.zip. I'll just copy it and paste it in here in API. Paste. There we go. Now that's fine. Anyway, so we've created the API, but it's doing something like a weather API by default. So we have an example. So let's try this weather API out. So how do we actually run this? So we go to the API folder, and then we run .NET run. Okay. Perfect. So it's running. Now this is running on localhost 5001. So we can check this out, localhost 5001. And we'll say, oh, there's nothing yet. I think, yeah, it's weather forecast. So if we hit weather forecast, it will give us the, well, a list of weather forecasts. Okay. So, well, we'll check what's happening here. So it's basically when you call /weather forecast, it goes in here. So the so this type of thing is convention based versus configuration based approach. So what happens here is if you have a weather forecast controller, your endpoint would be weather forecast. So in order to create something like a sentiment endpoint, we need a sentiment controller. So we need to do that. So we'll copy this and create a sentiment controller. And I was not able to copy that. Let's copy everything here. We go to sentiment controller and paste that. Oh, namespace, the controllers. Okay, so we'll replace all this. We'll need to retain this because we need the controller base, but we'll change everything else. This would be the return would be just a string of positive or negative. So this would be a string. And then we'll delete this. We don't need that anymore. Mm-hmm. So what else don't we need? We need everything else. So we'll change this to sentiment controller. Okay. Now what would happen is, let's say positive. Okay. So here's one thing about F sharp. So this is a function, right? This is actually a method because it's inside this type. So what happens is in a function in F sharp, the last value that you have, you don't need the return. F sharp does not have the return. Uh, well, it shows in here, but you don't need that return for F sharp. What you do is you just what the last value is in a particular function. That is the return value. Okay, so meaning you will always have a return value in F sharp. If you don't return anything, it's just null. Okay. So if we run this, right, one thing that we're missing, we need to add that to our API FS project. So just copy this, paste it. Sentiment controller. Sentiment controller. And then we run .NET run again. Let's just listen if somebody's. So we'll just wait for this to finish. Okay, so it's done. It's running. So let's see, right? Let's go to in here, sentiment. So it's positive. So that's what we're returning in here. So that's what we're returning in here. So what we need now is to actually get a value from the text and send it to the model to get a value. Right. So let's see. We'll copy paste some stuff in here. Let's copy this. And paste this in here. Okay. What happens here is we're going to get the queries. Sorry about that. So we're going to get the queries, which will contain the URL parameters from the URL, right, from the request. So we're going to get that. So what's happening here is we get the request, we get the query, we get the URL parameters. That's that, and then we get just the first one. And then after that, and that one is a key value pair. So we get the key and the value inside tuple. Okay. So what's happening here is this is a function and this is a function. So what's happening here is in F sharp, if you have a value, you can use this syntax called piping. It's the pipe operator. You can pipe this value to this function, and it will give that to this function as an argument. Then whatever happens in here is also sent to the next function using the pipe. So on and so on. Right. So what's just going on here is I'm going to create uh, a tuple of the parameter that I need. So I'm going to give say text awesome. So the text is awesome, but it gives me positive because I have not used this text yet. So I'm going to get this text, this awesome, into this variable text. So they are now in parms. So we can do something like print fn, and because it's an object, or let's say just say a, I guess, parms. Okay, so we can do something like, so we can run this dot, nope, API .NET run, and if we run, if we, when this is done running, we can hit this again, and we will see what the contents of parms are. Sorry about this. This is just basically because of this. Wait, why am I running here? Nope, not here. Here. See the API. Medyo kakalito. Okay, so we're running .NET. Run in here. It should show us the value of, yeah, it should be here. Medyo nalito na ako. Sorry. Print fn a params. Okay. I have an error. What does it say? Oh, wait. Huh? Because one of them is already running. I think. Nope, this one already running. So it's saying that I already have something running at port 5001. Close this and just run here. Okay, so it's running. So if we check this out, it should send us positive, but we should be able to see that we have text is awesome. So how do we actually get this? So what we use, we will use pattern matching. So pattern matching looks like this. So we have parms, right? No, I'm in the wrong one. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll use match. And then this is in some languages this is switch. I think in C sharp it's switch. In Reason ML it's also switch. But in F sharp it's match. Match parms with, you specify your match, right? In this case, you're gonna say text, and then value, and then return the value. Else, I'm just gonna get I'm just gonna return a blank. I'm gonna remove this. Okay, so what's happening here? So it's checking, it's trying to match parms with these patterns. So if the pattern is the first value is text and the second value is if the first value is text, we'll match that with value, meaning the next value, which is supposed to be the second value in parms. It will be inside now of the value variable. So it's a tuple, right? So if you take a look at this, we have text and awesome. So if it matches text, awesome will now be inside value, and then that is going to be returned. If it doesn't match anything, right, that we've defined here, it will go to this case, which is the catch-all. This underscore is the catch-all, which will return, in this case, we will just return a blank string. I will check this again. Specify text is awesome. Text is nice. Wait, we haven't run it yet. Need to run it again. There. So .NET, no, sorry, no, don't run that. So if we refresh this, really should just increase the size of this. Sorry. Okay, so text is equal to nice. So the text is now nice. But if we do not specify anything, or if specify something weird, like weird text, it will just give us a blank piece of text. Because, sorry, because we specified it should be blank. Okay. So this is where so we can get the value of the URL parameter now. What's next? We need to insert this value inside the model. So we pass it through the model, and the model should give us some sort of value that we can use. So how do we do that? So what I'm imagining here is we would have something like model.predict, and it will give us the value. Or alternatively, we could do something like value model.predict being F sharpie. Although it's a good practice to just use the parenthesis one, but if you have a chain of a super long, if you have a super long chain of functions, or at least three, it's better to use this so it's readable. Okay, so that's it. So we need a model to predict. How do we do that? Well, we need to create another module. So we call it the model.fs. And we need to pass that through API say model.fs. Just I'm already being hounded. So model.fs. So what we'll do is next thing we'll do is we'll just copy the contents of model.fs that's already written in here. I'll just explain it for a bit. Nope, wasn't copied. Copy, paste. Okay, so what's going to be different here is just change this text first and then edit it later if you have time. Mm-hmm. So we have output that predicted. So no, okay. So this would be. Let me just change this to. Okay. So let's see if this works, right? I'll just check it out. I still need to have two more model input.fs and model output.fs. So these define. So these two files define the input and the output that the model takes. We don't just accidentally put random stuff in there. We'll go over this quickly. We'll just need to add them first. Model output.fs. Okay. So wait, we need to still add this in the APIs. Uh, model output. Okay. So what's next? Oh, in here, in the controllers, need to specify open up. Okay, that's good. So okay, model input. We are just taking column 0, which is the text, and then the label, which is 1 or 0. And then for the output, we will create a column called predicted label, but the actual variable name is prediction, which will be true or false because it's a binary classification problem. So we get a true or false, and then how sure we are. But we're just going to use prediction for now. So what's next is we're going to use it in the model. Okay, so let's take a look at the code here. So we've created a module which has a predict function, which takes a text input. Okay, and then we create the ML context. This comes from ml.net, and then we get the ml model.zip model file. So we load that into ml model, and then we create a prediction engine. So create prediction engine using ml context.model, which has the type of model input and model output. So it takes a model input of type model input like this. So two fields, a type of two fields. So this is what I'm talking about, that F# can create its own types. So, and then it gives the ML model. So we now have a prediction engine. So we now have a prediction engine that takes something that is of type model input and returns a type of model output and uses the ML model zip that was generated by the CLI earlier. So here we create the model input value. So call 0 is the text that we received, and we just specify it through. For this, in this case, we don't need the label, but it's just part of the input. So we need to specify it here, but the value doesn't matter. What matters here is the value of call 0. And then we get the output by running that value through engine.predict. So we can actually just use something like input, something like that. We can do that. Just type it in. If like it makes you easier, like you're putting input through the engine.predict function. So that's one way of thinking about it. And then after that, so we have output, right? So since we get let's see, right? And there's something off. I will check my código. Yes. So this would be output dot prediction. Right. So it's either true or false. So we're pattern matching here again. So with the type of prediction being Boolean, we only have two options. It's either true or false. So all the cases are handled, so we don't need the catch all. Okay. So because we handle both true and false. So if it's true, we get positive, and it's false, we get a negative. So let's see if this works. You're going to run this. Oops, errors everywhere. What's happening? Namespace. Ah, yes. Very important step. I forgot. So we're using Microsoft.ml, right? So we need to install ml.net, the library in here. So in order to do that, we need to run .net add package Microsoft.ml. We need to run that and install ml.net. Right? So now that's done. Let's try running .net run again. Let's wait for it to finish. There we go. It's running now. So let's see. Let's specify text. Yun, so positive siya. So if we specify here yung text natin, sabihin natin so bad, say it becomes negative. Okay, so that's what's happening here. So we can specify text na the floor was horrible. So we get negative. Okay. So yung text natin is the floor was horrible. Okay. So again, it the text we're getting that no, that's the wrong one. Okay. So we're getting the text that flower was horrible was coming in here, and then we're passing it as an input in here, and then send the input through the predict, and we get the output, which is of type model output, which has prediction and score. So we're going to match prediction output dot prediction, which is a boolean, true or false. So we're getting positive if it's true, and then negative is false. So we basically now made our API using F# and MLNet. So now what you can do is just deploy this to app service or to a server, to a VM. So that's one thing that you can do. Or you can just, if you want to do this, since this is open source, right, and this is already running on your local, you can run this on your on-prem systems, right? So if you don't want to use cloud, or you want, if you're stuck with your data being in the country and you need to use on-prem instead of cloud, you can use this, right? So you can use the AutoML functionality and just build over it, and then create your own API, right? Okay, so one thing that I did before that I don't think I have any more time to do is let's see, in predict types. So we have predict types. I use predict types for my copy. I'll push this to GitHub so you can see. So I have a type of predict output and predict input. Predict input and predict output. So what happens is, in my implementation, it takes a predict input and then it will check if, so this needs to be like predict input. Like this will only take predict input. So if you just send text, it won't work. But you need to send predict input, which wraps text. Okay. So what happens is, you can't just send text. So it makes it less possible for you to make mistakes na mag-send ka ng random text na hindi related. So what happens is, if you need to send something to predict, it needs to be of type predict input. Okay, so you don't make mistakes. So this is one layer above that to make this super uh, to make this super safe. You can use something like called phantom types, which literally makes it impossible for you to create predict input by yourself. So it's like literally impossible to make a mistake. So what happens is, you can create a type coming out from a function, and then that type only comes out from this function, and your predict will only take this type that comes out from this function. That's impossible to get that type from anywhere else. So that's what phantom types are. That's not actually the definition of phantom types, but that's a technique that you can use phantom types with. But that's an advanced subject. You can read about it. But that makes it impossible for you to make a mistake, and that is a feature that you will not find in other um, languages like Java, for example, or Python. So you can't do that there because you don't have the same type system. I think C# is heading there, but I'm not sure yet. Okay, so I guess that's it for now. So again, we were able to create a model in a matter of seconds, in just a minute, and then it created a project for us. We got the model, and we created an API. Right? We created a sample API in just seconds by creating .NET new web API using F sharp. Then we created this model prediction, and that's it. So I guess I'll open the floor for questions.
Yep. Hey, JP. Yeah. So actually, yeah, I'm looking for some questions on the chat, but it seems like there are no questions as of the
No
moment.
questions.
Probably later siguro pagka ano siguro abang-abang tayo baka may mag-ask ng questions, but as of the moment wala pa naman. But anyway, I guess
Okay.
that's it. You have anything else to say?
So this code will be available in this. Actually, this is already available here, but the part where I added in the predict types were not yet here. But I'm going to upload this shortly, and then so just check this repo out. It will be there, and I guess that's it. If there are no questions.
All right. All right, thank you so much, JP. So it was a wonderful talk, and we hope to hear from you again. I think in the near future we will have another session of mine talking about some of the things that you can do with. I'm sorry, with the what you call this, the ML.net. So I've actually tried out ML.net before, but it was too young, so I wasn't able to use it properly. But anyway, thank you so
All right.
much, JP.
Right. Thanks.
All right. All right. So I guess for our next speaker, which is actually our final speaker, um, he's gonna talk about the event-driven architecture on Azure. So let's just give him or her a moment to prepare or to set up his or her, sorry, but her presentation. But yeah, maybe a few minutes will do. So yeah, I guess Miss Marilag has already set up her presentation. So, Miss Marilag, are you okay with? Are you good to go?
Hello, yes.
Yep. All right. So
You
yeah,
hear me nicely?
yeah we can hear you. And I think we can now. Yeah, let's just wait for Nikolai. All right. So yeah, I think we can now start with our final session, which is all about event-driven architecture on Azure. And our final speaker is going to be Marilag Dimatulak. She is a chief solutions architect from Device. Am I right about that?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So, all right, Miss Marilag, you have the floor.
Hello. I hope everyone is still alive. I'm almost dead. I think I fell asleep around 2 in the morning today and I got up at 5 o'clock and I'm just basically sitting here in front of the screen. And so I'm about to fall asleep. So bear with me, guys, if I start saying something silly. But first of all, I just really want to thank the organizers and John for reaching out to me, and also for Brian and the rest of the guys for organizing this event. It's been a long day, and kudos to all those of you who stayed throughout the day. I don't know how many of you are still here from the 9 o'clock. I don't know what time it started, but yeah, amazing, amazing guys. But I've always wanted to connect to the Filipino Azure community. I'm pretty active in Denmark. Here, I'm also part of the user group, Azure User Group DK. And I started Azure User Group Manila about 3 years ago, but it's been a rough ride because it's hard to run communities when you're actually far away. That's the same with running a company when you're also far away, but we try to manage. So I'm so happy that I get to meet all those really cool Azure experts that we have in the country, the local Azure experts, and also Filipino Azure experts all over the world. I get to meet some of them also when I go to conferences, and I just want to keep the spirit high. So thanks for attending and thanks for organizing. As Jonas mentioned, my name is Mary Lagdimatulak, so you can't push me. I'm a chief solutions architect at Device, and it's a company I started also about 3 to 4 years ago. We have an office here in Copenhagen and also in Manila. We have excellent Azure developers in the team, and we build a lot of enterprise mobile and web applications for mostly large Danish companies at the moment, but we also have an app that would be launching globally, hopefully soon. I'm also an Azure MVP, but in the Nordics. Um, so not for Asia Pacific region, but the Nordic region. I was just got awarded maybe a couple of months ago, so I'm very happy to contribute more to the community. I have a blog and LinkedIn. You can follow me on Twitter. Yeah. So today I'm going to talk about event-driven architecture on Azure. This is a topic that I'm really passionate about because I use it a lot in my line of work as a solutions architect. Event-driven architecture is not new, it's not novel. It's been around for a long, long time, and we sort of, as developers, understand the concept behind it. But the landscape that we have right now in order to implement event-driven architecture in our solution has changed a lot, obviously, since the advent of the cloud. And if you're one of those who has to tackle a very complex problem and want to use event-driven approach, but on Azure, but is confused on all these different services that you find in Azure that seem to be fulfilling the same job or have been doing the same thing. So you have all these different services, event this and that, event hub, event grid, and messaging, service bus, this bus, and it can get quite confusing. Everywhere in Azure, you have events, you have triggers, you have functions, you have logic apps. It's like, what do I do? What do I choose? So what I want to try to enlighten you guys now is how to approach this problem by understanding concept behind event driven, and then hopefully having enough information to choose the right solution and feature or service for you. So I'd like to start with describing a very, very complex problem that we probably all have experienced before. Let's say that your girlfriend or your boyfriend wakes you up at 3 in the morning. This is not me craving for milk tea. I couldn't find an icon in PowerPoint. It looks like a milk tea, but I found a milk bottle. So just imagine this one is milk tea. So your girlfriend just or boyfriend just started waking you up and say, "Oh, I want milk tea," but it's 3 and you don't know what to do. But then obviously, none of you could go out because of this GMCAQLRP thing that's going on, which is a genetically modified community acquired quarantine law of the Republic of the Philippines. So you can't go out and buy your milk tea. So you have to order it online, get your phone, place an order to your favorite milk tea store, and voila, after maybe 3 hours, you get your milk tea, your partner is happy, you're back to sleep, and problem solved. So this is kind of complex problem, not, but it kind of mimics some of those solutions that we try to build in our line of work, right? Like this ordering and delivering and stuff. So how do we translate that into a solution? And the thing is, even these simple things that we use in our everyday lives seem so trivial. Behind the scenes, there are a lot of things that's going on. There are a lot of actors in play. There are a lot of steps that are being executed. And your role as a solution architect is to be able to really have both a helicopter view of the flow and as well as to go deep into the details of each of these connection points between the steps and understand how to model that and then to implement that using the latest technology and so that it's a bit more feasible and easy to maintain. So let's dig deep a little bit on how the flow plays out. So you place an order, and boy here receives an order. I'm going to try to simplify it. And boy here tries to receive the order and checks the inventory. Can we make the milk tea? Do we still have all the necessary ingredients? And yes, I confirm yes. So boy calls girly in the kitchen and say, "Hey, girly, can you make the milk tea? Someone has ordered it at 3:30 in the morning. Some crazy manic person ordered milk tea at 3 in the morning. Can you make the milk tea?" And so Girly starts making the milk tea. And once Girly finished making the milk tea, she informs Boy here that, okay, the milk tea is ready. So what this boy has to do is to find a delivery service so that he can get the milk tea to whoever, this crazy person who ordered it. And so to be able to do that, he needs to find a delivery service. So he needs to somehow announce that he needs someone to deliver this. And comes Becky. So Becky received that, oh, boy wants a delivery service. I'm the best delivery service person in the world, so I'm going to accept that. And then go to the milk tea store, pick up the milk tea, and then deliver it. Everybody happy. So that's just the flow, very typical. So in this kind of system, as you can see, there's, like I mentioned, there's a lot of actors and steps in place. And how do you, as a developer, implement this in an application? In the old days, you would probably implement this as one huge, humongous, monolithic application. So you have one application that does the ordering, the manufacturing, the delivery, the payment, the inventory, and all other things that you needed to implement this is just in one system. And this is what Paul was also talking about earlier about microservice design, that this approach has changed a lot over the past years, if not a decade, that now we learned that it's easier to maintain a system if we try to isolate each of the individual domains or the individual responsibilities into smaller systems. And so in this case, it's so easy to see that ordering is very different from making the milk tea, and making the milk tea is very different from delivering the milk tea. And another thing that we want to consider in systems like this is that you don't want to really bother Girly about the ordering process. She doesn't care about that, especially not Becky. Becky doesn't care about the whole how milk tea, how you make milk tea, but she just wants to deliver the milk tea. So why do we create dependencies between these systems if they really can exist without really having this connection with each other. And in, when we develop systems like that, we make it more modular, we make it more independent. That way, if you translate that into different teams also developing the systems, they can have their own cadence. So the ones developing the delivery can have their own team, can deploy their own stuff at their own pace, and that's the same with this other two. But there's a subtle difference in this kind of system. You have the ordering and boy and girlie here, they're from the same store. They're probably sitting under the same roof. She's just in the kitchen and he's the reception or the cashier. So they're sort of the same. And the things they do to be able to come up with the milk tea is quite tightly related to each other. So there's a little bit difference in that. Whereas Becky is from a completely totally different company and only cares about delivering, and probably she's also, or he should also delivering products from many different restaurants. So you get what I mean, right? And this kind of scenario, especially when we're trying to modularize a system, is where event-driven architecture is really shines. To be able to model this kind of system as a series of events. But before we start appreciating what event-driven architecture is, we need to really understand some very basic concepts, two basic concepts, and then for us to kind of wrap our head around the subtleties between what's going on. So before we understand event-driven architecture, we have to understand the concept of messages and events. On the surface, they sound very similar. Okay, a message, an event is just another message, and then you can send events as messages, etc., etc. But sometimes, even if they're similar, they're not quite the same. So in this case, when boy kind of asked girlie to make the milk tea, it's sort of a request. It's a command. Please make the milk tea. Otherwise, the whole step will not be completed. You can't just take an order and do nothing if you are the restaurant, right? You need to tell your colleague, please make the milk tea. And kind of that's a message. Boy sends a message to girlie asking her to make the milk tea. So it's an intent. It's sort of a command. In this case, maybe a favor. I don't know. It depends on what kind of employee you are. But normally you say, please make the milk tea. And so that means you could either call girlie directly in the kitchen and ask her to do this, or maybe you're a big restaurant and you have a lot of orders, so boy needs to put these orders in a queue, and anybody from the kitchen, maybe girlie 1, girlie 2, or girlie 3, can pick up that order and make the milk tea. So boy actually doesn't know who's making the milk tea, but he has already sent the message to the kitchen. And also another important thing to note is that because this is a message, so sort of there's a contract, a boy needs a reply. It's very important. It's imperative that he gets to find out what, can you make it? Can you not make it? So he waits and not do anything, or do something else while waiting until he gets the feedback from the kitchen that now we're doing it. But this is a message exchange between two parties. So girlie can also send a message to boy that the tea is now ready. So it's just a typical communication, right? So if we look at it in a system development perspective, messages is something that represents an intent. It's typically expressed as a command, like prepare tea. And this can be passed directly between parties. So in terms of technically, that means like you can call your REST endpoints and call each other. So you actually know the address of the endpoint that you are calling. So you have an awareness of who gets to receive the message. But as I mentioned, sometimes there's influx of messages. So if you don't want to be constrained and you don't want your performance to be affected by this influx of messages, even though you're calling them directly, you might want to put your messages in a queue and then let the recipient process this queue to go along. But like I want to reiterate, the message, it's imperative that the other party receives it and give a feedback that something has been completed. So it's an imperative intention. What about events? So what's the difference? Events is when boy notifies that the milk tea is ready for delivery. It's just an announcement, right? An event is an announcement that something has happened. It's normally expressed as something as a past tense and also an adverb, right? Something is completed or something has transpired. So an event is something that you also normally just broadcast. And if you are the one publishing that event, sometimes you don't know who gets to receive those notifications. As far as you are concerned, you're done with your job. If you're the restaurant, I'm done. My delivery is not my concern. I just want to announce that I have a milk tea up for delivery, and then it's for the delivery systems to pick up this announcement, whatever delivery system it is, which is not part of the restaurant's business, and then they pick it up and then do something. But boy, have no sort of direct relation to them. It's not like that he's calling Becky directly asking, "Can you deliver this?" No, he's just making an announcement and they're picking it up. And it's not only the delivery guys or the delivery system speaking up that announcement. Maybe other parties are also interested in subscribing to these announcements, to these notifications, to these events, because when they see that, oh, okay, a milk tea has been delivered or is up for delivery, they can also execute something based on this event. But again, to reiterate, boy kind of doesn't care. So that's an event. And then it doesn't always have to be a lot of subscribers. You can also just have a single subscriber. In this case, it's only the delivery company. So Becky also can notify that the milk tea is now delivered. As far as Becky is concerned, that's his job. I just need to notify somewhere out in the world that my job is done, the milk tea is delivered. And all the interested parties into that event could subscribe to that announcement and do their thing. So there's sort of a loose connection, a decoupling of interest or of functionality. So they don't have this tightly coupled relationship that you have with parties exchanging messages. I hope that's clear. And that events are normally also, in system terminology, it's announced as fact that has occurred, typically expressed as a completed action, for example, milk tea delivered. It's not in a queue. Well, maybe there's an underlying queue in a system, but typically it's not a queue. It's not like I put it in a queue, I dispatch it in a queue, and something processes it, and then it disappears from a queue. It's not like that. It's it's an announcement, so it's always in a stream of announcements, and it's just being published and broadcasted. And the publisher doesn't know doesn't have to know who the subscribers and what it does with it. So doesn't really care. Whereas boy cares that girlie makes the milk tea in his message. Boy doesn't care what other subscribers to his notification does. Right. So as we see it, messages and events are both mediums of communication between systems. Messages require a command to be completed, and events notify a fact that has happened. And it all plays out really well in an event-driven architecture, because event-driven architecture is just designing a solution where systems, or even just parts of a system, if you're designing a microservice and you have broken down your system into smaller pieces, like in earlier session, like what Paul has shown us, that you can design it so that you can use event to allow these systems to communicate with each other in one way or another without being dependent with each other. They can still have a form of communication, a mediator, so to say, so that they can execute their job through this publishing and subscribing mechanism. Yes. So there are different types of events. Now we're just focusing on events. There are typically different types of events when it comes to designing your solution. There's the notification, which I already kind of sort of explained. I am just broadcasting that something has happened. And there's what you call an event carried state transfer, which is typically in a larger system when you're doing domain-driven design and microservices, that you might want to isolate your microservices or your domains or your bounded context into different systems. And in the process, you also might want to isolate their data sources, your persistence layer within the, which is just within the boundary of your microservices. So essentially, in the old days, you would have one big database and all the services would connect to it. And that's the same case with service-oriented architecture. It doesn't dictate that you would have your own data source, but um, for the more modern architecture, you could have your own data sources within your own isolated system. And what you would want to do sometimes is to keep a copy of the data that you kind of need from other systems. So instead of always having this dependency on the other system to check the state of your object or your data or your entity in that other system, what you do is to keep your own copy. And now storage is fairly inexpensive and services are fairly inexpensive. So we can implement applications that are denormalized, right? So let's say you have an ordering system and you have a delivery system. So the ordering system has a list of products, and so does the delivery system has a list of products. And it's the same list, it's the same information. But how do you copy this different state? And you use events for that. This is what you say, what we mean by event carried state transfer. So as soon as something happened in the order system, say order created, it emits an event, that order is created, and what it does is that the delivery system is probably listening to that event and say, oh, an order has been created. I want to pick that order and save that on my own database. So you update your state based on several events. And another form of event architecture is event source. So you're sort of just, if you're also, again, doing domain-driven design, instead of just keeping one state of an object, let's say an order, when you update an order, you overwrite that state normally in a typical database design or database solution. But with the event source, everything that happens to your object, to your entity, which is your order, is being recorded as a series of events. Order created, order updated, order edited, order deleted, this and this and that. These are all a series of events that are in some sort of a data source in your backend, and these are persisted. So when you do query an order, you can play out this recording of events. So that's a different approach, and that's good for a lot of maybe complex domains, but you might want to rethink your architecture, because if you're just doing a simple CRUD application where you just need to save some master data in your database, why would you do it with an event source, right? So you always have to consider these different types of events and event architecture before you apply them to your solution. What makes sense? You have to ask that to yourself. The pretty stuff about event architecture, as maybe I have already mentioned, is that you can do a lot of this good things. The inversion of control means that if you are the one publishing the event, you don't have to really create the instance or the system that would pick up that event or that would carry out your command. So it's actually them. You're putting the control to those that are responsible for carrying out the command, to putting the control to them instead of you creating a strong dependency to the handlers of your command. And in terms of later on, I'm going to show you a little bit a real world code, an object-oriented code that sort of try to depict this disadvantage of inversion of control. And then you have the modularity, which I also mentioned. It's so much easier to divide your systems into smaller pieces, because now you have a way to glue them through events, which was not really possible before if you didn't have events, because you would always try to call the endpoint or the service or the method within each of the systems. But here you could completely develop your own modules separately from the rest. And with the event-driven architecture, everything is asynchronous. That means that if you, for example, when you place an order and you just publish the event order placed, you can keep on receiving orders instead of calling, after you receive an order, calling request to prepare milk tea, and then you have to wait for a reply. If you have to do that, then you are not asynchronous, you are sequential. You're waiting for something to happen before you can react and accept other transactions or requests. But with the event, as soon as you have emitted your event, you're almost done with it. You can do something else, and then the one that needs to pick it up can also just do it at their own pace. So yeah, so there's a big advantage in the asynchronicity of event-driven design. And this dependency on HTTP client calls between two services is also like you can do away with that. You eliminate that dependency, and remember that every HTTP client call that you execute, every network call that you execute on the system to call one service and the other, and then another service, bringing on a very chatty kind of service or system, it brings a lot of latency. It brings a lot of problems to your solution design if you design your solution like that. So even if you did microservice design, but then you still call each of your microservices directly, you would create latency, you would create dependency and strong dependency between your services. If you don't want to do that, you can put events and a broker in between these microservices, and then you would have less dependency. And I'm not saying that you could completely avoid dependency between services. No, not at all. And sometimes you just really need to do it directly. It's just, of course, a matter of balancing out what makes sense, what's optimal, and what is an overkill. And what I also like about event-driven design is that it's ubiquitous. The language itself that you use reflects what's in the real world. What you use as a terminology to describe events and the contents of an event is kind of exactly the same as if you talk about it to your friend or to your mom. It's like the same terminology. And that kind of ubiquitous language is very important, again, in system design, because your users use the same language to describe their problem and then their scenario and their expected solution. And that translates into your design, into your architecture, and then later on even translates to your code. And the event-driven pattern is something that really reflects what's in the real world. There are also some ugly stuff with event-driven design. It's quite complex. And I mean, to be honest, everything is, right? So it does minimize complexity in one way or another. But if you start, if you're a large, if it's a large system that you're building and you're probably emitting thousands of events per second, and you have thousands of other consumers of those events, it can get complicated, right? In an enterprise world, you need to have almost like a central team or central events management system that would handle all the systems and make a catalog of the events that each system is transmitting or creating or publishing, and then make a catalog of all the subscribers of these events just for you to be able to manage. And then you need to set up some sort of an advanced way of discovery so that other systems can find the events that they want to subscribe to. And all this takes a lot of thinking and heavy architecture. And another thing is traceability, because you remove the dependency between services. Then because they're isolated, you need to have a way to track the transaction, the request from the start to end. So if I made an order to Boy and then Becky picks up the delivery, which is a completely different system and a different company, I need to be able to track that order across the whole flow, across the whole pipeline. And as a developer, you need to take care, or you need to find the good way to do this distributed traceability. And of course, there's always something about security, who gets to receive my events, how do I connect or subscribe to an event publisher and such. So you need to also think about that. And I'm not saying that this is an ugly stuff. I'm just saying these are the difficult stuff, right? And then it also, of course, when you want to implement event-driven design, normally it would require special infrastructure. You need brokers, you need messaging systems. Well, you could potentially hard code it, like do it yourself, do a DIY because you're saving money. But imagine all the hours that you would put into handcrafting your own messaging system or event publish subscription system. Then that's also going to cost you a lot and even more, instead of just using some of the services that are already out there. But in summary, you would still need some sort of an infrastructure to support your event-driven design. So comes Azure to the rescue. And this is where it's relevant. But now we started getting confused because, okay, now I want to do event-driven design in Azure, and then which service should I use? And there you get all these different terminologies and different services, and what are they for? Let's have a look at some of the most popular ones and see what it can do for us. So the entry level for message, so I divided the services between messages and events. I think that's pretty obvious by now. You have some services in Azure that I would consider meant for transmitting messages. And the basic one is a storage queue. So if you have a bit more simpler requirement, it's not enterprise grade and you want it a little bit cheaper, you don't need all the fancy schmancy features for the enterprise, then you could start using the Azure Storage Queue. And I love Azure Storage. I use it a lot for many of my applications. That you can use it, as you know, for blob, for files, for tables. Even if you have a very simple table structure or database, you can use that. And now I can use it for a queue. So basically, you provision a storage account in Azure, and then it comes already with a queue out of the box. And in your code, you just have to be able to write to that queue and somehow create something that could subscribe or could receive the message or process the items in the queue. And in this case, I'm going to show you later how we can do that with Azure Functions. And then you have the big brother. That's not right, but like the bigger brother of the storage queue, which is the service bus. It's the classic enterprise grade messaging system. In the old days, you would have BizTalk for this and such, but this one is it's like a fully managed version of this message broker system. So you have more fancy stuff. And to summarize, the advantage that you get from Service Bus is that you can always guarantee that your messages will be processed in one way or another. And then you have a lot of controls over how you can process the messages, in which sequence, who gets to pick the messages, how do you process dead lettering and such. So there's a lot more features on the Service Bus. So if you're building an enterprise application and you cannot afford to lose a transaction or a message, you should use the Service Bus. Right. So those are the messaging systems. And then we have events. So then we have something that we call Event Grid, and I am also going to show you a little bit what that is about. But Event Grid is it's also being used by many other Azure services whenever they try to emit an event, not a telemetry event, but like, for example, when you create a resource group, create resources under that, it logs it and then it puts in an event grid so that other services can subscribe to these types of events. And you can use it for your system, for your solution, if you want to, like I have shown earlier, implement this publish, subscribe, notification flow. So what you can do is you have, if you have like a part of your system or a service that could publish an event, you could publish it to Event Grid, and then you can set up subscribers within Event Grid so that Event Grid can send those events forward to those subscribers. I'm going to dig deeper into that in a while. And then you have the Event Hub. And the Event Hub is mainly used for if you have big data of events, if you have stream of events, that's just you're ingesting big influx of events per second, like thousands or more, 100,000 or more events per second, and you need to stream that. And you don't necessarily, it's not meant for this one-off kind of thing with your solutions where, oh, now order is created, or order delivered. So those are more suitable for a PubSub notification. But if you want event streams, like if you're implementing event source or you're implementing IoT or you're doing something like telemetry, like if you know application insights, when you build applications in Azure, or everything that's happening in your application when a user clicks whatever and even does scroll on buttons on your UI, then it sends events on application insight, which is actually backed by Event Hub. So this is a more suitable service for you or resource for you. So you get to choose if you're doing something like that. But Event Hub is, of course, a fully managed event stream service in Azure. So I have something towards the right, which is a little bit alternative. And you also have, I'm not going to talk so much about Kafka, but for those of you who are experienced in Kafka, I would love to hear a talk about it. But Kafka is an open source event broker system as well. It can also be a messaging system, but it can also just handle a stream of events. So it's open source, but then instead of you running Kafka clusters on your own on a VM, which you probably don't want to do if you don't have that capacity or you don't want to run your own Kubernetes running Kafka, then you could use the Azure HD Insight, which would run your Kafka clusters for you. But it's sort of similar with the Event Hub. It's also for ingesting and mass publishing large amounts of events per second. And comes Cosmos DB. Why is Cosmos DB here? Cosmos DB is a NoSQL database. It's not a messaging system, but I just want to maybe illustrate that some of the database services can also emit database events that you can subscribe to. And maybe that is relevant when you're building some solutions that are event driven, that you also subscribe to database operations. So when a document is created or a document is deleted, then you might want to be able to react to that. For example, if it's an event carried state change, that's a long term, then instead of having that logic in your application, you can use the database sort of as a trigger, no, not a trigger, to watch out for these operations and do something. I wouldn't recommend it as your kind of base because for event-driven design, because then you would have a dependency on your database, but I would stick to using it also for if your problem is really is dependent on something happening on the database, on an event happening on the database, and you need to do something, then you can use something like the Cosmos DB change feed. I will also try to show you that. All right, so let's go to the first demo. The very basic one is a storage queue. So what I did is, let me go to my code. The first thing I always do when I try to build systems or even demos is, of course, to provision my Azure resource. You have a number of ways to do that. You can use if you have, of course, if you're doing it the correct way, you would have your pipelines, your ARM templates, or your CLIs and scripts that would automatically deploy your resources on Azure. Or if you're just starting out and you're just developing, you can use the portal to create these resources. But I just like to use the CLI because it's so ultra fast and takes no space. So I provision my resource group and my storage account and my event grid and service buses and Cosmos DB using the CLI. It took no time at all, and it's out there in the cloud. All right, so the first thing that I want to illustrate is how do we listen for messages going to a queue. I'm not going to do service bus, but only for interest of time, but only for storage. So the first thing I did is, of course, I created also a function. And in VS Code, if you're not aware, there's a lot of really cool tools, the Azure function tools for you to be able to easily create these functions. So I created functions and a function app, and then I have a function for prepare milk tea handler, which is a function that listens to a queue trigger that uses the queue trigger extension or binding extension. So an Azure function has a lot of different binding extensions that you can use so that it can automatically react to different types of triggers, whether it's a queue trigger, service bus triggers, Cosmos DB triggers, etc. But you could always, of course, create one that just is just a normal API with an HTTP trigger that you can call so that you can post and get and stuff, right? So right now it's so easy for me to create a queue. And then in the queue, in a queue trigger, you specify the name of the queue and your connection string. And of course, my connection string has keys in it. So even if I'm in a development environment, I try to store all my keys or all confidential information in a key vault. So I provision a key vault first and then store all the information there. So I don't have that in my code. Well, there's one there, so I'm not gonna try. I'm gonna try not to show that, but I wouldn't check in code that has key on it. That's just some sort of discipline. So storage connection, that's in my key vault, and that would have the SAS token for me to be able to connect to the queue. And what happens is that this thing here would listen for an event, or no, not an event, sorry, for a message that goes into the queue. And of course, you are, so I have my queue here. This is my storage account. So if you do the Storage Explorer, I normally also use the Storage Explorer locally, but I can create the queue here, and then I can post a message. Obviously, you can expose an API that would post a message on a queue, but I will just do it here so that it's easy. I'm just going to put whatever I want. And that message, as you can see here, my function is running locally, but it's actually listening to the storage in the cloud. You can have an emulator if you don't want to provision anything on Azure yet, and you can have the storage emulator in your local, and then you can locally develop here and then connect to that local storage. But right now I'm listening to the one in Azure here. So I'm on debug mode, so I can step through the code. And as you can see here, I'm able to see the items that are in a queue. Very basic, very easy. You could do this in a couple of minutes and you will have a very good event, message-driven running system. Yes, F5. So I just emitted some log over here that now I executed the prepare. I will now prepare milk tea, not milk team, it's milk tea for order 565, blah, blah, blah. So that's the storage queue. And then let's move on a little bit with the event grid. So let me stop this one for now because I wanted to show the event grid live on the Azure portal, just so we can also see that. And you cannot have your local running at the same time with the one that's deployed, because then they would conflict. All right, that's not what I wanted to show. I wanted to show event grid. So what I did is, of course, I provision event grid. There are two types of event grid: the event grid with the domain namespace, and then the topic. For the simpler one is the topic. Just remember that. So I started with the topic. So there's not much really with the event grid. As I have mentioned, it's just a service that would receive an event notification and then looks for all the subscribers and then just send that event or forward that event to the subscriber. So what I'm seeing here is the overview that this is my topic. You get an endpoint when you provision an event grid. And then these are my metrics. So these are the events that I have successfully sent in this timeline, as you can see. There's also, again, not so much I can do. And these are my subscribers. I'm going to dig a little bit on that later. But the first question is, how do I then publish an event? So what I did is I created a function here for publishing an event to event grid, which is just an HTTP triggered function which I can call so I can post. But what I did is the event grid comes with a .NET SDK. I created my own service and wrapped that SDK so that I can kind of manipulate it. An event grid accepts a specific schema. And you can pick this. There are two types of schema, but I picked this one, wherein you are supposed to, or you're required to pass an event that has an ID, has a subject, a data version if you're doing versioning. So it knows, like, even if it's the same subject and such, that I know this is the second version or third version of the event that I'm publishing. The actual data, which for me, I modeled as just an event object so that I can also put my event type there. Event type is the actual name of the event. So for example, milk tea prepared, order delivered. So I want that there because I can use the event type to filter out the types of events that I want to subscribe to if I was a subscriber. And then, of course, the time. So you have to have this kind of object. And to be able to connect to the event grid, you need these two things: the endpoint, which I showed you earlier, and then the key. The key is, of course, out here in the access keys. You could use CLI and such to query the key and then store that again in your key vault here as such, which I put here. Event grid key. I'm not going to show the key, but I'm just going to show that I have that as an options. So if it's .NET Core, you would be able to, at startup, configure that. As you can see in my startup, I am connecting to my key vault. So that's being merged or built. The keys in or secrets in my key vault goes into my configuration. And then when I create an in or bind my event grid options, then I can just pick out the config for the topic endpoint, which is in my app settings, but the event grid key, which is in the key vault. So now I have those things, and so I don't have to worry about that because I have the wrapper. So my function here just needs to inject the event grid service that I made, and then call the publish event async and pass the necessary data, which is this event grid publish message object, and set it up as such. So if we go back here and try to run that function in, is it this one? Functions. Wait, let me start that. Yeah. So it's going to take a little bit. Wow. How much time do I have?
You can still go for about 15 minutes.
Okay, I hope I would need less. All right, I think that started. So if I go to functions and then click publish for delivery, that's my function that's writing to event grid, and I'm just gonna try to test that. Test, post something. I'll just post 888, whatever. Run. So it's just doing a post and executing this. Obviously, that's not gonna debug, and then it's gonna try to write on the event grid. When it says 200, then it's written. So as far as I'm concerned, as the publisher, that's it. I have already sent it off to event grid. It's up to event grid to find out what to do about it. So if I go to, there's a little bit delay in this, as always, in analytics or in metrics in Azure. You always have some sort of 5-minute delay before it shows up here. But let's find out, what did event grid do? As I mentioned, you would have some subscribers, right? So it actually forwarded that message to these subscribers. And you can create subscription to event grid in different ways as well. You could use the CLI if you have a pipeline deploying your Azure function and you want one of the function to be a subscriber to an event. You could call an Azure CLI command that would create a subscription, or you can call the SDK for Event Grid. There's also an SDK to create a subscription, or the REST API. But here, just to illustrate, we're going to use the portal. So if I click add event subscription here, what am I actually putting? Then I'm going to give it a name. So for example, function milk tea delivery. And then this is the schema that I was talking about. This is what, if you select the event grid schema, which is the standard schema, there's just a lot of different, because when you try to document events nowadays, it's just like with your open API and API, you need to follow some certain schema so that it's easier to document. But for now, let's pick the event grid, and that's exactly what you saw earlier in the code, that you need some ID subject and the data. And here, yeah, so we're picking the bootcamp topic, which is the one that we created, and then we can add a lot of different event types, which are just basically string. So when you're designing your model in your code, you have to sort of have maybe a strongly type enumeration of events that you might want to use, so you don't just pass arbitrary strings of event types, because that's going to be hard for you to control. So but as a subscriber, you can pick the types of events that you can subscribe to. But right now, I'm just going to leave that blank. That's also okay. It's not required. So that basically means you will get all sorts of event types as a subscriber, and it's up to you to filter that behind your logic. And these are the different endpoint types that I can use when I want to subscribe. So basically, Event Grid can throw the event to an Azure function, to a webhook, queues, Event Hub. So it will create items in a queue. It will write something on the Event Hub, and so on and so forth. So Azure function and webhook, those two things. The storage queues is pretty obvious. I did that already earlier today. But the Azure function, there are two different things, because the Azure function actually can have an HTTP trigger. And that means that has an endpoint that Event Grid can just call. So basically, that's just a webhook. Webhook is any endpoint that can accept the event. But to be able to use a webhook and event grid, you need to have some sort of a handshake. So the first time you put an endpoint here, event grid is going to try to post a token onto your URL, and you should be able to reply 200 with same token in your response. So that's sort of a handshake between your webhook, some sort of uh, security, right? A validation. At the same time, you could also use Azure AD so that because the event grid actually has like many services or built-in services in Azure, these things actually have identity. So they have Azure AD accounts or IDs, object IDs that are same across all tenants. And if you turn that on and you have Azure AD, you're using Azure AD to secure your endpoints behind the scene and you're using all that and stuff, then it can actually validate that token from the event grid and see, okay, I can accept you because you're coming from event grid. So those plumbing you need to consider if you're doing webhook. But what I just did is for now is to create another Azure function here that, not that one, that subscribes to event grid. And basically that's just creating a new function with the event grid trigger. There's not much there, very easy. And you don't need to configure your function anymore. You just need to say this endpoint is actually can be called by an event grid. But that's the difference with the queue, because in the queue trigger, Cosmos DB trigger, the function is aware of the connection to those source or to those input. But for the event grid, it's actually not aware because the subscription is happening on the event grid side. So if I have to do this and select Azure function here, from here I can find my function and it knows which of my functions in that whole app is actually meant for event grid trigger. So I did that earlier today already. If you can see the subscription here, I have two, one for queue, and I normally use the storage queue so that I can test that my events are going through the event grid. So the message that I got earlier, or that I posted earlier, went to for delivery here, and you see I have a bunch of events here. And this is how it actually looks. This is the message that it's posting to your endpoints. In this case, posting to storage queue as a queue item. And if I have an Azure function listening to this queue, then I can react. But as of now, you could see there's a subject. And then this is something that I have set up, as you saw already, and then ready for delivery. And then I have my event data, which was the one I posted somewhere. And at the same time, you could see I also set up the function as a recipient. So if I go to that function here, subscribe for delivery, I can see through my logs in my monitoring that I have actually received those events. As you can see here, I have received some events. Receive 888. Yeah, so now I was able to make the publisher, which is one function, communicate with the subscribe for delivery function without really creating a dependency with each other, but just having the event grid in between them. So you can solve a lot of problems using this pattern. Yeah, I might have forgotten some details, but that's okay. Let's move on. And lastly, that I want to show you is how to do with the Cosmos DB type. If I just quickly stop that one here. Stop. Ta-da. So, yes. Stop. And then I want to run this again. So my goal is that every time there's a document created in Cosmos DB, I want to be able to copy that to another collection and even another database. And that is very useful when you're doing the microservice design and then you want materialized views or a copy of your data so that you don't have to be dependent on the other microservices data source. Then you could very much easily do this state transfer pattern. So I already provisioned my Cosmos DB. Where are you, Cosmos DB? Yeah, here again via the CLI, and I have this collection which of orders. I have just some random documents here, doesn't really matter. There's some data, there's an order ID, and if I create something here, I have a function here which is called the save order that's listening to a Cosmos DB trigger. And in a Cosmos DB trigger, you have to specify a database name. In that case, that's the orders. And then the collection name also orders, and the Cosmos endpoint, which again is in the key vault with all my keys, etc. Okay, the good thing about the key vault also is that you can rotate it independently without downtime on your application. So this one is running. So I hope, if it doesn't fail, that if I kind of add a new item here, save, and that's created. And let's wait. Yes. And now even if I'm on Cosmos DB here, because I had no that connection, and then locally I could debug. I could the trigger. So now it was triggered that something has changed. And what do we actually get there? We can see how many has changed because it's a batch, the change feed. And we can see that the first one, the ID of the document ID of the document that changed, and you can use that to query the Cosmos DB again. In my case, I just wanted to log that and then create another client for Cosmos and then save that. And as you can see, I have the same pattern with Cosmos DB and Event Grid. I create a service to wrap the Cosmos DB SDK, and then use options to configure all the connection strings, endpoints, etc. So I don't have to worry about that in my code. And then I just call the container, and there's an error. Oh, maybe I changed something. I don't want to debug that now, but I changed this property to order ID, but my partition key here is actually, if you look at this, is smaller case. So that's the only problem. But so because we're running out of time, you could see that this one has actually been copied via that change feed to this different, to this other collection. You can see that that ID here in order ID is actually one of the order IDs that was here. Right, so that's how you can use change feed with Cosmos DB, and different ways to use events in Azure and many others. Those are just the simple ones. And some bonus mediator pattern because I really, really like doing events. So I also do it in my code. I make sure that my code also somehow use messaging. I use the mediator pattern. If you're interested, you can look up mediator. But basically in my code, instead of calling my classes directly or handlers directly, I call a send async and then push like send a sync for this kind of command, and that returns a product view model, for example. And then what the mediator library does, it scans your assembly and tries to find any class that implements for example, here I request handler like this guy. It knows that that one, then it will invoke this handler and do the things for you. And that's the same if I want to do to notify. Instead of send a sync, I would call notify, because this one is one-to-one, and then notify that this product is created, and it will also try to scan your assembly and find something that could handle an I notification of this type. Oh, and then that thing would find it and then would invoke the handle part. So that's also some sort of a messaging pattern also within your code and not just your infrastructure. And now you have sort of an event-driven architecture pattern end-to-end. End of the long talk. Keep it simple. Don't over architect. Optimize much later and have a lot of fun. So thank you very much. That ends here. Yeah, exciting day for you guys.
Thank you so much, Marilag. I'm trying to look for questions from the audience, but I don't see any in our channel. So,
Maybe they fell asleep.
well, it has been a very long day. One thing I do want to ask about the vegetator pattern. Doesn't that extra layer of indirection make it difficult to either, you know, well, I could guess you could make the code testable, but
Mhm.
when it comes to debugging directly, let's say you have a bug that requires you to somehow run it in something that mimics a production environment. Doesn't that extra layer of indirection from the mediator make it difficult to debug?
I didn't have such experience so far because, like I said, we do the unit test, and when we unit test the handler itself,
Mm-hmm.
and not the mediator. But I do know that sometimes it's hard to find the implement. Like there are some developers who is having a hard time finding or tracing which of the implementations or the handlers are executing because of
Yeah.
this message, right? So I know. So I always say that if it's that complex and you have a lot of handlers, then maybe don't use it. Maybe it's better to just have direct injection or register them directly and call them directly. But for very, very kind of, because we have a pattern and we know it already. One send a sync to the handler, one notification to the integration event handler, and it's always just two and two. That's how simple the domain is, and because we have managed to design it so it's smaller services, then it's not complex in the
So
domain in the service level, so it's fine. Yeah,
yeah,
we
so
don't
so, so
have
there's some kind of convention that has to be there to limit the number of handlers that could probably make things more complex.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, all right. That is a very interesting thing, and that's my main takeaway. I have been doing event driven for, I don't know, something like 3 years now, and it's really I agree this is a very good way of decoupling things, but you do have to keep tabs on things so that it doesn't get too complex. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for other questions. I don't think there are any. So if that's, I think that's it. Thank you so much, Maria,
Thank you.
for your talk.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
thanks
and
for
and really appreciate your participation, and I guess it's a kind of a welcome for Azure Manila as well, because this is one of the first times that you've been in an event with the other UGs that have been regularly organizing events here. So yep,
yeah.
thank you so much. We really appreciate your talk all the way for Denmark. Was it Denmark?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, or yeah.
happy to be
We
able
had
to
started.
participate. Huh?
Yeah, we had started this event with a speaker from the U.S. Then we moved to the Philippines for the rest of the day. Then we ended it in Denmark. So
Yeah.
we kind of went around the world for everything. Anyway, thank you so much. Thank you so much,
Yeah, but I
Maria.
guess that's the beauty of these online events. We could easily do these things. And just a short thing, the Azure User Group Manila needs some love. So I don't know, maybe we can discuss
Yeah,
it later on how to either consolidate things or make it more active. Because
yeah,
right
yeah.
now
Sure. Yeah.
the only one doing it. So let's talk about it later.
Okay, yeah. So for the benefit of our users, you could look for Azure Manila in meetup.com. That's where they mainly are. You could join. You could sign up to their group, and they try to organize events once in a while. So if your interest really is in all things Azure, or all these practical things in Azure, yeah, it would be really great if you could join them as well. Or if you want to talk about something, if you want something discussed, volunteer to be a speaker, and that would be most appreciated. Okay, thank you very
Mhm.
much.
Thank you.
All right. Yes. So that kind of concludes our event for today. Let me let me just check on our streaming manager. We need our streaming manager here. Okay, all right. I Yeah. Okay, so given this late hour, I'd like to take an opportunity to ask if any of our other speakers who's still on the lobby. I think there's only one last person there. If they have any announcements, they could join us in the streaming channel. On your end, Mary, like, are there any upcoming events that you have you have scheduled or in the next few months?
Can you still hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. No, not at the moment. It's because it's a little tricky because I normally try to schedule it when I'm there in Manila and obviously I can go. But there's one idea I've been thinking about, and that's more, it's not very technical, but more like inspiring stories about, yeah, Azure development. So we'll try to gather a few more women in tech working with
Yeah.
Azure and
Mhm.
invite them. So just to, yeah, promote that a little bit.
Yeah, that's a very nice initiative, and I agree. We we need to be able to inspire more participation from everyone, younger audiences, women, people from different backgrounds. So to join our events. So yep, appreciate that. Thank you so much for that great talk on event driven. Yeah, I don't know if the audience had fully grasped everything, but a lot of, for example, that the event driven architecture really is the gold standard in how you develop decoupled, highly scalable applications in enterprise and uh, um, yeah, even the topics prior to that, the microservices patterns, for example, play into this. The AI topics, these have all been great. So thanks to all our speakers for that. All right. Yeah, so at this point we are at the conclusion of our event, and before we go, we would just like to thank all the groups that had participated, everybody who had been able to talk and to share their knowledge. Our speakers, Leia Louise, Michael Santonino, um, yeah, Brian, of course, uh, Brian Garcia, Argelo Bautista, um, Paul Soliman, Marilag, of course. Thank you very much, JP Ada. And did I miss somebody? I'm afraid I'm missing somebody in that list. But again, thank you so much, and and to our different communities, thank you so much. There is bizapps.ph. There is mobile.net developers Philippines, programmers developers. There's Philippine SQL Servers users group. Thank you so much. There's a Philippine.net users group, of course, and then did I forget? Oh, Azure Manila, of course. Thank you, Marilag. And then yeah, Nicole Games for managing our stream. So really appreciate that. As always, if anybody has any questions about this, or if you are watching this after the event, this and you're just watching the recordings and you have a question, feel free to just post it in one of the participating groups walls. It will be directed to the correct person. If you don't know where to post it, you can always post it at Philippine.net users group. We're always open to all these kinds of questions given. All right. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone who stuck with us for nearly 7 hours. I think of streaming. I think more than 7 hours already. We're at 7 hours, 15 minutes. There's a lot. That was a lot of content, and that was a lot of learning. So thank you so much, and we hope you enjoyed it. And have a great day. And have a good evening. So stay safe, stay home. Well, you could probably go out now because it's already modified ECQ and GCQ for events. Keep just keep yourselves healthy and stay safe always. And good night. Thank you so much. Bye bye, and we'll see you in the next event. Thank you.